On April 21st, 2008, police searched the home of Jerry Jensen after his wife, Kristen, called 911, claiming that her husband had gone missing. Kristen told police that her husband's phone, keys, and car were still at home, and the bathroom door was missing. She also noticed a strong smell of bleach. As the police were investigating the missing persons report, they received a call from the local landfill stating that Jerry's body had been found. The cause of death appeared to be multiple stab wounds with a very long blade. Jerry's wife was brought in for an interview and told what had happened to her husband.
As I understand it, you were down at the VA hospital for the past week.
Mm-hmm.
What were you in the hospital for?
Depression and...
Was he supposed to come pick you up on Monday?
Yeah. What happened to him was Sunday evening between 11 and 1.
And then what was he supposed to come? Was he supposed to come down and see you then Sunday?
He did come and see me Sunday.
Okay.
Just after lunch, about 2:30.
Oh, okay. So you didn't talk to him on the phone at 2:30. You actually saw him at 2:30.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you didn't speak to him at all again after 2:30 on Sunday?
Kristen's alibi checks out. She had been hospitalized during the time that Jerry had gone missing. The detective moves on to the other family members that lived in her home. Kristen explains that her daughter Nicole Thornhill, her boyfriend Chris Tomlinson, and their newborn baby had been living with them for quite some time.
What's Nicole's boyfriend's name?
Chris.
Okay. How do you like Chris?
I don't.
What don't you like about him?
He's a lazy, inconsiderate brat. And he supposedly just got out of the army and he just came straight here. And he can't show me his DD-214.
You don't believe him? Ever notice anything weird about him?
Yeah, he's totally rude. You know, like I went out there this morning and told him the guys are going to be here in just a few minutes. Maybe we could straighten up this mess. He could sit up on the couch. He just lay there. Let me pick up this big black crate with all his brand new PlayStation 2, which he said is old and used. And I saw the box. It wasn't born yesterday. I picked up that big huge crate and set it down behind the chair. He's a piece of shit. I wish Nicole could see it, but she can't.
She's in love. Young and in love.
Very much.
How did it come about that he's living with you guys now?
Well, he just showed up. I've never asked. Nothing.
You ever think of throwing him out?
Every day.
You ever try to throw him out?
A couple times.
What happened?
He'd come back.
How did Jerry get along with Chris?
He told him it was very disrespectful the way he left his games, laying around on the floor and the cords everywhere. That's the last I heard.
Kristen explains that her daughter's boyfriend would spend his days lying on the couch and playing video games. He claimed to have been in the army, but when Kristen asked for proof, he failed to provide any. The detectives realize that they need to interview both Nicole and Chris next, so they decide to start with Nicole. As soon as they tell her they found Jerry's body, she immediately throws Chris under the bus.
Did he tell you what he did? What did he say?
He stabbed Jerry.
Did he tell you how many times he stabbed him?
I think he said 3.
Okay.
Did you ever see him? Did you see Jerry?
For a split second, but
Where was he?
in the bathroom.
Okay, it happened in the bathroom?
Floor.
In the bathroom?
Yes, it was the bathroom door that was really broken.
Okay.
Would you just switch the doors?
Yes.
Look at me.
You put him in a dumpster, the one out by the house on this side?
Yes.
You didn't put him in the truck?
I put him in the truck to move him to the dumpster.
So you brought the truck to the back of the house?
Yes.
And then you drove it to the dumpster?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't, that's where you put him? Okay, you did not drive to West Palm Beach, you didn't drive to another dumpster?
No.
He was put in that dumpster?
Yes.
Look at me.
There's a floor mat in the back of that pickup truck. And it looks like it's got blood on it. Does that possibly come from the bathroom?
No.
You cleaned everything up?
Yes, I remember when they had to clean everything up.
How much blood was there?
Oh, God. I just want to take everything back before I could say anything. It was too late.
Okay. How long did it take you to clean up?
Almost all day.
Okay, where'd you put all the stuff you used to clean?
In the garbage.
In the dumpster?
All
Okay.
the rags and everything. So is that why you were so upset when your mom came home and you met her at the door? Is that what you were apologizing for to your mom? She said you kept telling her you were so sorry. You were very upset when she got home from the hospital.
Okay, all right, so you didn't tell her what really happened then? Okay. Where's the knife that Chris used?
Under the bed.
Whose bed?
Hers.
Your bedroom? It's under the bed. What kind of knife is it?
It's a two-handed sword.
It's a two-handed, it's a what?
A two-handed sword.
A sword?
Yes.
Okay.
How big is it, Nicole? I don't know. I mean, is it like, we're talking 3 feet long? Can you kind of guesstimate for me?
Yeah, use the table and guess about how big it is. From the wall to there? Okay.
Chris is sitting comfortably in the other room, and he has no idea that Nicole is confessing to the police. He will have his turn to speak with the detectives, but for now, they want to get as much information as they can from Nicole, starting with how long ago did they plan on killing Jerry?
2 months.
2 months.
I don't know.
Okay. So you were frustrated, you know, with the way he was acting and treating your mom and things like that?
Yes.
Okay.
He was the reason we actually kept leaving the house and sleeping in the car.
Right. Because of his behavior.
Yes.
All right. When, what decided that it was going to be Monday at 7 a.m.? How did that come about, that day and that time? How did that come out?
We were sitting in the living room waiting for him to come out of his room. And then, just how long it took.
Okay.
What's going to happen to me?
Oh, we don't know yet. Now, you said you were sitting in the living room waiting for him to come out. A minute ago, you said you were for a walk.
Oh, that's what I mean. We were sitting there all night, waiting for Terry to come out of his room.
He had the sword with him at that time? Okay. So you probably knew then that he's sitting there with the sword of how it was going to happen? Okay. So the attack started in the hallway and then ended up in the bathroom? Okay. So Jerry he wasn't lured out? He didn't say, come on out to the hallway or anything? He just waited? When you moved the body to the dumpster, what time was that? If the attack happened at 7 in the morning, when did you bring him to the dumpster?
I think it was about 12.
Noontime? And you weren't afraid anybody was going to notice this?
I was.
Did anybody see you?
No.
Okay, so he was in the dumpster from Monday to Thursday? Yes? Did you have the bleach on hand, or did you go out and buy it?
He bought it a couple weeks earlier.
Just for that reason? Okay, because, getting ready for it.
Even though she just confessed to planning, assisting, and cleaning up a murder, all Nicole can think about is how her boyfriend will hate her because she told the police what happened.
Chris is gonna hate me.
Chris brought this on himself, Nicole. You didn't do anything. I told you when I came in here, I had an idea what happened already. So you didn't do anything to him. All right? What exactly did he tell you he did?
I don't want to ask what he did. And he said he lunged at him and he put one through his throat. I think it was behind his ear. I don't remember.
Why did you wait so long to move him to the dumpster?
Because I had 2 doctor's appointments. I had one at 9:15, and then I had another one at 1 o'clock.
So you left him in the tub while you went to the 9:15, and then you came back,
Yeah.
cleaned up, moved him, and then started cleaning up.
Something the police found interesting is during the search of the home, they found a bottle of milk with a powdery substance on the bottom. The powder turned out to be sleeping pills. The police found the box of pills and the receipt in the home that showed the pills had been purchased after Jerry had been killed. The detectives believe that their plan was to kill Nicole's mother, so they confront Nicole with this information.
I know you had told us that the two of you had been planning something for Jerry. Had you ever planned something for your mom?
Yeah,
What was that?
pretty much the same thing.
The same thing how?
To get rid of her.
Okay, why'd you want to get rid of her?
I can't stand her anymore. He bought them, and I don't know if he put them in anything yet or not.
When did he buy them?
2 nights ago, I think. I don't remember.
2 nights ago? But the incident happened on Monday.
Yeah.
So in the last couple of days, he's tried? Okay. And how did you guys go about doing that?
We went to Walmart, and he bought those weird generic sleeping pills.
Mm-hmm. What did he put it into? What kind of drink?
I don't know, he mentioned something about either putting it in her milk because she drinks a different milk, or her soda because she drinks Coke.
The 2% milk?
Mhm.
You guys don't drink that?
No,
So it might be in it right now.
it might, I don't know if he put it in or not. What's gonna happen to me?
You're gonna go to jail, okay? You're being charged with first-degree murder.
Will I ever be able to see Chris again?
I doubt it. You're not gonna be able to see him in the jail because they segregate the men and the women. And I'm not sure about court. I don't know how that's gonna work. But in the jail, they segregate you guys. I doubt, unless you see someone like cross the yard or something. I can't answer that once you get there. But I doubt, at least in the short term. I don't know about the long term, but in the short term, I don't know, if and when this goes to court. Certainly you're gonna see him.
What about my baby?
I don't know that either. That's gonna be up to the Department of Children and Families on how that's gonna work and whether they allow visitations with the moms and stuff. I can't answer that, and I don't want to tell you one thing and then the other thing happens. So I'm just going to tell you I don't know. That's going to be up to them. All right. Do you have any questions? Other questions for me? No.
Can I just say goodbye to my baby one more time?
I'll check and see if that's possible. I'll ask, but I don't know the answer to that either. Is there anything we have forgot to ask that you think is important that we need to know? That's important.
No, I just want to know what's going to happen to me and my baby.
Well, we'll know that after we get done talking with Chris. Okay, we're going to talk to him next. And I told you we're going to bring him over and you're going to go feed him right now. Okay?
Is my mom in there?
No, your mom is down at the other end of the hall.
Okay.
Okay, it'll be just you and him.
Okay, because
All right.
I don't think she wants to see me.
Well, I don't know. I haven't spoken to her yet, but it'll be you and him and another detective will be, obviously is going to be sitting in there. Okay?
Okay.
But we'll give you as much privacy as we can. We understand, breastfeeding is private, but we'll do the best we can. So there's nothing else you want to add for us.
That's it.
All right. Well,
Nicole was charged with first-degree murder and sent to the local county jail. Chris was then put into the same interrogation room and interviewed by the same two detectives. At this point, Chris believes that this is just a routine interview, and the police have no idea where Jerry's body is located.
Okay, Chris, I just have some basic questions for you.
Okay.
First off, though, do you like to watch TV?
A lot, yes.
What kind of TV do you like to watch?
Movies, mostly. Usually I just watch whatever movies we have. We'll go rent some every once in a while, whatever new comes out that we haven't seen that looks interesting. The 3 that we want to see right now is the Iron Man, what are the other 2? The Speed Racer, and then there's another brand new one just coming out.
New Indiana Jones.
Yeah, that one,
Oh, yeah.
that one right there. Because I'm just, Indiana Jones is my hero growing
He's a
up,
cool
so,
one.
Yeah.
He's a cool guy, no matter how old he gets.
He's just like Batman, he makes all of his own stuff.
There you go.
Do you, Chris, do you have ID with you?
I already spoke to Kristen, and she told me that she'd been in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So really, I only want you to walk me through the last day that you guys saw Jerry, which would be Sunday, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sunday.
Chris calmly explains that he has no idea what happened to Jerry. All he knows is that he heard Jerry arguing with someone on the phone at 11 p.m., and that was it. Chris seems to have a good answer for every question the detectives ask him, so they move on to his relationship with Kristen and Jerry.
I don't even do the dishes. I work, you know, we have this whole thing. I work, so I pay some of the bills. They do all the cleaning. I'll help my wife clean, you know, especially now that Kyle's here.
Are you guys actually married or not? Because I noticed she's wearing a matching ring.
Half and half. We haven't legally been married, but through our religion we've been married. So,
What religion is that?
Wicca.
Okay.
So, if we were
Did you get married in a Wiccan ceremony?
Yeah. In fact, I was the one that actually performed the ceremony. It's just a two-person ceremony. There
Are you like a priest?
I am a high priest.
Oh, no kidding.
Cool.
Don't understand it, don't know much about it, but I heard of it. I know there's a group in Jensen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wicca is a religion that affirms the existence of supernatural powers such as magic. Ironically, Wiccans believe that anything a person does that is negative comes back to them.
Are you upset that he's gone?
A little. You know, I'm upset because it's upsetting Kristen. You know, I have nothing against Kristen, even though she acts kind of strange sometimes. But, I mean, it's upsetting.
You don't miss him personally?
He was an asshole to me, so really no. I mean, but do I miss the fact that, you know, he was around and she wasn't going completely psychotic? Yeah. But,
How was he an asshole to you?
It's just his whole demeanor. Just since I got there in November, you know, just like snobbish. And I try to say something, I try to give him my hand with anything, and you just be an ass about it and say, no, I don't need your fucking help. And not necessarily like that, but that's pretty much the context of what I got. You know, and then he'd sit there and start arguing, you know. I like to cook a lot, but I don't cook bland food. I add a lot of seasonings to it. He'll argue with me about the fact that I put seasoning on my food. And it's not the way it tastes, it's just the way it smells.
Okay.
Like, you can't just go outside to get away from the smell of seasoning, because if he eats it, he says it's good. But the seasoning upsets him when he smells it, because it smells to him like it's burning. You know, he just argues over the smallest things.
Is that like a constant thing with him?
Pretty much, at least once a week. He'll argue over the smallest thing with me.
How's Nicole get along with him? Because this isn't her dad, right?
No, she practically stays away from him. She doesn't like him either. It's just his whole personality towards me, she doesn't like it. So she stays away from him as much as possible. You know, if he comes out, she'll go in the living room. And lately, you know, while she's been breastfeeding, he seems to be coming out trying to watch her. So, you know, we've been just trying to stay out of his way.
What's your gut feeling? Is he alive or is he dead?
Honestly, I only really get a gut feeling if I've known somebody well enough, and I don't know him well enough.
Okay.
To me, it seems like he just left. Kind of like, you know, the last time I had this kind
You
of...
don't expect him to come back?
Yeah, it's an iffy feeling. And then the last time I had this feeling was with my dad, who I barely knew. You know, he left the Christmas I was 7. Like, that was the last time we saw him. We saw him for about 3 days, and then he was gone. And I had this kind of iffy feeling, you know. I was like, I'm not sure if he's coming back, but, you know, he could. And that's just how I'm feeling right now. It's kind of what I'm...
You think Jerry could come back now?
Maybe. I mean, if he's finally done being pissed off about everything.
The detectives decide it's time to tell Chris that they already know what happened.
What would you say if we tell you he's dead? I'm verifying he's dead. He was found in a landfill in Palm Beach County. How does that make you feel?
Horrible. I don't like it when people die, especially if I know them.
He's dead in the landfill.
Yep.
So this investigation is not a missing person investigation anymore, it's a homicide investigation.
That really sucks.
Yep, it does. So, remember I told you at the house, and I told you and Nicole and Kristen that we're going to look at the family members first, because that's what we do, and then we back up and we go to the outside. So that's why Kristen, Nicole, and you were here being interviewed first, and then we go looking outside. All right?
That really sucks. I don't wish anybody did, even if they're the biggest assholes in the world.
Okay. Did you do anything to him?
No.
All right.
The only thing I'd ever done to him was argue. I mean, we've gotten pretty intense in arguments before, to the point where I felt like I wanted to hit him, but I never did.
You have
Okay?
no idea how he got in that landfill?
No.
This is his cell phone records. We've already subpoenaed them, we already have them. He was last on his phone Sunday at 6:30 in the evening. He was not on his cell phone at 11 o'clock at night, like you said he was. And like Nicole said he was. He's not. We know he's not. Okay? We suspect you and Nicole. The mother's not there. Do you understand where I'm coming from, how it looks from my seat looking in?
Yeah.
You look guilty. I know, we know, something happened to him in that house. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you know as much as we do. You and Nicole are there. Your story isn't matching up. So either you're going to change your story, or you're going to continue to tell me you don't know what happened, but you got to know something.
Well, I know he was talking to somebody.
Not at 11 o'clock at night he wasn't. That's that. We verified that. Okay? We found a sword under your bed. There's blood trace on your sword. Okay?
I don't have a sword.
There's a sword under your bed.
All I collect is daggers.
Okay, well, I'm just going by what they told me from the scene. Okay? There's some kind of cutting instrument, a knife or a big knife or a sword. I'm going by what they called me. Under the bed, it's got trace amounts of blood on it. What the point I'm trying to get to you is that right now, you look guiltier than hell. Guiltier than hell. You don't like him. He doesn't like you. He says something to piss you off. You knock him over the head. You hit him. I don't know. All right? But he's dead in a landfill. Okay? Now, I know what killed him. They've told us what killed him. Okay? He got his throat, and he's stabbed a couple times, too. We have a knife, a dagger, a sword, whatever, under your bed with trace amounts of blood. We have a crime scene that's been cleaned up. It's been cleaned up, but we can see it. We know. All right? We have a shop vac in the house. Okay? You and Nicole are going to be blamed for this. All right? If something happened and it was self-defense or you snapped, you know, you've been a good person your whole life and you told us all about your religion, okay, and things happen. People don't mean for things to happen, but they do, okay?
Chris realizes that the gig is up, and his best option is to just confess.
Nicole had nothing to do with it.
Nothing at all?
Except for cleaning up. He was getting pissed off.
Who's getting pissed off?
Jerry.
Okay. About what?
I don't know. He's pissed off over everything, it seems, these days.
Okay, well, what brought us to the point of Jerry ending up in a landfill?
I just didn't even think, I just reacted.
Did he do or say something to you to make you react?
He tried to attack me. He tried to attack her.
When did this happen?
Early morning.
Sunday or Monday?
Monday.
About what time?
Like 5 or 6.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
He starts coming out of the room and yelling, and every time, like ever since I was a kid, I've had a problem with somebody yelling at me. I would instinctively grab anything around me if I had to fight. I don't like to fight. I don't like brutality. If I can get out, I can, but being in a room like that, you're cornered.
Mm-hmm.
Instinctively, I just grabbed the nearest thing to me. You know,
What was it?
a double-sided sword.
Mm-hmm.
I had it out because I was cleaning it, and you know, he lunged at me, and I kicked him back into the hallway, and I tried to run out the door, and he grabbed me, and just, I lost it
Where did he grab you at?
right around my neck.
Okay, you lost it. What do you mean? You got to describe that for us.
I just turned around and tried to break out of it, and ended up stabbing him. I didn't mean to stab him.
The detectives know that Chris is lying. They know that Chris and Nicole planned the murder months in advance. They let Chris continue to lie, so the jury will see how much of a psychopath he really is. When they've heard enough, the detectives will confront him again.
All right, this was a spur-of-the-moment self-defense thing.
Yeah.
Okay, you didn't plan this?
No. I don't plan on killing people. I really don't like brutality. If I see and cops, I'll change the channel. You know, I like watching cops. I like the car chases. Car chases are cool. You know, I like watching cars going fast and stuff like that. But the minute I see any type of fighting or violence, I've had too much of that growing up already. I don't like it.
So you guys never talked about how easy it'd be to get rid of him, or how much better life would be to get rid of him?
And you talked about how much life would be better if we moved, but I mean, getting rid of somebody's not something I want to do.
All right, if it makes you feel better, Nicole gave us the full confession. We know what happened, and she told us what happened. So, if you think you're protecting Nicole by not, you know, you told us a lot, but not the whole truth. So, we know what happened based on the crime scene, and we know what happened based on what Nicole told us. So, there's some things you told us that aren't true, and you know which things they are. You wanted him to come out so you could kill him. You wanted him away. You and Nicole wanted him away. You waited for him to come out.
You waited all night long for him to come out. You knew eventually he'd come out of that room.
You're so tired you can barely think straight. You know, we know what happened. So you heard him mulling around in there, but he wouldn't come out. Okay, but eventually he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Right?
And like I said, he grabbed me behind the neck and I turned around and pushed him back and fought him.
Okay, but your sword is in the living room. How do you get from the hallway to the living room to get your sword? You could have...
My sword was already in my hand.
Okay. Why is it in your hand?
You know, if you guys are so sure about this, why don't you just arrest me now?
Because we want to know what the reason was, Chris.
This is your chance to explain yourself.
It doesn't matter what reason I give you. I'm still going to be sent to jail for murder.
It makes a big difference.
Does it really?
Yes.
Yeah, it does.
If that was the case, Chris, we wouldn't even have talked to you.
You mean to tell me that, you know, if I actually give you the right reason, which there is no right reason for killing somebody, that I could just walk out of here?
No. You're absolutely right about that, Chris. You're absolutely right about that. You go into jail, there's no question. Okay? I want your story to match Nicole's story. And it does 85% of what you're saying. So, to summarize this, can I say that, you know, the part about him on the phone screaming at somebody at 11 o'clock, that's not true, right? You were saying that to kind of put suspicion off somewhere else, is that correct?
11 o'clock, no, but he was on the phone yelling at somebody. It might have been closer to 6.
Right, well, it's because I told you that. That's why you were saying that, but
Yeah,
it's a big difference. 5 hours is a big difference, and you were sure on that time.
Whenever he was last on the phone, I know he was getting really pissed off, calling somebody a liar.
When you told us before you couldn't understand any words, we asked you if there were any words specifically.
That was what I heard going into the bathroom.
Okay.
And once I got in the bathroom, I couldn't hear anything else.
So, you and Nicole have spoken before about getting rid of him because you both hate him. Is that a correct statement? You already told me that. I'm just trying to verify.
Yeah, but not by killing him.
Did you discuss with Nicole killing him prior to the murder?
Yeah, the whole 4 days when I couldn't do it.
Okay, so you guys were talking about it. But that morning, you told her to go ahead and take a walk so she wouldn't be there when it happened. Is that correct? Is there anything you want to say or you can think that we haven't asked you that you think needs to go on the record?
Anything I have to say is not going to keep me out of jail, so it doesn't matter.
No, you're right. But it still matters.
How does it matter?
Well, because it's going to matter to a jury or a judge who decides what happens to you. That's how it matters.
In my heart, I feel he was an evil person.
What makes him an evil person?
He beat his wife.
I'm asking your opinion,
You know,
that's
he
it.
would constantly come out whenever my wife was sitting there trying to breastfeed our son. Like he was trying to be a peeping Tom about it.
Okay.
He cheated on his wife. That's not something a human being should be doing.
A good human being.
Any human being, it doesn't matter. You shouldn't be doing it.
Had you guys discussed any other way maybe to kill him, like a more passive way to kill him?
Yeah, sleeping pills.
What were you going to do with them?
Mix them into everything they drink, because we don't drink anything they drink except for the milk.
Do you think that would have killed both of them?
That would have been nice. I'm not going to say I'm sorry.
Okay.
It was just, I don't know, anytime I was near him, he just felt like pure evil. It made me sick to my stomach just looking at him. I don't think I'm an avenger or anything. I just hope that if I get killed because of this, it's fast.
In the end, both Nicole and Chris would be charged and convicted of murder. Nicole was sentenced to 50 years in prison, while Chris received life without parole. Their child would be adopted by a loving foster family and given a new name. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you think Jerry would still be alive if Nicole had never met Chris? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. On May 8, 2019, Riley Crossman went missing. Riley lived with her mother, Chantel, and her mother's boyfriend, Andy McCauley. She had gone to bed the night before, and that was the last time anyone had ever seen her alive again.
Oh, sorry, buddy. They're going to bring the dog up to sniff around and see if they can get a trail on her, but I wouldn't mind talking to you for a minute if you got a minute. Yeah. When's the last time you saw her?
Like 9, maybe 10-ish.
At night?
Yeah.
And what context was that?
She was here in the house with me. Well, grandma was here till like 7.
Okay.
I think it was 7:30. She left.
Okay.
Kids were here out with me.
Right.
She was at work till 10, I think it was. She got home.
Okay.
9:30, 10 o'clock. She got home.
Okay. And what time did she go to bed?
Me?
No, the girl.
She went to bed probably. Well, I don't know what time she went to bed, but she was. All the kids were in the room by like 9:30.
Okay.
The kids actually were here. Me, Ryder's here. Riker was here. I was there.
Okay.
And she was upstairs.
She went upstairs. That's the last you saw her.
Yeah.
Did you see her leave in the morning?
No, I left 4. I got up 4 o'clock in the morning. Left 5.
Okay.
Go to work.
Where are you working at now?
We hired in Martinsburg doing construction.
Okay.
Andy appeared very nervous during his conversation with the police. Andy told the police that he had gone to work before Riley would have woken up, and her mother Chantel had also left for work early. When the police interviewed friends of Riley, they told them that perhaps Riley was scared of Andy, which is why she hasn't come home. This didn't make much sense because Riley's phone and her purse were both still in her room, and she was never seen without her phone. With little else to go on, the police went back to talk with Andy a second time.
I was going to talk to you with that mom around. Argument here last night,
No.
or I mean the night before, anything, any reason she would leave?
No.
Okay, because the rumor going around, people telling us that she was afraid to come home. I don't know if it's, I mean, you know how people go sometimes, but
No, nothing like that.
okay, so,
She wouldn't have to be her. I mean, they're
right,
they ain't like that. They never like that.
he says nothing. Yeah,
Her mom wasn't even home.
right,
She was at work.
No, you. They said that she got an argument
No,
with you and,
no.
and didn't want to come home.
No.
So, I don't know.
She was her grandma. You can ask her grandma. She was here doing dishes and everything. Her grandma was here till 7:30.
Okay.
Debbie.
Right.
Yeah. Everything's cool.
Anything that
Can help us.
can help
Yeah.
us.
I mean, if I had something to help you, I'd be doing it, brother. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, we're waiting on her to get back now so we can go do this stuff
Okay.
for her and everything.
Sometimes it's part of our process.
Yeah.
When somebody comes missing like this, to ask everybody to take a polygraph
Oh, yeah,
just to make sure. You're good with that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No problem. You know what I mean?
We just have to bring somebody in. So.
Yeah. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything.
All right, good.
Anything
Okay.
else, brother?
I appreciate it.
You know that.
The police scheduled a polygraph test for Andy. The test would come back inconclusive, and the examiner would later find out that Andy was a drug addict and he had been under the influence during the test. After the test was done, the police interviewed Andy again. At first, Andy claimed that he had gone to bed, slept the entire night, and then woke up and went to work. When the police questioned him about this, his story suddenly changed, and he told them he had left on foot around 2 in the morning to go buy more drugs from his dealer.
I'm supposed to drive, but
Yeah, exactly.
at 2:30 in the morning, I don't know what to say. Yeah.
I don't drive. She won't let me drive. I don't drive nothing. She won't let me drive her car at all.
She mad at you?
She's not mad at me. She's mad at me for getting high. She's like, we wouldn't have been out at 2:30 in the morning. And we wouldn't have to be going through these steps. And now we can go back and we search for her right now. And I'm stuck in here for 2 hours. Then she'll be out there looking for her. You know what I mean?
When did you go to work that morning?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock? So you made it back to the house by 4?
Yeah, but literally, I was right there and back. I went there. I was supposed to get up at 4 o'clock. I woke up 2:30 feeling like shit. Couldn't have it.
Okay.
I went and got something that I wanted to get before I left to work at 4 o'clock. Well, I get up at 4 o'clock, leave at 5.
Okay.
I knew she was in there.
I
She
asked
was
you
in bed.
to look at terms of, do you know for a fact?
No, that's why I said no.
Yeah.
That's why I said no, because I
And you
didn't know.
assume she's there.
Yeah, that's why I said no, because
But you also assume she went to her room.
Yes.
You don't know for a fact. Did you go in and talk to her?
I didn't go in
Did
there
you see
and
her
talk to
come
her.
out?
I'm for sure I seen her shut the door and go in her room, but she went in there.
But you're downstairs. How'd you see her shut?
I was upstairs at first. Like I said,
Okay, that's what you've not.
it was all upstairs.
Cleared out.
It was, she did the dishes, then she did the fold the clothes, and then she went to her room. I went downstairs. Ryder and Riker kept on in the room.
The police searched Andy's phone, and they found dozens of phone calls and text messages to a family friend named Don Morgan at 2:30 in the morning. In these messages, Andy appeared very anxious and worried. He said things like, "I need a place to stay for a couple hours, and I have something to talk to you about."
She was on 10:30. I was positive 10:30.
What, I gotta ask you this. What were the texts between you and Don, the guy, Morgan?
Those texts.
Mm-hmm.
It's just was you home? I was going to stop by
Okay, why would you stop by Don's at 2:30 in the morning?
because I was going down. I was getting bad
Right.
closure, and then I seen the cop, and I was walking in that yard.
Okay.
Knocked the door like I was there, so I went walking down the street, but shit was like.
So general police on patrol, you're talking about.
Remember which vehicle it was?
No,
City, deputy,
it was state cop.
Don's up.
State?
I think it was state cop.
Don's up on Ewing Street.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
Okay.
probably what it was. Don's right up there. There's a state cop up there too, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the vehicle right there.
Okay.
you just sort of ditch and wait on the receipt.
Andy claimed that on his way home from picking up his drugs, he saw a patrol car and he was worried he would be arrested. Andy would say that the lights were flashing, but the police were able to confirm that no stops were made around this time.
No, he don't do drugs or nothing. I just seen the cop, and I was wondering, he don't do drugs either. The cop.
You would if you'd met him up to that compliment.
Yeah, I probably would have, but I was just trying to get. I seen the cop car.
One of the texts was something like you need to talk to him about something.
Oh yeah, about the AC. About I talked to him about it. It's Howard, my cousin Howard. He works for Robin. No, that was just an excuse to stop by there. But I saw the cop. That was my excuse.
So you'd already bought in the.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was on you.
It was on me. I seen the state cop car, and I went there. You know.
Even though Andy's midnight drug run was suspicious, it was what he did the next day that would lead police to believe he was their guy. Andy stated that he went to work with 2 other men, and they worked together the entire day. What he didn't tell them was that halfway through the workday, he told his coworkers he had to leave, and he took their work vehicle, which was a green pickup truck. Andy didn't have a license and he never drove, so they found this to be very strange. He also did not return for over 4 hours, and during that time, neighbors claimed that they saw the exact same pickup truck backed up to Andy's home.
First things first, like I already told you, you're here on your own free will. You can leave at any time. You understand that, right? Okay.
I'm Corporal Edwards at the State Police. How you doing? No, not too bad.
Pretty much here to go over. We've probably asked you a million times on some things, and there's some new things.
Yeah.
He knows Berkeley County, I don't.
I can't think of the name of
Taylor?
Tabor Station. Yep, that's it.
Taylor Estates?
The Tabor States, yep, that's it. Yep.
All right. So who's all working that job site? You and is anybody else? Just you two doing?
Just do that day.
Okay. What was your role that day? Like, what's your job duties?
Just, we going in, we're doing trim.
Okay.
The final trim, going in to do shoe mold, base, cabinets, shelving, door handles, all that.
Okay. So y'all do that. Do y'all have a typical lunchtime? Is it like when you feel like it, or
11, 12, whatever we feel like.
right? How long do you normally eat lunch?
About an hour. Roundabouts.
And then you go back to work?
Go back to work.
Or you just stay at the same job site? What time do you normally get home?
I think I got him 5:30. I think I got him 5:30, 6-ish.
Is that what time you got home that day?
Yeah, normal.
Okay. So y'all sound like, just so I understand, you're a tabler, you're doing your thing, you're doing trim, doing all that kind of good stuff. Y'all take your lunch at around 11, 12-ish, something like that.
However we are.
Y'all eat in the truck, like physically inside the cab,
Yeah.
not in the back of the bed or anything like that.
Same cabin.
You packed a sandwich, you said roast beef? I just talked to Johnny, right? You saw him leaving. Okay. Would you be surprised if you told me something completely different?
Maybe.
Okay.
What do you say different?
Okay. This is one of these times you need to really sit down and think about what you're going to say. Okay? Because what you told me is complete opposite of what you just said. Okay? Well, it is. Okay? So do you want to rethink what you just told me? One thing I'm going to not do to you is lie to you. I promise you that. I will never lie to you. I'm not going to make up shit. Okay? Don't do that to me.
I'm not trying to.
Okay, okay. You're not trying to. Let's try this again. Let's go back. I know it's been a couple days. I know a lot has happened. Okay, I get that. I understand that. Let's go back to Wednesday morning. Let's go through this again and tell me what happened.
Andy goes over the story again, saying the same thing, that he never left the job site. The detectives know that he left, and he went to his house and did not return for 4 hours, but they want to make sure Andy is sticking with his lie before they reveal the truth.
I think the rest of the day.
Okay.
I think the rest of the day.
Okay. Were you at that house the entire time fixing the shelves?
No.
Okay. Where were you at?
I was at the other house.
Okay.
I went and got some. I went and got some more drugs.
Okay.
Well, how do they know to randomly meet you in a parking lot?
Well, that day they didn't know to really meet me in the parking lot. I called them that day.
Okay. You're not, listen, bud, you're not being honest. Okay, you're not being honest with us.
I know about the drugs.
Okay. There's a lot you're not
I don't want to give people's names out.
We're not arresting people.
Shot, you know what I mean?
We're not here to arrest anybody for drugs.
drug dealers on this, okay?
Okay.
What I tell you before, Riley, or drug dealers. I would like to hope that in this hand you see your drug dealer friends, and over here is Riley, but yet these people here I want to close up and protect.
Okay. Well, no, I don't want to protect them.
So you're down there for about an hour and a half for him to come, and you get your stuff, you use your stuff, and then you go back.
Good job, yeah.
Okay. And then what happens?
We work the rest of the day.
Okay. And then what happens?
We went home.
Okay. And then what happens?
We got home. The Chantel says Riley's missing.
Okay.
And then all that whole thing's loose.
Okay. What if I told you that I know you weren't at that snow go? And you didn't buy drugs off anybody that day. See what I'm getting at? Okay. We went from this story to this story, now we're gonna get a third story. Okay? This is one of these times you really need to think of what you're telling me. Okay? Because you're not being honest. Remember what I told you about being honest and I'm not gonna just throw shit at you? Okay? I'm not here to do that to you. I'm not gonna insult you in any way, shape, or form. Please don't do that to me. Okay? I know you weren't there. Okay? I know you didn't buy drugs off your cousin, and I know you didn't use them in that parking lot that day. Okay? Where did you go when you left?
Went to my house to get the drugs.
Okay?
I already had them in my house.
Okay?
I already told Chantel.
Okay?
I still want to tell you I had them in my house.
So you left to drive back to get drugs, to come back to your job site. Okay? Where was she at when you went home?
Who?
Chantel.
She's at work.
Okay? So nobody's home at that time?
Nobody.
Okay, where are drugs at in your house when you go back to get them?
Outside.
Where at?
Outside.
Whereabouts outside?
Right there by the, if you go underneath my little, there's a shed, underneath my little porch, there's some beds, frames sitting there, brown bed frames behind there.
Okay. So you go back home, you use your drugs, and then you go back to work, and then what?
That was it.
That was it.
Andy's first story is that he left to meet a dealer at a local gas station, and he had to wait almost 2 hours for him to arrive. Then he changes his story, and he says he went home to get the drugs, and then he went back to work for the rest of the day. This may explain why he was at his house, but why did it take 4 hours? The detective will now present Andy with another piece of evidence. Riley wore glasses, and her glasses were found in her bedroom. The reason the glasses stand out is because if a person with bad eyes left their home, they would usually wear their glasses. This means that Riley was most likely taken out of the home without her consent.
Okay, well, what the hell? So I'm telling you that. Okay, and I'm also telling you she doesn't have glasses on right now. Okay, I'm also telling you that somebody that leaves a house to go somewhere puts the glasses on. Yeah. Okay, which is telling us that she probably didn't leave that house by herself. Okay, the glasses were left there, is what I'm getting at, is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Okay, so why would somebody do that? What would make somebody leave a house and forget something that's, to me, just as vital as a cell phone nowadays?
She would have her glasses on. But she don't leave the house with her glasses on.
Okay, did you see her leave the house?
No.
Then how do you know she had her glasses on?
That's what I'm saying. She would have her glasses on.
That's what I'm getting at. Okay, so for her to leave that house, you know that. You're telling me that she would have her glasses on.
She would.
Okay. So what happened this time that she doesn't have them on?
I don't know. I don't know that she didn't have her glasses on.
You know, do you see where I'm getting at with that? Somebody's not going to put themselves in a situation where they're going to wander out and not have glasses on.
Exactly.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Which makes us believe that, you know, she had some help getting outside.
She should wear her glasses. Well, I don't know.
Right?
She always has glasses. What do you want me to say?
Okay. I'm just telling you the whole part about you being honest.
I'm being honest with you. I've been honest with you. I told you the shit that I didn't even want to tell you.
Okay. You're being somewhat honest. I mean, we're doing some polling to get some information about some drug activity, which to us, I don't even give two shits about. But yet we're having trouble pulling that out of you.
Because I was worried about the people named out there.
Okay, and I told you I don't care about that.
I didn't say that.
You told us about the drug activity, what, 2 nights ago?
I did.
Did I arrest you for it?
I didn't name your names or anything.
Yeah.
What do you and Chantel talk about? What she thinks going on?
Anyway, you don't really know. You just,
And y'all gotta talk a little bit. I don't think, I mean, there's a lot going on, but, you know, what's she telling you?
we didn't really talk crazy much about it. It's been looking.
How'd she feel about you going to get heroin that night?
She was not happy about it.
How'd she feel about you going back to the house and getting cocaine?
She wasn't happy about it.
You know, the further this rolls out, you know, we're doing this, you know she just didn't disappear, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I know there's no way she would have been home by now.
Right, okay. You know, the further along this is, whatever happens, and whoever did this to her, the worse off it gets for that person too.
Yes, hope so.
Okay. So like I said, I know you came in here and you're trying to help the cause, you're trying to talk in, but like, understand we're doing our thing, and the more time that goes on, like I said, she's just not managed.
Yeah, of course, we do that.
And like I said, we're fairly certain she just didn't wander out of the house by herself and took a nature hike somewhere. You know, we're fairly certain that she was basically taken out of that house by somebody. Okay, we have very strong reason to believe that. So like I said, we have a very limited area in your home and a very limited amount of people that come in and out of your house.
Yeah.
Okay. So like I said, she just did nothing disappear.
No, I don't do that.
Yeah, no, nobody does. I'm just, you know, just saying that. She just did nothing disappear and pack her shit and roll out and go. You know, there's certain things, you know, especially with a teenager, to have a phone with her. Maybe she had that with her. Maybe somebody wanted to have that phone with her, so that phone disappeared too. Okay, it's really convenient that her phone's with her and her phone's missing, which is pretty vital for a teenager, all of her communications, and maybe there's hidden communications that somebody didn't want somebody to see, but that phone's conveniently gone now. But yet her glasses are still at the house, and there's other important things at the house that a teenager would take. So like I said, she was probably taken out of that house by somebody.
Yeah, I feel it's something that she was taken, definitely I feel, because she would be home by now. She would leave her mom.
She was taken from that house is what I'm saying. Okay, she didn't wander off. Okay, she just didn't go out and wander down the road at 2 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock the next day. She just didn't do that. Okay, she didn't pack a bag and take her clothes, and take her glasses, and take a cell phone charger, take all of her money. She had most of her money. Someone's gonna go.
Her money was still in the book bag.
Yeah, yeah. So like I said, if someone's gonna run away or do something, they're gonna make a little bit better effort. For a 15-year-old, for a 15-year-old kid, they're gonna at least have the necessities. Would you agree? I agree. Okay, they would have their clothes, they would have their money. They would sure as hell have a cell phone charger with them, and they would sure as hell have their glasses with them. Okay. So with that said, that's why we're getting back to she was taken from that house. Okay, and whoever took her out of that house didn't think to take those important things. Okay, I'm telling you. Okay, you understand what I have to talk to you?
Yeah, I understand. So I talk to me, that's why I'm here. Why I've been here every time you ask me to be here. But I don't do nothing with the kid.
Where is she?
I don't know. If I knew, I would have her home for her mother. But she's starting to get angry, and I don't know what the kid is. If I did, I would have her home. They gotta have a drug problem. That has nothing to do with this case. You know, the way you guys just keep pushing it. It has nothing to do with Rob. My drug problem. It has nothing to do with Rob. Yeah, it sucks. It does fall back. Yeah, I'm her stepdad. I shouldn't be doing drugs. Yeah, I understand all that. But that has nothing to do with Rod missing. You understand what I'm saying? That has nothing to do with Rod being missing. Me doing drugs. I don't understand why you guys keep pushing that.
What has to do with messing with her?
I don't know why she's missing. I have no clue. If I did, we have her home. I mean, we've been looking for the kid, and I'm wasting time being here when I should be out looking for her. You guys should be out looking for her.
Have you been out looking for her?
Yes, we've been out looking for her. We've been everywhere.
Okay, where have you been?
We've been to Caven. We've been to Pool Farm. We've been down this girl Killa today already. We've been up and down through town, all the way down through the cave. We've been everywhere looking for her. Me and her mother, and then me and her grandfather today was out looking for her. Okay. I don't understand why you guys keep bringing drugs up. It doesn't have anything to do with Raleigh.
Well, we both have seen drugs do bad stuff to people.
I've never seen drugs do cause super.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen multiple people be killed over drugs. I've seen
a bad drug deal or something.
I've seen multiple home invasions where people get shot, stabbed.
Yeah, I understand that kind of stuff. But not doing drugs. me doing drugs. I would have kidnapped my kid and
From people
harm
on
her.
drugs. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, I'm not making this up. I'm telling you, this is what I've seen.
I'm telling you right now, no drugs ever gonna make me harm my kids. I've been a drug addict since I was 28 years old. I've never harmed anyone. And I've been through the dirt, been through the shit. I've shot it, I've fucking done it all. And I've never harmed anyone. I've never harmed anyone. You can look at my record. The only thing I never even stole anything to get drugs. I have no criminal record like that. I have a criminal record by selling drugs and then get caught with drugs. Not stealing, not harming people. Never ever in my life have I harmed anyone.
She vanished, but what I'm saying is there's certain things that are just way out of line. The dog is a real big thing to me, okay? Somebody did not come into your home and take her out of that home.
If something happened in that house, that dog would have woke every one of us up.
Exactly, if the person wasn't supposed to be in the
No
house.
matter who it was.
Okay?
If I would have did something wrong, that dog would have woke everybody in the house. That dog will not let anyone harm anyone in that house. If somebody would come in there and do something to me, if one of the kids were trying to harm me in that house, that dog would go off. Even that Chantel, that dog would not let anyone get harmed in that house. No one. Me, Chantel, Riley, Riker, Ryan. None of us, nobody can harm anyone in that house. You're going to harm each other, nobody come in the house and harm you. That dog would not let anything happen to anyone.
All right, unless the incident wasn't a very announced one. You know, I'm not talking about banging shit and slamming tables and yelling and screaming. It could be a very subtle incident where a dog's not gonna pick up on that.
I guess.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying someone coming in and breaking shit and, you know, throwing MFs out and yelling and screaming.
I guess.
But if it's a subtle incident where there's not a lot of commotion, the dog might not pick up on that.
The next piece of evidence they have is that Riley had not only told her boyfriend that she was scared of Andy, but during a FaceTime session with him, she told him that Andy was in her room and she was afraid. The detectives will now present Andy with this information.
What if I told you her last text to her boyfriend was saying, don't talk, because she still has the FaceTime on? Andy's in here. I'm afraid.
That's what it said.
What if I told you that?
I would say that's crazy.
100%.
I would say that's crazy. There's no reason Riley would ever be scared of me. She never was scared of me, ever.
I can put my hand on the Bible and tell you I saw those texts today.
Well, I like to see him because I know Riley ain't scared of me. I know she ain't.
Not only that, she said you were in here and she was in her bedroom because the FaceTime was still on.
I was never in her room.
That's not what she's saying.
I don't know. I was never in her room. I don't go in her room. Once in a while, I'll go in her room, but not hardly ever.
Then why would she say that?
I don't know. Unless she wasn't in her room. She might have been in my room doing folding clothes at that point.
No, this is way past your 9:30 time frame.
I was downstairs at after 9:30, so
Andy, I'm not lying to you.
I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know. I was not in the room, for one. And for two, the kid's not scared of me. There's no reason for her to be scared of me. I've been there in her life for 1.5 years. Taking care of her, giving her these
But
needs.
what we're saying, like, I get that, and I hear you, but what we're saying is that's what she's saying. So obviously to her, she's afraid of something. I hear what you're saying, like, I don't understand it, I don't get it, and I totally get that, but for some reason she is, and she's saying that, and I told you that a while back.
There's no way. There's no way you can ask your mother. Her mother will tell you that it's not true. There's no way.
I'm telling you, I read that with my own eyes today.
I don't know. I know.
So you see where that puts us?
Yeah, I understand, but the kid's not scared of me. I don't understand how you guys can say that. That she's not. That's your grandmother. That's your mother.
That's what she is saying.
She's saying, that's why we're saying that. We don't know what goes on behind closed doors when, you know, you and Chantel are there, or Chantel and Riley are there, or all three of you are there, or just you and Riley, or Riley and the two kids. You know what I'm saying? We're not behind closed doors. We don't know, situations, who does what. We don't know, okay? But obviously, in her mind, she's afraid of you.
No.
Would you agree it doesn't make sense?
It doesn't make sense at all.
So does she have any reason to say that?
No.
And why would she say that?
Oh, no.
Is she vindictful towards you? Does she
No.
hate you?
No. She don't hate me. She She loves me.
That's what I'm asking you. I don't know that. Does she argue with you?
No, ever. We have
She never cuss at you, curse you out, nothing?
Never, nothing. In a year and a half, nothing.
Okay, so it sounds like to me she does love you so heartedly.
Yes.
Okay, so why would she say that
I
then?
don't know. In a year and a half, we have not had one conflict.
Okay.
Me and the boy, yeah, we have.
Okay, but there's never been anything, like you said, a year and a half or the last several weeks, several
Nothing.
months, several
Nothing.
days, nothing that's, you're like, oh yeah, I forgot about that one time she wanted this and I told her no. Maybe she got mad and she's,
Nothing.
you know, her age and she blows it out of proportion.
Not that I can say I know, if I remember.
Okay.
But you see where that puts us, right?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you guys are. I'm not mad that you guys are doing your job.
I mean, that's the last message he has from her.
I'm not mad that you guys are doing your job. I know you're doing your job, but there's nothing I can think of.
Because, I mean, her messages are deleted. You deleted all your messages, you know. But he still has this, and that's the last thing we have.
I don't know.
I mean, you want us to do our job. That's what we're doing.
I'm asking you your job. I'm not mad. You guys don't know. Guys, I think it's a little pissed off, but nothing. There's nothing I can think of. Oh, she would be mad at me for, or she would be upset at me, or scared of me, or anything with me.
He didn't go in that room?
No.
I mean, she still had FaceTime on too.
Okay, well, I wasn't in that room.
Before they let Andy go, they ask him for his shoes so they can run some tests on them. Andy doesn't like this, and he makes sure to let them know.
All right, Andy. I want to know if you can get your shoes up.
My shoes?
Yeah.
You gonna give me a pair to wear?
Well, do you have another pair?
No, it's the only pair of shoes I got.
It's the only pair. You don't got no more
Take
to
the
have?
fucking shoes, guys. Take the shoes.
You want me to take you home?
No, I'll walk home with no shoes.
All right. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Is that door locked? All right, check. He told me to take him home and take his shoes.
Oh, okay.
The police believe that Andy had gone to his home to pick up the body and dispose of it somewhere else. For the next week, the police found a trail of surveillance footage of Andy's green truck from the moment he left his home to his final destination over 28 miles away. The police began searching the area near the last time the green truck was seen, and just off a dirt road, they would find Riley's body. Not only did they find her body, but next to it, they found bolts that matched the same ones found in Andy's tool belt. And they also found sheetrock dust that was also found all over the back of the green truck. Just in case Andy's lawyers wanted to claim that it was not him driving the truck, the police also had footage of Andy entering a gas station near where the body had been found at the time it would have been disposed of. Needless to say, Andy was charged and convicted of first-degree murder. He will be spending the rest of his life in prison. Thank you for watching this video. Please share your thoughts in the comments below. This is 43-year-old Amber Herons. Back in 2020, Amber was arrested in connection with the murder of 53-year-old David Letty. Amber was one of many homeless drug-addicted females that would exchange sexual favors to be allowed to live in David's home. According to the arrest report, police believed Amber shot and killed David after he attacked her son Xavier with a baseball bat.
Amber?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm Detective Showmaker.
How are you?
Good. Anything?
Do you have soda?
Soda. Check what kind of soda you want.
Coke.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about a homicide that happened in June, the middle of June, okay? Before I do that, I can get some of your personal information. How many kids do you have?
4. What's the difference between first degree and second degree?
Oh, first degree, a lot has to do with premeditation.
Okay.
Do you know what you brought up here on?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what you brought up here on.
I'm brought up here on, which one are we talking about? Drugs or
No,
murder?
the other one, murder.
Oh, okay. I'm brought up here for questioning on the murder
Do you know what murder we're talking about then?
of David Letty.
Okay. Okay. Now, how do you know David Letty? Or how did you know David Letty?
I met David Letty through Stephanie Warren, who was a friend of mine. I've seen Dave in a psychotic rage. He's always got enemies. Dave has people after him all the time. He's always in confrontation because he does, fucked up shit to people. He's done so much shit to me. He's done so much shit to my son. No one will help Dave work no more. No one would, because he will not pay you. He will just put you through the most. I had to put gas in the car to get to the jobs and buy him cigarettes, and he never paid me back. And then he will start shit. He went around, I don't know these rumors that are going around about me and my son doing crimes together locally. I don't understand that. There's no way in hell I would do a crime with my son. I'm not saying I haven't and I wouldn't. I'm telling you the truth. I have no reason to lie to you. Honestly, if you come and ask me a question, I'm going to tell you the truth about it. Because I just feel like, even if I'm wrong, that makes me right with God, you know what I'm saying? David beat my son with a bat almost to death. His arms were swollen twice the size of his body. And he more or less crawled to the quick shop to call me. David did not like any other men at the house because he wanted to be like Hugh Hefner or something, because they're all females.
Amber begins by creating a narrative where David was not only immoral, but he was also a very angry, unstable man. Amber also claims that David was a con man who had many enemies everywhere.
We know by everything that we've done on this case so far, we know this is that this stemmed from was him, his confrontation with Xavier in a bat.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep.
We understand that. Who were you with during this night, early morning hours, I guess you could say, that died?
I was with Stephanie and Ashley and Rob.
Now this happens in the morning, in the early morning
Yes.
hours, about 3:30 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I understand before that, during the night before that, I guess you could say that you and Stephanie are out kind of catting around.
Yeah.
What are you guys out doing?
Buying a bag of dope.
Okay. You guys go to what side of town for that?
Yes, we did.
You're talking about meth?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When Amber is asked why she went into town, she admits it was for drugs. Amber believes that if she is honest about the little things, the detective will believe her about the big ones. Amber continues telling her story about what happened the night David was murdered.
What did you guys do with that dope?
Well,
I hate to be Captain Obvious here, but where did you go? Where did you take it somewhere? Use it there?
yeah, we went straight to Dave's house, and Dave wasn't home yet. And
Was it just you 4 or you 5 there? Xavier, Stephanie, Ashley, Rob, and you?
hold on. It seems like Shauna might have been in one of the rooms. I don't know if you know the layout of the house, but it's 7-Eleven. I think Shauna
Looks
might.
like kind of like the Brady Bunch house.
It does, doesn't it?
It's in that era.
It is. It so much is. Very much so. And so does Shauna. Shauna looks like Three's Company, the girl at Three's Company. She does. Yeah, I think she might have been in her room. Sometimes she go in there and shut the door, and you don't know if she's there or not. But like I said,
Is that the one with the padlocks on it?
yes,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Is she hiding in there, or is she just trying to keep people out?
Other people's stuff she steals.
No.
Yeah. So, she may or may not have been in there at that moment, but, I think we come back once or twice before throughout the night, we were there like twice, so at what given point, she may or may not have been there, I'm not aware. But as far as I'm understanding or seeing, it was just us, myself, Stephanie, Xavier, Rob, and Ashley. And they wanted to go to the casino. We didn't really want to go, but at the end, she had already promised them going, so we went. Okay, so I called Dave on speakerphone. I said, did you hit my son with a bat? He said, yes, I did. I said, okay, well, get that bat ready, because when I get there, I'm going to rock you. He said, okay, I'm ready. And that's what happened. We get there, he runs up, runs in my face, and he's like sizing me up and shit, and I'm just standing there. And Stephanie goes in on him. She's in there face to face, and they're kind of like wrestling around, and not throwing blows, but you know how you do that chest, like whatever, you know what I'm saying? Just kind of screaming and spitting. She's like, you let all these bitches come and tell them they can't go back, kick them out for bigger stuff, and then let them come right back in, don't say nothing to them. And he's like, that nigger's never fucking allowed here again, that fucking nigger is never allowed here. And she's like, that's it, shoot him. She kept telling me, shoot him, just shoot him. And she kept saying, I'm like, Stephanie, stop. I'm like, I'm trying to talk to Dave. Dave, why did you hit my son with a bat? At this time, I don't know where my son's at, because we went looking for him first when we got in town. He's not there. Nobody's seen him. We were looking for him for 45 minutes. Mom was in the back worried about getting something to eat. I'm like, I had not heard from my son for 4 days after that. I didn't know if he crawled off somewhere, died. He hit the dog with a bat. And this is just based, I've still not seen my son. I don't know where my son is. I don't know if he's okay. I don't know what, he said his arms were swollen twice the size of his body. And he's like, yeah, and he did that to my windshield, I'm calling the police. I said, okay. We're both calling the police at the same time, because you tell me how he crawled away from here with broken arms and put that to the windshield. That looked pretty heavy. You know what I'm saying? You did that because I called you and told you I'm on my way, and you know I'm going to get with you, and that's just that. He knows it. I'm tired. I was tired of Dave. Dave is psychotic crazy. I swear to God he is. So we get there, and like I said, he ran up on me 3 times, and I took a couple steps back, or he has fist clenched and shit, and he was really sizing me up, because I just knew any given second he was going to take off on me. And Stephanie got in the way, and she just couldn't remember her hollering to shoot him. Well, the last time he ran up on me, and he said he was going to get his bat so he could do me like he did my son. I shot him.
Amber admits that she is the one who shot David, but she only did it in self-defense.
I didn't know what he was going to do, and I know what he's capable of. Like I said, I see him pull a knife on Stephanie, and I don't know if my son's alive right now. And I might be wrong, but I don't regret it, because my son didn't deserve that.
So Xavier calls you at the casino. You hear about this casino. You guys are leaving. And correct me if I get this wrong. And Xavier calls you, tells you that David beat him with a bat. He's at the quick shop.
Mm-hmm.
I can hardly breathe, you said.
Yeah.
Sounds very like he's hurt.
Yeah.
Anybody correct in saying that?
Yeah.
So you guys roll up to Wichita. During that time, do you have conversation with David?
You do?
What's you and David's conversation like? You have a phone call or a text message or what?
I texted him first and asked him. I think I tried to call first, and he went to voicemail, so I texted him asking him if he beat my son with a bat. And
Hello?
I don't remember if he texted that yes or not, but I do know that.
Hey, JG. I've got a rating. Okay. I officially rate this this video that we're beholding as retarded. This video is retarded.
Which part of it? Like what do you mean? I mean, if you're gonna call something retarded and you don't have an answer, I mean, who's retarded?
Well, I'm semi-retarded. I confess that right off the bat.
Well,
But
do you have an explanation that's not retarded?
what's not retarded?
Do you have an explanation of why this is retarded that is not retarded?
Yeah, I just think it's actually what might be called view bait. This video is just a convenient video to entertain an imaginary audience. It's view bait. And
Are you talking about me though?
no, I'm talking about the video.
No, but the bait has to be the person running the channel or the video.
Well, I have no idea who's published this video, but
so that's all. It's just limited to bait. Someone's life story, life sentence is just limited to bait. Why?
no, the publisher of this video has published it for as bait, as to get clicks, to make money, to get famous, to
How do you know all that?
I don't know. I don't claim knowledge. That's just what I've surmised.
Is it based on any knowledge? What you've
Yeah.
surmised?
Yeah.
What knowledge is it based on then? Because I'm not sure what you're saying.
Knowledge of YouTube.
Okay, knowledge of YouTube has led you to believe that this video is limited to clickbait for someone to make money.
Yeah. Now, why are you playing it? You're playing it for a similar reason as.
Oh, here we go. There it is. There it is. I brought that up first. That you're pointing to me. Then you tried to dissuade me that you weren't, and now you're back to pointing to me. You're almost like the defendants in these videos. You have to ask different questions and ask them in different ways. See if you get different answers. I mean, you're right there with her, buddy.
Well, you're certainly quick to rate an interlocutor.
You came in with a rating, and
you've been triggered to rate an interlocutor. First, you publish the link, and then you get an interlocutor in, and then you're quickly triggered to rate them. Yes, I see. Yes.
Okay, Tommy. Well, if there's any other comments, I'll pause it for you. Otherwise,
thank you so much. Thank you.
The people in the car that known him for 20 years just swore he wouldn't do that. And I'm telling you right now, he would do that much, 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 much more, and has. I guarantee it. I'll put my life on it. And I called him speakerphone for everybody in the car. And I said, did you hit and beat my son back? Yes, I did. Get to that ready, I'm gonna rock you when I get there. And it was intent when I said I was gonna beat his ass, because I know I can. I've been doing a lot for a long time, and I was gonna beat his ass, but I seen the psychotic rage he was in, and I wasn't sure if I was gonna be able to. And then when he threatened me, that is just a weapon as a gun is. I know people have died from bats. My son is a kid. He's homeless. I have nowhere to go. He didn't deserve that. Now he don't have his phone still. He don't have his backpack. He's been out here. I don't know where he's at. I did not talk to him for 4 days. I thought he was dead.
When he's up in your face, when do you decide I'm gonna shoot this guy?
I wanted to the whole time. No, I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to the whole time because.
Why do you want to shoot?
Because I didn't know if my son was dead or alive, and I did not. I just felt my heart went out to my son.
You thought about it. You wanted to the whole time.
I thought about it.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought about shooting people too, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's an initial thought a person has. It's natural. You know what I'm saying? You're in the midst of all of this, and I'm not gonna lie. I was probably high. I know, in fact, I was high because we smoked a bowl before we left. But now, does that make one's mind think irrationally? I don't believe it does, because I felt as though I held my position and allowed him to do the most, and until he threatened my life as well. And which I didn't know he turned around on me what he was gonna do.
When does he talk, or what does he say to you again about doing something to you?
He said, I'm gonna go get the bat and do you like I did your son.
Does he ever touch you?
Yeah, when he ran up on me, he, like I expressed, like, you know, his fist clenching, like, bumped me with his shoulder, and he's all up in my face, and I had to do this so he didn't touch my face, you know. But he never full hit me, you know, but yeah, he touched me, yeah.
Just with his chest?
His chest, his shoulder, his, you know, and then he went back and do that with his arm. Yeah, I didn't know what Dave was gonna do.
What do you mean, what he was gonna do?
Well, he was walking back, he was going back towards the house to get his bat. And like he said, as he was walking back, and then he turned around to do one last run up on me. I shot him. I shot one time, once. I did not overkill him. I aimed and I shot. When I aimed, it was gonna hit him right here. But he went to, when he went to do that turn, that like little whatever, run back on me, whatever, and went turn a little back, I think he might hit him like right there.
With Amber's confession out of the way, the detective has been analyzing her story to see if what she did was murder or self-defense. When Amber finishes her statement, it's the detective's turn to present all the evidence they have against her and call her out for her many lies.
But I can't ask her to stop saying that. But
Pause.
so they're doing this and arguing and shit, and then he come to run up.
Do you give her credit for not overkilling him?
Oh, hey, Peter. Sorry, I was a little distracted.
Oh, okay. It was just I was just making what I thought was a funny remark, but go ahead.
She's saying that she just killed him and the right amount. Type of
She
thing.
literally said I didn't overkill him or anything.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, got to take what you can get, I guess. Damn, it's rough.
Another time, and he ran towards me, and that's when he shoulder bumped me or whatever, and then he's like hurrying back to the house. He's like, I'm gonna get the bed, do you like I did your son? And he's trying to do one last like run up or whatever. And
Where's he at when you shot him?
right here on the porch, right by the porch.
Okay, and you're still
But
standing there?
he kind of entered the doorway and turned around and went, you know, yeah.
Well, here's some concerns I have about this. I knew beforehand you were probably going to come in here and say something similar to that, or you weren't here, or you weren't there at the time. You're telling me that David's the one that's pissed off, and we've interviewed Stephanie. We understand what this is about.
Mm-hmm.
It's about Xavier being over the house he's not supposed to because he stole from David, and that's what we're told from everybody.
Yeah, but he was allowed to for a couple weeks, and he was cool for a couple weeks after that. And then all of a sudden it changed. So, no.
Well, irregardless, this stemmed over from Xavier being there when David wasn't there. And then something happens. Xavier, I've talked to him, and he's not being honest with me, or he's not being forthcoming with information.
You talked to him?
Oh yeah.
Is he okay?
He's fine. That's some concerns I have there. He's fine. He says I wasn't injured.
Yeah. He will say, he will do that. He will.
Well, I checked him out. I didn't see any bruises, anything of that nature. So irregardless, I don't know what Xavier says to you on the phone, besides what you tell me, okay? Because Xavier, he's not being forthcoming with that.
He's scared.
Well, Xavier didn't kill anybody, okay?
I did.
Right, but so I don't understand why, if he's got more to say, then he wouldn't tell me that. But regardless, he's had his chance, and he didn't. So what I do know, though, I don't know what he told you, okay? I know that you're obviously pissed off at the casino.
Oh, yeah. At the casino, I was
And quite honestly, if my son or daughter called and says somebody beat them with a bat, I would be pissed off too. I couldn't agree with him more. But the problem I have is here, you're telling me that David's all fired up. Now, I know when you guys arrived there that David is outside on his front porch. He I know some people go inside and what they hear is an argument. They don't hear, they do hear an argument. They know David was kind of hot, started kind of yelling when you guys arrived. But what they hear more than anything is you yelling, and I can tell.
Stephanie. It was Stephanie.
Well, they know Stephanie and they know you, or they just, yeah, they know Stephanie and they know you. But here's the problem I have. You told me that David was the one wound up, but when I look at these text messages in David's phone, so here's just kind of basically what we do is download phones.
Yeah.
And it gives us the content. So basically we got this program where I punch your number in there and it gives me all the calls and text messages between you and David.
Mm-hmm.
So what it did is kind of cut this out, okay? And there's a missed call there from you to him. Then there's one from him to you. Or I'm sorry, you called him again and talked for 34 seconds. And then there's one to you from him. Right there. And that's at 2:49 hours.
Text.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And these things he spoke over the phone, over the voice call right here on speakerphone.
Right.
As well, yeah.
And I obviously can't get all the facts from that, all the details from that, but I can get from the text. He's telling you to cool down. He wasn't injured. He was asked repeatedly to leave, and it wouldn't, so I helped him along. Now, I'm not trying to judge. Well, and I'm not trying to judge what David did to him.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's right or that's wrong, but what you're telling me, you were the cool one there, but when I look at these text messages, you were pissed.
Oh, yeah, in the text, in this time, you didn't ask me about, this
David
time I was livid.
David is the cool one in this text
Because
message.
he knows he fucked up. But see, right here, initially at the casino, yes, I was heated. My son just got off the phone with me and told me about it. Yes, I was heated. And he's trying to justify his, David's not dumb. David's not dumb by far. He's a very highly intelligent man. Okay. And he knows. He knows how to cover he knows. Yeah, I was livid then.
There's things in this case that I can prove and things that obviously are up to interpretation by other people, such as yourself and the other 4 people.
Yeah, I just told you I killed somebody. Why would I lie about any factors within it? I wouldn't.
To make it look better for yourself.
How? It's wrong, no matter how it looks.
You think it's wrong that you shot him?
Well, I think murder is wrong regardless, but why did I have to be pushed to that? Do you see what I'm saying? I think everyone's allowed to protect themselves for a reason. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Why would I hold out for so long? Why would I allow him to at least make way to the fucking door to get it back and tell me that?
And you also say, I'm going to rock you guys.
That's damn right.
And you
said that.
Okay. So that seems like you're taking the fight to him.
Oh, well, yeah, I was going to beat him up. I told you that. I was going to beat him up. I had no intentions initially of using that gun because I thought I could beat him up until I seen this psychotic rage he was in.
Then why do you get out of the car with that gun?
For my protection in case I needed it. I seen they pull a knife on Stephanie going down the road while he was driving.
But you're the one who's going to kick his ass in these messages.
Yes, but if you, think about this. Have you ever had to fight someone that's psychotic, like just out of their fucking mind crazy?
Yes.
Okay, and you're gonna have to put in work to do that. I'm old and tired. I'm tired of this shit. Okay, I have had to do that. And
you don't take your person to the casino because we got to do that. But you bring it out for that.
Yes, I did for my protection. I did. But if I was coming just straight to come kill him, I would not even brought the purse. I just took the gun out and just went up to him and shot him. I didn't do that. And I shot one time. I'm not saying that it makes it better. I'm not saying it makes it any more right. I deserve to pay for it. But I think the factors apply that, I have a right.
Okay.
I didn't know if my son was okay. You think I want to go through this? You do?
No, I'm sorry if you interpreted that. No.
You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what it's like to remember your life, all your life.
Well, obviously, Amber, I have not lived in your shoes. I have not lived in David's shoes. People we talked to said David was a great guy. He was kind of an asshole sometimes, but he was a good guy. But that's, you're saying different. I don't know. I mean, it's one of them things, I don't know David, so I can't
He
comment
had a
on
guy
it.
out looking for him named G.I. Joe that wanted to kill him. He had several other people. He's even said on the news he had confrontations all the time. He's always in some shit.
Yeah, let's get back to this case anyway.
Always. I'm
But-
easy to get along with.
Well, the problem is, people there are hearing you two argue, and then he gets shot.
Listen,
What they don't hear during an argument is,
her say kill him 500 times?
well, they don't hear that, and then they don't hear, I'm gonna get my bat and do the same shit that you did to your son. Now, does he open the door? Does he open that front door?
Well, they had looked out one time, and I believe closed the door, but the door, yeah, I think he did open the door. He did open the door.
Was the door open when you shot him? Do you remember?
The door was open when I shot him, yeah, he had opened the door. Yes, the door was open when I shot him. It was. But it had not been open the whole time.
Where were you aiming when you shot him?
What do you mean? At him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because you got sights on that gun,
No, I don't.
It's just the end of a gun, are you kind of aiming that way, or you just like point aiming, or how you doing it? But what are you shooting for? What area of the body?
Right.
His head? Okay. He's telling you he's going to he's told you he's going to do the same thing he did to your son.
Yes.
Did he say he's going to beat your ass with a bat or do
No,
the
he
same
didn't say
thing?
none of that. No,
He just said
same thing.
same thing that I did to your son?
That's right.
So you assume at that time that,
I know the bat's behind the door.
how do you know that that's
Because it's there all the time. He has one behind the door and one behind the couch. I know it there every day. Been there. I help him do lots of jobs, and I know where the bat's at. He shot someone before. He's
I'm
not.
sorry,
but
JG.
it's probably
Hey,
Ashley and Rob because they
JG.
just got back.
Hey, I was not being forthright with you. Yes, I called the video retarded that you were playing it. You know, and then I backed off of it, but you were right. I did
Okay. Well,
call you retarded for playing the video, and it was out of frustration. It was like I sat here for 3-4 minutes, you know.
okay.
And,
Well, that's fine. 25 push-ups. You're good.
You forgive me though, don't you?
25 push-ups. Yes, I forgive you. Can you do 25 push-ups?
Your audio is stuccoing.
Oh, is it?
Try again.
How is it now? You said it was stuccoing?
Yeah, or some type of anomaly. Maybe it's on my end. It might be all those lead-based chips, lead-based paint chips I've ingested over the years, I guess.
Check it out. Hold on.
When was the debate between Ace and Will? When was that?
Well, they weren't having any formal debate, but Will was pressing Ace a little bit, and I critiqued it for about a half hour. You came in at the end, bringing the law. There was some. I ended at an interesting spot, though. There were some certainty claims being made. It's pretty interesting. I wondered if Peter had seen it. So the volume's good now?
Yeah, it seems to have improved the last 10 seconds.
Okay. I guess I'm just going to push through this video and then...
Yeah, there's something. Let's look at that video you were talking about. Want to?
Yeah, we just have like 5 more minutes here, so I might as well just...
Okay, sure.
I can do that.
Sure, of course.
Back from hell, I don't know how long years. I don't know. He's very, very. He does help people, but not without cost.
Okay, let's get back to this. Okay, so he keeps going around behind the door, on the front door there, and behind the couch.
Yes.
He's facing you. Is it at a point in time, just so I can understand, that he just threatens to do to you what he did to your son again, and that's when you make the decision to shoot, and he's facing you at that time?
Yes, because he had already hurried to the porch and was going inside, and I know it was a matter of around the door, and he's got the bat, okay? He didn't, maybe I should have waited till he had the bat and came at me then too, but I was scared. At that point, I was scared because I've never been beat with a bat, and all I knew was once he had that bat and was coming at me, that it was gonna inevitable that one of us was going to get hurt, and I'm tired of being one.
What did you think that he was gonna? What did you think he was gonna do?
Once he got that bat, he was gonna come. The 3 times he ran up on me in the rage and little whatever confrontation that shit was, I guarantee you he was gonna hit me with that bat. There's no doubt in my mind. None. I wasn't allowing that. And you can hate me for it.
Okay.
I'm telling the truth.
So you shot him because of what he did to your son?
Because what he was going to do right then and get that bat to do me like he did my son.
Okay.
That is the only time I bared that gun.
But you had thought about it before that?
Of course, and the argument, yes, and I remain calm on my dad's grave. I was not hollering at him. That was him and Stephanie nonstop. In fact, I couldn't get a word in sometimes afterwards. Stephanie was, if you knew her, she just, she didn't even know I got out the car the night he pulled the knife on her. Because she was so bad. She called me 10 minutes later, when'd you get out? I don't know. I can't tell you. I can't make things up or add to or take nothing away. All I have is what it is.
Once again, we have a murder suspect claiming self-defense. Yet when their victim is killed, not only do they hide the murder weapon, but they also go on the run for several weeks. Amber can claim self-defense, but in reality, because she hid the weapon and ran, she knows what she did was not considered self-defense.
Did you know we were looking for you?
I had an idea you were looking for me when I was over at AJ's, and you guys were getting ready to run up in there. And I just wanted to call you guys at one point and say to call if you're elite team because I'm too old for this shit. You guys all but walked over me. So many times I just barely...
Were you there when we served the search warrant?
I was there when you were pulling up. I watched you guys pull up with your lights off. I was out. I was sneaking away, running.
Well, AJ's us over on Green, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Officers I know went there and talked to him about coming in and searching for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Were you there then?
I was not inside. I was there right before you guys came up.
Where were you at?
I was in the house for a couple hours before that, and then I ran out the back and hopped fences and hid under a car, and then I slept under a porch a few blocks away. Right before the overpass, where you can walk across the overpass.
Were you there when we came back during the daytime?
I was watching you guys while you watched his house. Right on Keller Drive, kind of like where the overpass that you can walk across. Like I was there. I seen the car you guys watching, and I hurried past.
So you were in the backyard when you saw us pull up and you slipped out?
Yeah, no, I was in the house when you guys were coming, and then I was in the backyard, and I had jumped the back fences, and then I was up under a van when you guys were coming from the 1 block over with your lights off and shit. When you're in this position, you don't know what you might, you know what I'm saying? You're scared. I wanted to come back and talk to you guys, and then just the fear overrode because, because I can justify my actions don't mean that you guys think they were justified.
You think looking back on it now, reviewing it, do you think that you should have shot him? What about then? When you hear the moment, do you think you should have shot him, or did you think after that you fucked up?
I think I should have. No, my son's okay though. I shouldn't have. Now that I know my son's okay, I shouldn't have shot him.
In the end, Amber would be charged with second-degree murder, and the case would go to trial, where she would be found guilty. The prosecution was able to show the jury that not only was Amber not in any danger, but she also had the ability to leave the situation. After the jury found her guilty, Amber was sentenced to 16 years in prison, followed by 3 years of probation. What are your thoughts on this case? Was Amber justified in what she did,
Okay, Tommy, were you saying you wanted to watch Ace and William fresh, or you actually want me to replay the critique and you want to comment on top of that?
Tell you what, let's flip a coin.
That's how we make all important decisions.
It's one way.
Shall I go to work today? Shall I go to court today?
Leave it up to chance.
We could cast lots or what do they call it? Throw a fleece out on the grass like one of the Old Testament prophets.
Well, I mean, it's probably better just to think this one through. It'll only take a second. I can replay me critiquing it, but then, or we could just replay it.
Yeah, replay it. Yeah, not critique the critique.
Because I'm here, I can say anything I need to say while I'm here, so it won't be me twice. In other words,
right? Be 3 times. Yeah, I hear you. Sounds good. The first one.
All right, hold on.
Hey, JG, sorry to ask a technical question, but does StreamYard automatically make it the video title instead of the link? Because it keeps changing it to the video title instead of the link when I try to send it in StreamYard chat.
No, the chat won't work because you don't have a wrench, but you can put something in the back room.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. I'm trying to put it in the private chat, and it keeps translating into a title instead of the link.
No, it should work, as far as I know. Or Tommy, do you know the answer to that? Maybe if you don't have a wrench, does that prohibit you from private chat linking for some reason?
If one doesn't have a wrench in the side chat, one can't post links.
Right, but the private chat.
Let's see. What, here inside?
Private.
Here? Yeah. Here.
Yeah, put a link in there and see if it works for you.
Yeah, no, I did try to do it, and it translated it to the video title. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm just going to Tommy do it.
It processed it.
I don't know about that.
Well, that's about the extent of my understanding about that.
That's fair enough. I just was confused. I didn't expect it to do that. I mean, YouTube chat makes sense because they're usually pretty strict on that.
I think, sir, my name's St. Tommy of God in Christ Jesus. It's good to make your acquaintance. Could I ask your name?
Yeah, my name is Wepwalwet. It's an Egyptian name.
All right. You can take a peek at my countenance real quick if you'd like.
Oh, nice. I don't have a webcam on this computer, so I can't really do that. But...
Okay. It's a powerful thing for a son of God to reveal his face.
Yeah, that's fair.
To reality, Yes. It's a powerful thing. Yeah, I heard you earlier. I think talking with JG.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have some opinions on that.
Oh, you guys are advanced intellectuals sometimes, specialized processors.
You don't have to inflate my ego that much. I appreciate it, though.
Yeah.
Christian boys that we have to deal with, right? Why do they have to be known as a Christian? Why do they have to defend Christianity? And so I was just exploring the thought that, they're more into the collective than the individual.
Are you saying it's a social club?
It is, yeah, to be sure.
Yes, it is. Yeah. And it is because they're very fake when they're around each other. They have church face and they do the church handshakes and the church pats on the back and they pretend to care about each other's lives, but they don't. That's just what you do when you're in church. As soon as you leave, you probably could catch them talking shit about the same people that they were just hugging and promising they'd help, criticizing their life choices and what brought them to that point where they needed help.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cade, he was, a pastor.
Yeah,
Yes.
how does Will know what they think?
Well,
What is
yeah.
he psychic? Has he been all over the United States and
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair
All the
point.
children of God, yes.
Yeah, he just generalized that, all the churches of the world there somewhat, didn't he?
Yeah, did he mean 51%? Most. Yeah.
Of a megachurch, and he says that exactly, that as he and his wife would be driving to church arguing like hell, and as soon as they got into the parking lot, they put on the smiley face and they were all lovey-dovey with each other for showman's sake.
That sounds horrible.
It gets to be disgusting.
Yeah. But anyway, I was thinking that, this journey of faith, from my own experience, it leads you out of the Christian church, because the Christian church is filled with non-performing characters.
What does he mean by that, Tommy?
I don't know. It sounds subhuman almost, like gingers or something.
Wait.
And so
he's describing his experience with the body of Christ, and he calls them what?
NPCs,
non-player. What are they? Asleep at the wheel or zombies?
Yeah, in a sense, non-player characters.
Yeah.
The guys in the background in Grand Theft Auto, something like that.
They're automatrons or angels in disguise, maybe.
Coincidentally, that's his philosophy. That's how he paints humanity, doesn't he? Because they're not responsible for their behavior, being puppeteered. So he's got everyone as an NPC, but now he's doing a description of Christians as only NPCs.
Gosh.
Journey of faith is kind of
true. That's crafty. If God has, main players, and then he has, what are they, NPCs running around here,
I mean, he has vessels of honor and vessels of dishonor. We can learn in the scriptures. But
if that's true, I feel deceived a little bit, or hoaxed by God. If it's true that some of these human beings running around here are NPCs.
That wouldn't be God. That would be Ace making the claim, right?
Well, if it was God, though, let's say
you're not getting the two confused, are you?
I have trouble with ego boundaries when it comes to being in Christ Jesus. Yes, I do.
From my experience, anyways, it's the individual versus the collective type thing, which is one of my favorite movie plots.
It feels like you're talking about branding. Are you kind of describing them as branding themselves under the Christian name to be affiliated with the divine brand like Nike, but it's Jesus?
Right. Yeah. The collective is.
But isn't it interesting how Will is able to undercut Ace as he undercuts Christianity? Does Ace not pick up on that? Hey, Peter, welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, Will is in there making fun of Jesus all the time. Well, Ace is all about the cross, so he gets to undercut Ace and Christianity at the same time. So Will's in a good spot, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't mind him. No, I don't mind him cutting one of the 8 million Christianities, or however many there are that are walking the earth. But if he's going to cut down Jesus, that ain't honorable. And Will ought to put the squash on that kind of childish.
You're saying it like you didn't realize that's his position. Like, if he's doing that, I'm not for that. Like, is this new to you?
Yes, of course. It's
new.
Okay. I don't think that's indicative of his position. I just don't think it's honorable. And Will Freeman's got no business cutting down the Lord Jesus Christ. And he knows that deep in his heart. That is not honorable. Cut down Christianity? Yeah, well, who wouldn't? there's nothing like another man's religion that needs reform, but cutting down the Lord. Remind me the next time I see Will to chide him for that. That's not good.
It's more important than the individual. That's why we're going to burn Michael Servetus at the stake with green wood.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah, that was John Calvin, right?
That's right.
A hero of the Christian church, right?
Yeah, and Servetus was a universalist and a Unitarian.
That's why JiL likes to throw that in your face, right?
Yeah.
That's what Jesus would do. I imagine Jesus would be like, "Yeah, we killed that guy that thinks like you."
Now, these brothers are commiserating. They are commiserating using rationale and labels, and it's a form of healing gossip. You know, they're bantering back and forth, and they're kind of saying stuff and confessing stuff and rating stuff, and they're commiserating using rationale, and it's a healing process.
What do you think is being healed?
Well, they have certain conundrums within their minds, and they perceive all other people on the internet kind of as like straw men. Say they go and find a straw man and interlock. Yep. And then sometimes they commiserate together based on some type of vague gripes or injuries or
resentments,
conundrums. Yes, resentments, conundrums, grudges. I surmise that both of them have, of which most all of us have in the YouTube community, but these two rascals have religious PTSD. You know, they have.
So you're not interested in content as much as diagnosing them.
I beg your pardon?
You're not interested in the content as much as diagnosing them.
Or psychoanalyzing them is what it seems like.
Well,
yeah.
I think, I think in some ways, yes, because to understand them is to love them. And to understand them, they don't give on your nerves so bad, you know?
That's fair.
What's the prescription?
For what?
For their psychological disorder.
Well, the Holy Spirit is our teacher. Your teacher, my teacher, their teacher. If they're getting taught anything, it's the Holy Spirit behind it. And so only the Holy Spirit knows what will.
No. If they're getting taught how to
you're interrupting, Jason.
I would disagree with that. If they're getting taught how to, remove or hide a body, I wouldn't say the Holy Spirit's teaching them that. Would you?
No, of course not.
Okay.
But if they're talking about their gripes with the church or with Christianity or with some form of Christianity that they've run into so many, there's so many earnest zealots out there with different understandings. Who knows if they're in Christ Jesus yet or not? Only the Holy Spirit knows who's really in Christ and who's half-baked.
Yeah, I know you're you're friends with him. So I should ask you before we continue the critique, do you consider yourself responsible for the claims that you make?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for
100% responsible and accountable.
Both, man.
But not culpable. Yes.
Not culpable.
But responsible and accountable.
Whoa. Are you responsible or is your flesh responsible?
Well,
why am I asking this question? You said you. Let's leave it at that. I don't. Why would I?
Well,
Right.
you might be complicating it, but the point is,
Yeah.
if
There
you're going
may
to
be some degree of what do they call it, mitigation, that my flesh is responsible, but ultimately I am responsible for every claim I make, every cake I bake, every or
move you make, Sting. Yeah.
no, wait, I'm not responsible for my heart beating.
Right.
You know what I
Oxygen.
mean? I'm responsible if I quit making it beat.
Well, there's something in that. Yeah. Well, I just thought I just started asking people that because, I mean, why would you talk to somebody saying, well, I'm going to say a bunch of things to you. I'm going to argue with you. I'm going to have a discussion with you, but I'm not responsible for anything I'm saying. That seems absurd to me.
To have a conversation with someone who makes that claim.
Well, I guess that would be deflection, which, yeah.
I mean, it's funny to think that someone's actually operating with that in mind somehow. Like they're not responsible for what they're saying. Like that's why it's a funny question to ask.
I think they have.
When you're over at Aces, you get all sorts of funny answers.
Realize that they only half believe it, you know. They see it to be rationally correct, but on the other hand, they got this non-gut feeling that, you know, that they have a will and choices.
So they're playing games?
Of course they're playing games. They're terrified.
Who isn't playing games in your purview?
That's the question. Everybody except what, the Holy Spirit. He doesn't play games, I guess.
What game do you think Greg Bonson was playing when he preached and taught theology?
The truth game.
Why is truth a game?
One of the sweetest of them all.
How is truth a game?
Well, how is truth a game?
Right,
well, it's the privilege of kings to seek such things out, JG. You've heard that.
And Peter and the other disciples just looking at each other like, wait, what's going on with big baby G today? He's acting a little strange. He's acting like JiL. Ace, are you ever offended more by Christians than non-Christians?
No, I wouldn't say that I am.
I can absolutely say that no non-believer has ever insulted my afterlife and threatened me with eternal torture over crimes they assume I'm guilty of just because it says it in their book that everyone is. I find that to be terribly insulting when Christians as a collective walk around doing that.
JG, I'd like to answer your question that you posed, but we got kind of distracted from it. But the question, as I recall, was why would someone spend time with someone who said that they aren't responsible for their words?
Okay.
Was that kind of the question that you posed?
Yeah, that'll work.
Because one is called to interact with that person.
That's not getting to the root of who's responsible for their words, though.
Yeah, that's true. But the question was, why would one waste one's time interacting or reasoning with somebody who made that kind of claim that they weren't responsible, that was somehow disqualifying?
Well, no, they're disqualifying themselves is I think what you're missing.
Okay, they're dismissing themselves from being
right.
appropriate to reason with?
Well, they're dismissing their claims by saying they're not responsible. I want to know who is, you know what I mean?
Right, but by making that claim, they're not worth reasoning with? I mean, never mind.
No, I know what you're saying. I mean, it's situation dependent. If I'm on the mood, but there's a point to doing that.
I think there's just, I think that's one form of protesting, JG. I think you're just protesting their bogus claim, and that's
It's more than that. It's more than a single claim. It's a fundamental question. Like if they're going to say they're not responsible for their claims, their arguments, the words coming out of their mouth, like that's a very interesting conversation.
Okay,
That's
so
what I want to know. I don't want to know about. I don't want to skip ahead and just listen to what they have to say. I want to know what's happening there.
Well, I think I ran into this problem with you originally was that you made this snap judgment that you thought I was saying I wasn't responsible for what I was saying, and that kind of created an issue. But in general, I get what you mean.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall when I said that to you, it would have been something about.
That's not a claim I commonly hear out of somebody with good character. Just to be frank about it. Hard determinist. Is that the perspective we're describing? Or
yeah, right. But even
oh well, God made me do it. I can't.
It becomes nonsensical on all levels, though, because even the claim that they're not responsible, they didn't come to that knowledge. They're just determined to say that they're not responsible. They don't even know.
What I mean, it's just a.
It's interesting to point out when someone's not making sense.
Is it a
it's interesting. Why do you tend to talk when I start talking, by the way?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
I might have lost my train of thought, but if you're just going to it's really Proverbs 26:4-5. Answer the fool according to his folly, and don't answer the fool according to his folly. It's knowing when to utilize those two actions.
Well, that begs the question, who's not a fool in our YouTube community?
Well, I don't think the point is to label someone as a fool permanently.
Ah, good.
But if someone's telling you, look, I'm not responsible for my words and my actions, I'm determined to say the things I'm saying, you start to question how they know that. And they're stuck in this conundrum where they're just determined to say what they think they know. But on top of that, the responsibility, why am I going to sit and spend time with someone who's saying, no, I'm not responsible for anything I say? That was what you're pointing out earlier. Like you could entertain that, but what I'm saying to you with Proverbs there is that in a sense makes you a fool for having a serious discussion with someone who's telling you they're irresponsible.
So it makes you complicit with foolishness.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, is that against your religion?
I referred to 26:4-5 in Proverbs, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well, if that's your custom or tradition or conservative ideal, that's real.
Well,
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I'm not in.
I missed the question.
I don't know if there was a question in there. I don't
Oh,
know.
okay, go ahead.
I think Tommy just.
We were talking about the ethics of.
I think Tommy just looking for great
fools.
He's doing the typical support of unbelievers and universalists. Like just grant them forward. Don't challenge their assumptions and presuppositions. That's all I'm hearing.
I just choose my battles, JG. I just don't stall on that hill.
No, I mean you're one of the guys who doesn't know anything. That's your position. So whenever someone wants to cease conversation with you, it's like, well, tell me something you know. And then you're pretty much done.
I said 2 + 2 is 4.
How do you know that? Where's the number 2?
It is in my mind.
So the number 2 in your mind is the same number 2 that's in my mind?
Perhaps.
Well, it can't be the same molecules.
Exactly.
So where is it?
Well,
it's not just in your mind.
Trails. I've got these neural trails. I mean, the
it's in God's mind.
Oh, it's there too. Yes.
When you go to make a knowledge claim of an abstraction like mathematical concepts, you do yourself a disservice because how are you going to finish the conversation? You don't nowhere to exist. You just said it exists in your head. And I pointed out if it exists in your head, my head, it can't be the same, right? I mean, it's not going to be the same molecules. It's something beyond.
Well, the nature of existence of a concept is, some could say a concept exists physically in the brains of whoever
No,
harbors.
that's what I'm saying. If you try to take that route, then you're subjectivizing the concepts. So you challenge it in the way that say, okay, is the number two the same number two in your brain as in my brain? That's going to stump the materialist because it's not the same material. The two brains. I mean, it's one way. There's plenty of ways to stump the materialist, but when it gets into number theory,
how do you pronounce two in German?
So the number two in German is going to be the same concept, right? They build engines, they build bridges in Germany with the same formulas, Tommy.
Try.
Insulted by them doing that to me because I don't pay much attention to them anymore.
Wait, you don't get insulted when people falsely accuse you of shit?
Hardly ever. I mean, because it is leaning toward the ridiculous these days. Like when Preterist said, "Oh, Ace is a universalist because somebody in his family died and he loved them." No,
Well,
Radio check. Houston, space probe to Houston. Come in, Houston.
Oh, I was muted. I was saying that type of argument where you try to point out someone believes something or is Christian because they have a tragedy or trauma. It's an appeal to emotion, sort of in a covert way. You're trying to present that their argument or their faith is based in emotion, so you can point that out when someone makes an argument like that.
It doesn't make it any less true just because a man comes to the Lord in a time of tragedy. It doesn't affirm or
yeah, right. That type of argument doesn't get to the truth or
doesn't refute it or affirm it.
Yeah, that type of argument won't get to the truth or falsity whether or not God exists.
Yeah. It's notable though. It is notable. I'd say 92% of people who call on the Lord Jesus are probably at a time of crisis. And I count myself amongst that number, but please proceed, please.
Does that not happen to every human? Why aren't they all becoming universal?
And so what if it was true? It wouldn't make universalism any less true.
I love it very much when Christians are like total jerks and they say, Jesus was hated and he said we would be hated too.
But you kind of want to be like, yeah, it has nothing to do with the Bible verses. It has to do with
Right.
the things that are coming out of your mouth from your heart and your mind.
To them, though, that
insulting.
makes
It's
them
not
like
Jesus.
Jesus. That makes them like Jesus.
Oh,
Jesus was hated. I'm hated too. Therefore, I'm like Jesus, you know?
Well, I guess.
I was wondering what Healthy thinks a total jerk is.
It's a new category, right?
Yes, but you can't have it both ways. Like either Jesus was loved and welcomed as the Messiah, or he was hated and crucified for being a false prophet.
Right.
None of these things apply to the Christians. You know, that's not it. We just don't like them because they refuse to self-reflect. They can't see their own hypocrisy.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the materialist and the deist have this.
It's just hilarious.
I just want to get back to the Bible for a second because they in John 15:18 to 18 he's talking about if the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. And there's other Bible verses talking about coming out of the world and not being of worldly things. So it was kind of an ignorant comment from Halsey, in my opinion. But because it's talking more about
maybe she was referring to the tendency of believers to have a persecution complex. Yes, I've had several. Myself, I speak from experience.
Well, it sounds like has a problem with hypocrisy. That's what I would focus on. I want to know why it's the case from a materialist worldview that you're pointing to hypocrisy as a problem, and actually how you're doing that and what it is. It's a mess from a materialist standpoint. It doesn't even register if you know how to question that.
Jesus was crucified because of envy.
No, he wasn't. That was never one of the charges. What are you talking about?
Well, perhaps you haven't read the same canon I've read.
That should be an issue too, because there's so many canons. But in your version, they were just envious. They're like, we're jealous of that guy because he can heal the blind and stuff with his spit.
Well,
is that how it went down?
I confess that my memory, I've learned about learned memories.
Mm-hmm.
And thus I don't trust my learned memories, but as far as I can blab them. So maybe I'm incorrect in my memory of KJV 1769.
Well, hold on. It's not your memory that's in question. It's the guys who wrote it well after the fact that can't agree on what happened. That's the issue, the contradictions.
Of course. Well, I was just trying to bicker a little bit like a clever Christian, you know.
You are. You're clever.
For the amusement of a target audience. Yes.
I wish you'd have been over at where the hell was I last night where I was talking to Brandon Irish about the Trinity. I think I was
in Dave's, I think, wasn't it?
No, I think it was Will Kincaid's. Either way, the Trinity, the way that Christians will argue the Trinity out of the King James and swear because it's the King James it must be right, and it doesn't say the Trinity in the King James either. It doesn't even describe it. It's completely illogical, and you guys get bogged down using the excuse that, oh, well, you read the wrong version. And I say you guys, I'm not talking about Ace.
I understand. The body of Christ at large, you're saying. Yeah.
I'm talking about Christians. I'm not talking about
the
universalists.
body of Christ at large.
Yeah.
Yeah, Christians. The body of Christ at large. Yes.
Those who like the brand name Christian because they belong to a group that collectively doesn't think about what they read.
Are you saying that everyone who calls himself a Christian isn't in the body of Christ yet?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I kind of described what I meant just then.
Well, anyway, I'm surprised that Brian the Irishman, Brandon isn't a Godhead Arian.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, Godhead Arian. It's a KJV 1769 AD term. Godhead. Yeah. But anyway, that's pointless for me to even say. But it's good to see all of y'all.
It's always good to see you, Tommy.
Thank you.
So why must you be known as a Christian? Is that necessary? Is that part of taking the name of Jesus, the mantle of Christ?
Yeah.
What must a universalist do based on their philosophy?
Breathe. I guess.
So no obligation, no responsibility.
Well, I mean, the philosophy is one thing. It's just a language. But of course, each individual who claims the mantle of universalist has responsibilities.
Of course, you've told them this.
Of course they do. Of course they do.
Did you tell them that?
I don't think I ever have.
Really? What do you think the reservation would be in stating such a claim to them?
Well, okay, what's the reluctance? Oh, it's timeliness. Excuse me, I need to step away for about 15 seconds. Excuse me. Yeah, it's untimely to mention something so absurdly truthful They have responsibilities. Every human being on YouTube has responsibilities. If they have the wherewithal to, click a internet connection, then they
Yeah,
have.
but you let someone speak without responsibility. But if someone thinks laws exist, you go haywire. What gives?
I'll have to think about that. But I'll be back in about 15, 20 seconds.
All right.
Did my comment about Halsey make sense earlier than I was saying? Just the Bible reference. Bible quote.
Yeah. I see it a different way. I wasn't disputing it. But,
Okay.
yeah, I don't even get into the Bible with a materialist. I want to know what they think reality is. They're assuming transcendental categories.
Yeah. No, I was just saying that they're making assumptions about Christians without even knowing what they actually believe. So
Yeah, gross generalization, perhaps.
Yeah.
Hasty generalization.
Yeah, it's always a straw man, presentation of Christianity.
Yeah.
Be not ashamed.
JG, no.
Christian means a follower of Christ, right? Because it.
Hey, JG, I thought about your question. Your last question was, what's up with that?
Well, yeah, but
I make a fuss about the law, and yet I don't make a fuss about retarded, deterministic knowledge claims. Well, I contest the law, and I complain about that. I complain about people laying the law on my back. I've confessed that I'm not under the law, that I'm dead to the law and dead to sin and alive in Christ Jesus. And then I go and I whine and I complain about other men who feel like they're under the law, and they may very well be under the law. But I complain about them imposing the law on me.
Okay.
And they're like, oh, you're just a libertine.
So I think the proper response with this is if somebody's holding you under the law and you start complaining to them, if they answer back, well, I'm not responsible for what I'm saying, then you have to leave them alone. Because you leave Ace and all them alone for not being responsible. So that becomes an answer, a kryptonite in a sense, where I go, oh, I'm not responsible. And then you walk away. You don't challenge them on their responsibility is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Why hold me responsible for what I'm proclaiming about the law?
They used to just be the followers of the way. It was called the way, wasn't it?
It was called the way. And it's still it's rather a rare word in the scriptures. I mean, you don't even see it in the book of Revelation, and Paul never uses it. And I think it's only found in Acts, and maybe Peter uses it, but that's it.
There's a lot of word concept fallacy in the universalist teaching. Like, we don't see the word responsibility, so therefore we don't have the ability to respond. We see all throughout the scriptures, God communicating with the creature, with man, that he has an ability to choose, ability to respond, but they don't. They want to take that particular word and say, oh, I don't see it, so the concept itself doesn't exist. This is something they use. They use it with the Trinity too, which is, it's harder. Trinity is a little more difficult. But when you get to like the idea of responsibility, like when you start, oh, the word's not in the Bible, so I don't have any responsibility. I mean, that's pushing it, obviously.
Did you know that the words in Christ Jesus are published over 82% more times than the words saved in
Could you explain?
I beg your pardon?
Could you explain the usage of that terminology?
Well, statistics, some see statistics as fuzzy math. Others see them as damned lies. But
I just want an explanation of the terminology in Christ
in
Jesus.
Christ Jesus versus saved Okay, one man asked, "Are you saved?" while another man asked, "Are you in Christ Jesus?" And
Is
so,
there a distinction?
uh, yes and no.
In Christ
Salvation.
Jesus doesn't imply that the person is being saved from any sort of wrath or anything. It just means belonging to a group called Christian, right? But saved implies that something has happened and he's a savior. He's done a thing to rescue us from some sort of fate or punishment or judgment, right?
No.
No?
Salvation.
Okay.
Salvation is both an event and a process. An individual event and an individual process for an individual.
So when someone
Whereas,
says, "Are you saved?" they're not asking me, "Are you being saved from something?" It's just a term that doesn't relate to salvation.
I thought that meant, did you accept salvation?
Right,
Wait.
salvation from something. Right? That's why they're saying, "I'm saved. I have been
Right.
rescued."
From
Which
death.
is different which is different than saying, "I'm in a group of Christians. I am in Christ Jesus."
well, my mistake.
Can someone be
I don't know. Hold on. I don't know that it's a mistake. I'm asking you to clarify because the words imply a certain thing, and you're kind of saying there's not a distinction. It's just a terminology that means the same thing, right?
Like I say, my mistake.
That's yet to be seen. It could be my mistake. I'm asking you to find out if I'm just misunderstanding whether the terms distinctly mean different things or they mean the same thing and that it's just colloquially different usages.
Well,
or
I was in midstream of explaining it, but then you stopped me.
I did. I'm sorry, please.
And so I surmised that that it was my mistake, that you wanted the answer, that you had the answer already.
I was presumptive.
Yeah.
I was presumptive based on
not
past
offended.
conversations and me going in on the requesting a definition for the terminology in Christ Jesus. That we've done this before. So I was just trying to get you to distinguish if it means something different than when someone says, "I'm saved."
I believe you.
What a cop-out answer. I believe you. He's inquiring something and you say, I believe you.
Yeah, I was kind of holding back, wasn't I? He was asking me to verify what they think and what their dogma is. He was describing a certain vague dogma.
I think he's asking what you think, dude.
Oh.
You're like still not tracking it even as you watch it replay. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, he was inquiring, but he was asking it in a certain way.
He's asking how you perceive in Christ Jesus because you use it often. This is common with you. Don't interrupt. When someone asks you to clarify a term you're using, you back off because you either don't know, which you say you don't know, so that makes sense, or you just don't want to clarify. This is very common for you. You disagree?
Well, you know my traditions.
Do you disagree?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
I stand convicted.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have another question before I continue reading, if Ace authorizes it?
No. Whatever Ace would like you to do, that's what I would like you to do.
Hit it, baby.
Schisms must be 1 Corinthians 11:19, for it must be that there are sects also among you, that those also who are qualified may be becoming apparent among you. Schisms and sects were the order of the day in 1 Corinthians. In chapter 1, Paul busted their chops for saying, I am of Peter. No, I am of Paul. No, I am of Apollos. Van Til. No, I am really special.
Well, how'd you slip Van Til in there? You're a funny guy.
I thought you might be listening.
This guy.
Oh, I am of Christ.
Can't beat that one.
I meant to slip in Adolf Knock. It's hard to be humble when you're so great, Ace.
I know, kind of like Brandon Irish. Will Freeman, did you detect any humility in Brandon Irish?
There might have been hints of it in between statements about how wrong I was.
Pause, please. Does anybody else find it just so remarkable when he talks about other people's humility? I mean, he's like the complete opposite of humility.
Well, he was set up by Ace, right? He wouldn't have brought that up on his own. So good job, Ace. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to buy a metal detector, but I thought I'd buy a humility detector because that's more rare to find humility somewhere. It's probably worth, $50.
Well, our St. Tommy has he has a healthy dose of humility.
Oh,
and that's
yeah.
what I appreciate about him.
Your accusations are powerful. Wow.
It's a compliment. It's not an accusation. You will say, I might be mistaken about something. You just did it a few minutes ago. And that's rare to hear a Christian ever even utter those words.
Well,
they want the non-committal attitude, right? That's what they.
I mean, the resentment is just so boiled up to the surface level that just scratches the resentment against Christianity just pours out.
Yeah, well, once they get past this, they can start to
their butt hurt.
Start to make arguments.
But
they need some ointment.
Years and years. This has been years now, and it's the same.
They need some Holy Spirit ointment. Gracious. Yes.
Tommy, you're a funny guy. You're on both sides of this.
There's just one side. If you catch me weaponizing humility, perhaps you'll easily spot what I'm up to.
I wouldn't even know what that looks like.
Would you like to?
No, get back to work.
Dang, your grace preacher's got you working here, Tommy. Interesting.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Would you like to?
Could you just describe it, or must you act it out?
I could describe it.
That could be sufficient.
But that's not what I asked. I asked, would you like to understand how to weaponize humility?
I'd like you. I don't even know what the term means, because it seems like you'd have to feign humility in order to weaponize it.
Well, to weaponize humility may sound like an oxymoron, but weapons can be used for defensive purposes and offensive purposes.
Well, is it true humility if it's just a tactic?
But what I'm hearing is a no. So upon Ace's exhortation, I will proceed.
That's a good point. Humility coupled with an agenda is going to break away from the virtue, isn't it?
No.
The virtue of humility coupled with some sort of agenda behind it.
The agenda is so pure that the agenda affords using humility as a tactical tool to edify another pilgrim. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to think of an example.
Where does one get humility?
Do you have an example in mind of where that would play out?
Where what play out?
Where humility would be a weapon?
Oh, if one has understanding about, let's say, kleptomania, controversial condition amongst some humans. And one has experience with compulsive stealing.
I'm sorry, I just have a quick question based on the implication there. Do you think there are humans that don't have an issue with kleptomania, or is that rare?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've never really thought about it, but
Probably
a lot of little
kleptomaniacs
kids
are
hook a candy
kleptomaniacs.
bar. A lot of little kids hook a candy bar at some point. I hear that.
I would say that kleptomaniacs are the one group that don't have a problem with kleptomania as long as they're not being stolen from.
Yeah, that's for sure. 100% sign-on rate for that.
But you were saying humility as a weapon.
Can, if one has humility, it is understanding that helps defend oneself and do good things, fueled by or inoculated by humility. It's
more like a shield than a sword, though, you might say.
Yeah, more defensive than offensive.
Yeah.
But understanding of humility itself can be a great thing to brandish. At times of heated dispute, you can appeal to humility and say, come on.
The meek shall inherit the earth.
Like I was doing last time I was chatting with JG because I was tired. I was like, I'm sorry, JG, I'm tired.
Yeah, you were fatiguing out of it. That's fine. It happens for sure.
There, in chapter 1, Paul was condemning them for being petty, small-minded, sectarian brats. And the small-minded sectarian brats like JG and Tim Theo Smith that came over here and tried to trap me in a gotcha game say, Ace, why do you condemn Christians while saying all is of God? Ace, you don't make any sense.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. You put it in here, but hold on. I want to ask Ace. Ace, do you not think that's a fair point?
No.
Why? How could you possibly blame them for their actions?
Uh-oh.
I'm writing a whole letter about it. You admitted that you just came in and you don't know exactly what's going on. This is halfway through the letter.
Oh, so at some point you're gonna explain in the letter how you can do that and not be a little.
Yeah, it's a time constraint thing. During the eons, a whole lot of shit has to go on, from Adam, eating the tree, to Satan being released after 1,000 years of being locked up. I mean, a lot of shit has to go on. And so JG and Alexander the Coppersmith and, everybody can misbehave at the moment, and they need their chops busted for the glory of God.
Now,
anybody notice that he says there in that sentence, Ace, why do you condemn Christians while saying all is of God? Ace, you don't make any sense. From here on out, he's never going to tell us why.
Right.
He's never going to tell us why.
He's not telling us why he's talking, but he's he's
going to tell us how bad they are, but he's not going to answer the question of why he condemns them.
He's also treating you like a dog because he's saying you're misbehaving and whatnot.
It's worth rewinding.
That's a fair point.
No.
Why? How could you possibly blame them for their actions?
I'm writing.
So that's the question, right? How could he possibly blame us for their actions? That's the key question. Let's see if he answers it. I'm writing is how he starts. Okay.
A whole letter about it. You admitted that you just came in and you don't know exactly what's going on. This is halfway through the letter.
Oh, it's in the memo. You got to read the memo. That's the first reflex reaction to any question you have, right? Read the memo.
Oh, so at some point you're gonna explain in the letter how you can do that and not not be a little
Yeah,
kind of
it's a time constraint thing. During the eons, a whole lot of shit has to go on, from Adam, eating the tree, to Satan being released after 1,000 years of being locked up. I mean, a lot of shit has to go on. And so JG and Alexander the Coppersmith and, everybody can misbehave at the moment, and they need their chops busted for the glory of God.
Now, wait.
Why was this man born blind? Who sinned? Did this man sin or his parents sin? All is of God.
Whose plan was it? Yeah, it was. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, so I mean, Will knows what Ace is doing too. He's not answering, obviously. To say that, how can you point to Christians? He's just going into, well, it needs to be done. It says in the scriptures. He's not getting to what is being asked of him from your philosophy that God is making them do that and making you point to them and vice versa and everything. What is actually happening? Who's to blame? That's what he's not answering. He's saying a bunch of stuff about time and time constraints.
Is that all of it is a script, it's a plan, and including you chastising them. But the thing is you're chastising them. It's God chastising himself.
Yeah. It's well put, actually.
So?
No.
And there it is. So, because he has nothing. Beautiful.
Them, it's God chastising himself.
So?
No, that's fine, as long as we can acknowledge that you're not chastising.
As long as we can acknowledge that I just dismantled your philosophy completely. See, that's the step he's not taking, because it's his pal and maybe he doesn't know. Well, he can't do it from his worldview. He thinks nobody knows, which is a bad starting position, because how does he know that nobody knows, right?
Chastising them out of your own desire to do it any more than they're desiring, that they're acting out and being ignorant because that's what they desire to do, right?
A couple of weeks ago on this channel, we went over John.
A couple of weeks ago. Let's just travel to a couple of weeks ago. I can't answer that.
Chapter 9 about the blind man.
Yep, I remember.
Yeah, and we went over it 3 or 4 days. And I concluded after looking at it so long.
He concluded through understanding, evaluation, and knowledge, or he was determined to look at that and now tell this to Will.
He should have surmised. He should have surmised and not concluded.
If he surmised, he would have had to do that on his own behalf. That wouldn't be God doing it.
Well, if he says he's concluded about the matter, that means he's closed-minded. And that's to
how's he doing anything if God's doing everything? Why does he keep saying he's doing things and then say God is doing everything?
It's just words.
Really?
Yeah.
What is that? How is that helpful?
It's like he's spouting poetry. He's saying, oh, God is doing everything and I am doing nothing.
Well, they try to go into the schism of the absolute and relative. I understand that. That's what they tried to do, is what I'm saying. I understand. But
what can you
doesn't he just keep going? Doesn't he keep floating back and forth to God's doing it all, and now he's telling Will what he's concluded, what he's read, and what he's surmised and evaluated? That takes a will. That takes knowledge, information, evaluation, things that he's saying that he's not in control of. How is this happening?
Man getting his eyesight back was not really the point of the story. The whole chapter is about the Pharisees wanting to kick people out of the synagogue. They wanted to kick Jesus out of the synagogue, and the blind man out of the synagogue, and his parents out of the synagogue, and even some of their own Pharisaical followers. They were in risk of being kicked out of the synagogue. I mean,
so it's a power thing. It's just about power and control.
The story in chapter 9 was a complex story that, it just used the blind man as an opening. And so who did sin? Said the disciples, the very disciples, and Jesus had to bust their chops. Neither this man nor his parents sinned, but we're going to get on to a bigger story about the glory of God. Right after
I know that's a bigger story. That's a bigger story to everyone that is already past the idea that one man can heal another man's blindness by spitting in the dirt and rubbing it in his eyes. Like, that's a big part of the story that you're wanting to push past. But we do catch on that. We do stop that because that's a miracle. The rest of it is an explanation of how the first thing happened, right?
Man,
we wouldn't even.
I don't know if it's just.
Where would the story be if there wasn't that? What would the Pharisees be hacked off about if it hadn't have been for the blind guy being healed?
Right. But so I'm contending that JG, when I'm condemning and correcting JG and the Christians' attitude about grace, that's the big sweet thing, because they have the wrong attitude about grace altogether.
So he's just saying that he can move out of his philosophy where everyone's determined by God and give himself a will to criticize me because I'm talking about grace wrong. Is that what he just said?
He doesn't live the way he says he views the world. He just lives a constant contradiction from beginning to end.
Right.
Am I wrong about that?
No, that's the point of going to his philosophy. You're saying, okay, so you hold these ideas fundamentally, and now you're telling me this other thing. How do you make that work?
I'm doing wrong. And you tell me
says,
I can't do wrong, and then you tell me I'm doing wrong all day long, 7 days a week.
And this stream is supposedly addressing that too.
Well, he never answers the question, why are you doing it?
I know, but look at, well, maybe not the title of this. There's one right around the same day, the same week. Why do I criticize Christians? How do I have the availability to do that? So he's moving to biblical examples, right, where Jesus rebukes people and so forth. That's the point, to show that there's a way, obviously, but he's already refused that with his abandonment of ethics, with his moral relativity. So he can't make this work.
It's not we're never supposed to rebuke, but it's his own worldview that nobody actually is, has a will to do anything or to change their mind or to act on their own will that undercuts his message.
Yeah. Now,
and the fact that he continues on with that contradiction being pointed out to him is remarkable.
Well, I've been secretly introducing the concept of liberty in Christ Jesus for about the last month. I've been rumor seeding, about liberty, which entails a pilgrim's will.
So will is at least moving him in that direction, showing that he's in contradiction, but I don't know if I've seen this particular part. I doubt he's going to finish.
And that's just another aspect. Is he talks about himself? I decided to do this. I decided this was bad.
Yeah.
I mean that's constant from beginning to end, in contradiction to his stated worldview that he obviously doesn't truly hold.
Yeah. It's better to critique this than talk to him. I think that's where I am. At least other people can kind of get the idea of what's happening here. It's just whatever he wants to make up, essentially, is the way I see it at this point.
But it's not you correcting them.
Hedonism?
Fine.
No, wait,
he said it's not you correct him. He says fine. What kind of answers are
that's the big?
His answers are so. His answers are fine. His answers are, you got me, Bucky. That's that you've asked him an important question when you get one of those answers.
Sweet thing. Because they have the wrong attitude about grace altogether.
Yeah, but it's not you correcting them.
Fine. Wrong attitude about grace altogether.
Yeah, but it's not you correcting them.
Fine. Attitude about grace altogether.
Yeah, but it's not you correcting them.
Fine.
No, wait, okay, you can't have it both ways, Ace. If God has written the script and you're just doing the thing, then God is God is just acting out through you his script to them, and they're just doing it back. It doesn't have meaning, right?
Did the
It's a
blind man?
See, that's a great question. It doesn't have meaning. That's maybe that throws him off because he wouldn't say, well, of course, he wouldn't say it doesn't have any meaning. He'd say, of course it has meaning. But the point is that what he's painting there with this hard determinism is going to remove meaning.
And getting healed have meaning, and did the Pharisees
No.
getting? Okay.
No. I mean, because it's a script. It's an act. We're all just it's playing out,
Ace,
and none of them have any control
Will
over.
it ever?
Does Ace claim to be a hedonist? I don't think.
I don't think most people who are hedonists claim it, but are you wondering if he is one?
No.
Was it
Just
Ace that
wondering.
was calling other people NPCs earlier?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Just want to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Ever have meaning, Will Freeman?
Only none of them have any control
Will
over.
it ever have meaning, Will Freeman?
Only to the author.
Mm-hmm.
We don't see the whole script. We just see our part.
Right.
We don't see the whole script. So the only one that knows the meaning of it is the author.
All right.
I mean, can you tell me another way we could tell the ways of God and what his meaning is? We're interpreting the information that's available, right? And there's some books about it, and there's some ideas about the books.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
this is where Ace is tapping out. Even on William Freeman, this is basic philosophy that he's bringing forward here. Just if God's doing everything and you're not responsible for anything, like what the hell? It's basically what he's saying. And Ace is just going, well, fine, okay. This
Is everybody on YouTube a hedonist or what?
Well, I mean, is everybody a hedonist?
Uh-huh.
A pleasure seeker? I don't know. I mean, sometimes I think I find it pleasurable, and then other times I'm like, why do I keep talking to these guys? You know what I mean? Are you a hedonist?
I do know what you mean, and it's not just is it a matter of time or even a waste of
course
time.
I'm a hedonist. Of course. Sorry.
Do you have a delay, Tommy? Do you think you have a delay? Because it seems like you just
sorry.
jumped in.
Sorry.
So you actually just did jump on Peter because you felt like it?
I'm sorry. No, it was just me being rude. I'm sorry, Peter. I'm sorry.
Well, are you sorry about eating with your mouth full?
Yes, I am.
More importantly, right. Yeah. You just did a double whammy on him, dude. Wow.
Well, I've completely forgotten my train of thought. It's just completely blown.
Well, you were... yeah. Is that why
I don't even know what happened. Somebody said something, I think.
Is that why you do that, Tommy?
I'm sorry.
There's a question there.
No, I'm just exuberant and inconsiderate. Not narcissistic, but kind of narcissistic, like most human beings are. But in my case, it's a little annoying.
I've also noticed your Calvinistic tendencies seem to be slipping.
What? Predestination and irresistible grace? I love it. Total depravity is for schoolboys, Peter. Schoolboys.
Because 2-year-olds already know that?
No, not because 2-year-olds already know that.
Oh, yeah, Peter, you're talking about YouTube being pleasurable and also frustrating.
Oh, yeah, it's not a place where a Christian should walk to sanctify themselves. It's very dangerous. It puts a lot of pressure onto not sin in an environment where your flesh is being tempted all the time to sin.
I mean, their algorithm's pretty horrible, so...
No, I'm talking about mostly about, getting in arguments, getting angry at people,
okay.
Snapping back at people and, treating people badly.
There are some beautiful people on YouTube, though. Yes.
Yeah, there are a few. I mean, well, there are many. I'm sure there's very, very many, but it's the atmosphere of constant being at odds with each other that naturally leads to sin. It pricks your pride, it pricks a lot of bad things.
Yeah, the frustration is going to lead you. Definitely.
I think YouTube is better than any theological seminary in the United States, especially any one that I've ever been to. YouTube
But see
is
the creme de la creme, and I don't even speak French. Well, I don't think we're getting the creme de la creme, but even so, in a seminary, you don't have these sinful confrontations constantly coming at you, and you're doing it yourself. I'm not saying they're all coming at you. I'm doing it too.
Welcome to young adulthood in Christ Jesus, Peter.
Do you not see a difference between this YouTube environment and the real world?
This may be his real world at this moment.
That's an absurd question.
Which one is not absurd? We're tossing ourselves into an environment where it's going to entice our flesh to sin like crazy. And I'm not talking about porn or anything like that. I'm talking about these arguments and this dissension in the church amongst the brotherhood.
Not everyone in the body of Christ is called to contemplate and reason about these sacred topics that we habitually reason about and consider.
Yeah, people without knowledge are not called to do that. That's correct, Tommy.
Okay, well, sure, JG, but
well, think about that. How are you going to witness without knowledge? I mean, really, have you ever just considered that simple thought?
Very true.
No, you haven't.
Very true. Yeah, how am I going to witness without knowledge? Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
More than 2 + 2 = 4.
Impossible. Okay.
Breakthrough. It's a breakthrough.
Yes, it is. Epiphany and a breakthrough. Yes. I'm just appealing to the goodness of our YouTube community. Peter has made the claim that it is treacherous and full of temptation, packed full of challenges.
Well, the strip club owner is not going to be very receptive to you telling him, that what he's doing might be deplorable.
Or one of the dancers.
On some level, he knows. Of course he knows.
Well, I'm making the claim that a lot of good goes on here in our YouTube community. There is growing and reasoning. And yes, there's a lot of psychological nudity and cringe and hurtful words and evil accusations and doxing and swatting and
fence sitting.
Yes, and fence sitting. May that not be.
You don't find it more difficult to not sin by not being on YouTube?
Well, this is where I'm called to work, Peter.
Well, you got to ask.
Good point.
You got to ask Tommy though. Tommy, are you even concerned with sin?
But I understand that point of
not at the moment. What sin did you have in mind that I might be concerned?
I'm asking you, right? You, Tommy, are you concerned with sin at all?
Oh yes.
Okay.
I'm concerned with sin and walking by faith.
So Peter's trying to ask you: do you think that your time on YouTube plays into you sinning more?
No, I don't. I think I sin less.
Okay.
Am I saying something that's offensive by questioning? I'm trying to understand the universalist idea mixed with the determinant, because you add determinism. That's not universal amongst universalists, but your brand has determinism, right? I mean, it's all determined.
I don't mind going down that road at all.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. If that's true,
all is of God, and I see by faith that it all has purpose and meaning. And
what problem could there be?
If you can't see the meaning, I don't know what to say.
Well, you can help me understand.
Yeah, so he's asking, what is the problem then, right? Why are you pointing to the Christians? How can there be a problem from that worldview?
I see a lot of meaning in JG and the blind man being
I
healed.
don't want to talk about JG. I want to ask you about this meaning before we drift, Ace. If it's all a script and God has complete control, and this is all just because it pleases him and he thinks this is the best way, then what meaning is it to us? We're just the pieces acting out the roles for his entertainment. It's the meaning is just that it's for his glory, it's for his pleasure.
Is that
That's
a
the
problem?
meaning.
Is that a problem? Is his response at this point? You know, it's interesting because Will genuinely likes Ace, but it sounds like he's like, dude, I like you, but this is nonsensical. You know, you can't work this out. And it's basically the response he's getting. Is that a problem?
Yeah, and it's also a loaded comment because he's implying that, oh, you're so prideful, you can't, you know what I mean?
Right.
No, it's an observation based. It's an observation.
And don't we get pleasure out of God getting pleasure?
Do we?
Yes.
How's that? How does that translate?
We are out of him and through him and for him. If he gets pleasure, we get pleasure.
You mean then God gets pleasure when we get pleasure?
Whatever.
Right. It has to go both ways, doesn't it?
I guess.
Because we are God.
I guess.
Oh, he guesses. Okay. What kind of guess is that? Are you God? I guess.
I guess.
Because we are God.
I guess. We are at least out of him and through him and for him.
Do we have free will? No. Okay, you'll say no. So if we don't have free will, I need you to be with me on this. God has a script. We are pieces in the script, no more than pixels on a screen, acting out the desires and whims of God.
never hear
We have
Ace
no say in the determination.
I never hear Ace say we are in Christ Jesus, or I never hear him ask, are we in Christ Jesus? He doesn't talk about that whole lot.
Or how our role is truly played. It has all been scripted, and we all came from God. The script is from God. All our actions are from God. It's just God.
Mm-hmm.
Where is God not at? What space does God not inhabit?
Are you thrilled about this, or you sound a little angry about it?
Do I? Why does that seem angry? I'm just trying to understand from what you've told me about your worldview, and you add the determination in there, then there's no need for us to reason through anything. It's just going to be the way it is. Our reasoning is a side effect of the script.
Mm-hmm.
It's not anything that we're initiating on our own or doing anything outside of God.
So he's walking him through in his own way that he's destroying the possibility of knowledge right there, isn't he?
To understand from what you've told me about your worldview, and you add the determination in there, then there's no need for us to reason through anything. It's just going to be the way it is. Our reasoning is a side effect of the script.
Mm-hmm.
It's not anything that we're initiating on our own or doing anything outside of God.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So he's saying reason is an illusion. He's answering yes. You have to just sometimes take the confirmations where you get them. I used to probably say I wasn't really listening. I just wanted to stop talking. I didn't really mean yes, but it doesn't make sense anyway. So.
Right. So we don't, in essence, our individuality doesn't actually exist. It's just part of the script. We're not individuals.
And that goes into the monism as well, which we've talked about. Webb, I was referring you over to Ace's channel because some of the stuff you say is very much similar to him. Not everything.
Well, yeah. I mean, I use the extension argument that we're an extension of Adam, but I also see that we have our agency as Adam's will. So.
Here's something I think is kind of important. I think it's deceptive and pretty bad. And Tommy, this is to you also. So, Ace knows the distinction between being in Christ and not. He believes that he's in Christ and that some other people are in Christ.
Does he?
That the
Yeah,
body, they call
body
themselves
of
the
Christ.
body, right?
I've leaned on him several times about the matter for
Okay,
the
is he in
last
the
4 years.
is he the body of Christ?
He's like, yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah.
Wait,
So this
okay.
is why it's so deceptive. It's so awful because he knows that he's in the body of Christ. He knows that he's in Christ, and he knows that other people aren't, and he keeps that hidden. He keeps that distinction hidden from them.
Okay, let me drill down on you. Are you in the body of Christ?
Well, you know I am.
Oh, yeah, well, I believe you are, but do you know that you are?
You know I know I am.
Do you know that you know that you know that you know in every fiber of your being
Once,
that you are in Christ Jesus?
once
Are you
again,
trying to get me to doubt, Tommy?
No, it's a real question.
I answered it 2 or 3 times.
yeah, he
Okay.
did, and he's not addressing what you're pointing out to him. He's moving into.
I'm just doubling down on it. That's all. In other words, do you ever have a doubt?
No.
Ever?
Peter was asking you if you understood that Ace was hiding.
Now, let
that.
me hang with my script for a second, please. Please. Do you ever have a doubt, Peter?
I don't allow myself to doubt. It doesn't mean that I don't ever struggle with doubt.
Is doubt sin?
Yes.
Oh, doubt is sin. Oh my gosh. Well, I heard this about doubt from the scripture. It says, when you pray, pray believing. Save the doubt for later.
Yeah.
You know,
Now, I'm
and
not saying I don't struggle with doubt at times.
I don't.
Because I have, but I don't allow myself to doubt even when I'm struggling at
I
times.
see. So you steer your mind away from doubt.
I renew my mind every day, yes.
Good. Well, I don't consider doubt to be a sin. I consider doubt to be something to be expected at times and something that can be truthfully handled and subjugated. It can be updated by renewing your mind.
Yeah, and I understand how I think you're thinking because you don't have as much control over it as we do other things that it's not a sin. But I think it is a sin.
Is it a thought crime?
You're not believing in Jesus.
Well, look, it's a temporal thought crime.
I know. I mean, it's different. It's definitely different than like lying or stealing
a temporal phenomena. You know, if I experience doubt, it's a rational thing, you know, and emotional.
Well, it's not rational, actually.
Well, you mean it's irrational. You mean it's more emotional than rational. But okay.
No, I'm saying it's rational to believe in God. It's not rational to doubt God.
Okay. Well, people doubt God or thoughts of God because they're afraid. They don't know what else to do, some of them. And maybe it's part also a character flaw. But anyway, I was just trying to make the point that that's like something that I tried to teach my sons was doubt will come, expect it to come. It's not a sin if you experience a season of doubt or a hour of doubt or a moment of doubt, but there are ways to get out of it by renewing your mind, focusing on who you truly are in Christ Jesus, and focusing on what he did on the cross. Thank you for enduring this micro sermon.
Well, one part of that you said was focus on who you are.
Yeah.
I think that is the most important thing is to focus on who you are. You're a child of God with all the promises and all the obligations.
That's called the helmet of salvation.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
No, I mean, you're saying that's what the helmet of salvation is?
Yes. And we are encouraged by the Apostle Paul to put on the helmet of salvation and the breastplate of righteousness and the belt of truth. And I think there might be a couple more when it comes to walking.
The breastplate of righteousness, right? Did you say that?
Yes. Okay. The breastplate of righteousness. You've heard about the gift of righteousness that God gives everybody when they are in Christ Jesus.
So what did you say about Ace's?
if one is in Christ Jesus, Peter, one has received the gift of righteousness, whether one understands it or not.
Okay, I agree with you, but you don't want to tackle the ace hidden ball trick with the in Christ thing, do you?
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Could you repeat it?
You know how Ace knows that he's in Christ, or he believes he's in Christ, or he's in the body of Christ?
I think he suffers great doubt about it. I think he's real down on the born again thing, and I have mentioned to him about being a new creation in Christ Jesus. The old becomes new spiritually, but he seems to suffer a lot of fear and doubt about whether he is in Christ Jesus or whether he's gonna be in Christ Jesus when when Christ returns, or maybe at the last judgment. He doesn't seem to believe that an individual can receive the gift of righteousness in real time, and another will not have received that gift yet. He's fuzzy on the salvation process.
I'm going to be right back in 5 minutes. I just didn't want you to throw a question my way. So,
Okay. What is this new creation you speak of? It's when we're born again. We're given a new heart.
Yes, and a new heart. Yup. Soft and not desperately wicked and stone cold like the old one, but a new one. Thank God.
We are the play.
That's right.
So it's all just God. We are God doing what God does. We're just our little part of the script and the action and the God. Okay, well that's what I'm saying. So are JG, so are all of them.
That's right.
And when we criticize what they're doing, we're criticizing the script, and that's in the script too. It's just God amusing ourselves.
Is that, yeah, sounds okay to me.
Sounds okay to him. Ace, I see you out there, buddy.
It's Ace out there.
I mean, to ask you to come in and explain yourself, but you're probably just going to pull in a memo and talk about other things. But, you're welcome to click the link if you want to.
Have you got the guts to sit and talk with Ace?
Yeah. Is that how you see it?
Yes.
I don't know that it's true. I'm just to make sure I understand what you've put forward as the way that it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced we don't have free will or that we do have free will. I'm just observing and trying to make some sort of determination for myself.
Without his will, he's making a determination for himself?
The way that it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced we don't have free will or that we do have free will. I'm just observing and trying to make some sort of determination for myself.
How's that going to work? Anybody have any idea?
I don't know. Ace might be too moral to come in here, Peter. JG. I don't know if I think it might be immoral for him to participate with eternity cults. Yeah.
I didn't know that Ace had any moral framework in his worldview.
Is that right? Okay.
Are you aware of such a thing?
Yeah, he talks smack about eternity cults, man. Yeah. Ace is a closet moralist. Absolutely. Yes.
Thinking this is where I started doing the critique myself. I think I'm just gonna play back the part I did because it was pretty good, and it's like right here anyway. And I'll just pause, if you guys want to say something, but I don't want to repeat myself.
Do it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
But the only trouble I have with that is I can't tell when you're speaking or when the past you is speaking in the
That's
video.
true. That's true. But you've been on the video right now too, and it hasn't been that confusing. You can look at the mute bar as well. I'll keep it muted.
That's true.
Okay.
Or maybe before you speak, if you could say attention, or give a cue like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because sometimes you'll ask questions in the video, and I can't tell if it's you asking questions in the video or on the panel, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. I think. Let me see if I can. So is this about where it is?
I mean, I don't know that it's true. I'm trying to make sure I.
What does Will know? What is true? Right. That's what you want to ask him. What truth is? You get answers like that which comports with reality, which is viciously circular. Reality is what's in question when you're asking what is true. So you always want to question
Jesus
these truth claims, these identifications of that which is true from I just wanted to say amen to that. Or deist or nihilist or nonsense position, whatever you're dealing with that day. Also, you don't want to play the game of, letting people just make up a worldview unless you want to practice.
Understand what you've put forward as the way that it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced we don't have free will or that we do have free will. I'm just observing and trying to make some sort of determination for myself.
Did you hear? I mean, think about what he just said. He doesn't know if there's free will, and he does. Just listen again.
As the way that it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced we don't have free will or that we do have free will. I'm just observing and trying to make some sort of determination for myself.
So he's not convinced he's making a determination for himself, but he's just observing and making a determination for himself anyway. Huh.
Okay.
But it's got to be consistent.
Oh.
It does?
It's got to be consistent based on what standard, right? He's bringing in an ethic to thrust his claim forward. It's got to be consistent. Now, it sounds good. We agree with that, but we want to know how he knows it must be consistent, why he relies on that and holds that framework in it's an ethical framework in some sense. As much as we assume that, what happens when we ask him to explain why we need to be consistent, for instance?
Yes. If you're going to say that we're acting out our parts and JG and them are acting out their parts, we can have feelings about it as a side effect of the script
Well, if he's saying that we're all programmed or puppeteered, he can't do anything. He's not doing anything. That's where Will either softballing him or not realizing what he's attempting to do that can't be done. If everyone's playing a role, they have no say in it. They're just making noise. The response is part of the role. It's and on and on and on. It's a regress, right? Like you're not doing anything, and then let me point to what you're doing wrong, type of thing. You can't do it. You've dismissed yourself from arguing. This is why it's not fruitful to go over there and keep pointing this out and having them keep run around it and so forth and so on.
we're following, but we can't truly condemn anything that they're doing. We'd be condemning ourselves and God alike.
Well, you take that route, right? Doesn't make sense for you to say someone's doing it wrong. If you're saying God's doing it, that's correct. The step further is you can't even make arguments because you're not responsible for anything you're saying. But he's kind of softly pushing him there.
Well, when I use the word condemn, it's relatively speaking because Paul condemned Peter for acting a fool in Antioch. But Peter was not condemned to hell. So when I use the word condemned, it's relatively...
Does it make it right that Paul did it? Does it give us license just because Paul condemned someone?
Good question here.
else? Does that mean that we should do it too? Paul wasn't a perfect man.
What?
Paul wasn't a perfect man. Paul wasn't Jesus. He
sounded like he almost naturally had a reflex to go, what are you talking about, when he said Paul's not a perfect man? I'm not sure, but it almost sounded like that.
It's because Paul condemned someone else. Does that mean that we should do it too? Paul wasn't a perfect man.
What?
Paul wasn't a perfect man.
You just didn't hear him because he was talking. It's fine.
Oh, bye, Tommy.
Paul wasn't
I
Jesus.
didn't realize he left.
He did a lot of things he shouldn't have done. So just because he did it doesn't give us license unless I'm sorry, go ahead. I don't want to run away with
So that's a decent point. I mean, you as a believer, you could make this point. If you question Will, like how he knows this about Paul and so forth, it's going to get difficult for him. But let's just say from a Christian perspective, you're saying, yeah, you're following Paul, but who are you actually following? And this is where Will is lining him up. At least it seems that way to say that Paul is following Jesus, right? That's what Paul's doing. He's presupposing the walk of Christ.
with that.
So what? Should we stay in bed 24 hours a day and not?
Is it Jesus?
Oh, now see, this is where he doesn't have an answer, right? Oh, no, let me go. He goes to an extreme. Should we stay in bed all day and do nothing? Because he doesn't know how to answer. Classic display.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Paul wasn't a perfect man. Paul wasn't Jesus. He did a lot of things he shouldn't have done. So just because he did it doesn't give us license unless. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I don't want to run away with that.
Thinking, nonsense.
So what? Should we stay in bed 24 hours a day and not?
Is it Jesus? Is it Paul? Who are we trying?
Will brings him right back, lets him say his nonsense, and then goes right back to the question.
To be more like? Are we trying to be more like Jesus, or are we trying to be more like Paul?
I'm trying to be more like you. How about that?
Oh, and more nonsense. Just that's Ace Theo. He can't answer the question. Let me see if I can make up some fun nonsense to distract it. And, Will being his friend is most likely going to let him escape this, but there's a good line of questioning he's setting him up for. Although, again, as I'm watching them and understanding their worldviews, Will has no ground to stand on to ask these questions. He's being granted the navigation through the scriptures, which he denies, calls a myth, can never prove it's a myth, right? In fact, you can do what Jay Dyer did to Derek of Myth Vision and point out that his standard for mythology is going to be his actual position.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah,
I do that.
I do. Yeah.
You'd have to let go of all the security blankets and stuff, the safety nets. You'd have to. I don't think you want to do that, Ace.
Yeah, and you have to let go of those security blankets too, because you got plenty of them.
Tell me about them.
Yours.
See, that's an interesting move by Ace. He's sort of moving into the idea of like the presuppositional argument, the fact that everyone has faith, even the alleged unbeliever, right? Because the unbeliever is saying, "Oh, you got to get rid of your faith, the book that you hold, the belief that you had," and then Ace says, "Well, you have to do it too." Which, I mean, can you be called for a tu quoque? That you have the same problem, but the point would be that the unbeliever thinks they do not have the faith the believer has, but what is their faith actually in? And that, that's where the conversation is. They have faith, unaccounted for faith in all sorts of things.
Your security blanket is
comment. I just wanted to make a quick off-topic kind of nonsense comment, but I just went to use the restroom and I felt that Tommy leave the room, and I didn't even check my phone or anything like that. I just knew that he left. I just thought it was a little bit funny, but I appreciate Tommy coming on here, and it was nice meeting him. So just wanted to say that.
That's cool. I don't know why he left actually, but maybe he'll be back. I think when you were gone, I flipped over to. We got to a part in the video where I'd already critiqued the next half hour, so I just went and put on the part that I already critiqued. That's why I'm in the. If you can see that, I'm in the bottom there on the screen.
Yeah.
So. If it gets confusing, then I'm, if I'm talking there or here, You just pay
Yeah,
attention.
it did confuse me at first, and then I was like, oh wait.
The mute button is helpful. That I'm muted
Yes.
right now.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
The idea that you must throw the Bible out the window and let's have another discussion altogether, maybe about ducks. There we go.
So how would that give me
ducks? Well, Ace just ducked his line of questioning and reformed the conversation into what it is now. So interesting use of term there, ducks. He just ducked out of himself, didn't he?
security?
You get a thrill out of busting people's chops who have some kind of faith.
Yes. If you want to call asking them.
The problem there is, Will has all sorts of faith, right? It's just a mystery. And what is the faith in? That's what you want to question him on. That's where you get the games and so forth. What is the actual worldview of this unbeliever deist, right? How can you put this together coherently? What is the web, the network of ideas that gives him internal consistency when he talks about some sort of deistic God? How does he make that work? Nobody knows.
Them to explain the reasoning for their faith, busting their chops. I'm guilty.
Mm-hmm.
But isn't that just part of the script?
So he's going back to, but Ace, aren't I doing exactly what I'm supposed to do? And that's the right move. But really, there's no discussion to be had because that's always on the table. That becomes kryptonite to the universalist, to the determinist. Anything that they complain about, which, this was based on, either today or the earlier episode was based on, why do I point to Christians and complain about them? And he tries to give him a reason, but, Will has just pointed out, he's doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And you can always fall back on that. That's his position, and he has nothing. His position is inconsistent, so it reveals its own sort of kryptonite that can be utilized always.
You love to blather on, don't you?
I like to turn people's words back against them when they're not consistent. That's all.
I don't believe in consistency.
That's basically all he had. He said, I don't believe in consistency. This guy. It's as funny as that sounds. That is a truth reveal. When he gets cornered, he suddenly doesn't rely on consistency because his position is being pointed out as inconsistency. There's a lot right in that snippet there.
You love to blather on, don't you?
I like to turn people's words back against them when they're not consistent. That's all.
I don't.
Yes, that is all. That is all. It's all your feelings. That is what he likes to do. Now, when you ask what his worldview is, to establish why that is wrong, to be inconsistent, what consistency is, logic, laws of identity, laws of non-contradiction, where these things exist in reality, he's going to fall short in these categories, transcendental categories, namely. If he moves to a deistic God, well, what's he going to do with that, right? How does he have knowledge of this God? Where does the knowledge of being consistent come into his worldview? He's just assuming it.
Don't believe in consistency.
Yes, you do.
Well, I had to be consistent in some manner to make the statement. I don't believe in consistency. You start to kind of move there, like we're relying on consistency, assuming it in things like when the sophist says to Aristotle, what if I just deny the law of non-contradiction? Similar to what Ace is doing here. Aristotle says, you're assuming it in the acclamation in trying to deny it.
Well, doing the best I can with the tools I have.
You're a very consistent person.
Now, what is... that's painful. Really? Ace is admitting his own inconsistency in a certain manner, and then here comes Will encouraging him how consistent he is. Now, I know he's going to give his reasons, but I mean, day after day, this guy just keeps making stuff up, adding to, removing from the scriptures. I mean, if that's the type of consistency you're talking about, perhaps.
You're like clockwork.
Well,
Or is he saying he's just predictable?
Is that a compliment?
Yes, you're very disciplined and ordered, and it's admirable. But to say you're
maybe he's just complimenting Ace a little bit here because he sparred with him a little bit. Obviously, caught him in a question he couldn't answer, so he's trying to relieve him here maybe a little bit. I mean, I don't like having to analyze this way. It's a weird relationship. You got a deist or an unbeliever here who thinks Ace is great. He has a cool fake good news philosophy that's better than the other ones he's come across, so he encourages him, although he thinks he's completely deluded. His whole worldview is based on a God that Will doesn't think exists. So it's a strange relationship. So there's a certain need for that. It's a certain way to critique this that makes it a little more, could be a little more interesting, could be a little more difficult, but that's what's happening here anyway. Will likes this man who has what he considers a false philosophy at a fundamental level, that the Christian God exists, and he just loves his good fake news. It's a strange relationship.
You're not consistent. That would negate everything that I've seen of you so far.
I don't think about consistency.
I don't think about consistency. When it arrives, it arrives. When I need it, I need it. When I'm found inconsistent, I don't think about it and talk about other things and make smear memos to those who point out my inconsistency.
I'm running down a trail that I don't even know how to define.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all of us. You just described life.
That's a good call from Ace Theo. Now, listen to what Will, that's just describes life, huh? Okay, so we're going to get a little bit of his worldview, which is key. The guy who's going and condemning Ace, condemning Christians. Let's hear about how he knows what is true, why consistency matters.
That I don't even know how to define.
Oh, that's all of us. You just described life.
Yeah.
So first of all, that's all of us, life, all people, right? Like a universal claim. You want to watch for universal claims with unbelievers, right? How do they know, have justification or accountability for a claim about all humanity, right? When you question them on this, they're going to have to naturally back off and say, oh, well, I don't really know that. It's sort of assumed. And they get annoyed by these things, obviously. But this is how, you point out and move to point out that their position is not really grounded in anything. They're just hoping that you'll grant them ideas and not question them on their assumptions and presuppositions so they can critique you and criticize you. This game goes on day after day. I'm trying to wait for some people to see this. Like, why are they just allowing unbelievers to grant themselves all these transcendental categories, meaning, value, and purpose, ethics, and apply them to the conversation as though they exist? They have no idea where and how those things exist, nor can they account for those things on their worldview.
Yeah, we're not so different. And when you talk about my security blankets, I don't know what those would be anymore. See, I recognize the crutch that I had in the religion, and it was terrifying to let.
So he recognizes the crutch in the religion. Now, what we want to move to point out is why he doesn't recognize the crutch he has now, which I think Ace is touching here a little bit. Sort of the conversation is organically led here.
Stop.
Now, of course, Ace can't get into this type of discussion from what I gathered.
What better security blanket could you have than whatever I do is good?
Yes.
I mean,
exactly.
What bigger security blanket could a man possibly have that whatever I say is good is good?
Yes.
And I have no obligations to anybody. What bigger security blanket is possible?
Yeah, we think alike. That's exactly where I went.
Oh yeah, that's probably where I got it.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, think about that, right? Like, oh, I don't really know what's right and wrong, so
yeah, it's a complete get out of jail free card for anything you do ever. It's pretty comforting.
Yeah, as long as you don't get caught, type of thing. Yeah. But what is it now that he relies on faithfully? That's the hide the ball, the hide the worldview, right? Like the pushing the volleyball under the water. Where is it?
Let go of it and let go of my lifelong friend, or at least what I thought, and just consider that maybe I was painting that portrait in my mind of who the God was, rather than just letting.
Maybe he was doing that then, or maybe he's also doing that now, right? Because it seems like he has a different answer on any given day.
Who was he talking about as his lifelong friend?
Jesus Christ, I think.
Oh, okay.
He used to be a Christian. Will did.
Oh, okay.
The God be the God.
Mm-hmm.
And consider that maybe I was painting that portrait in my mind of who the God was, rather than just letting the God be the God.
What is letting the God be the God? He's still going to be painting a portrait. I mean, what is he even talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have any sense of certainty about anything. I don't know.
Oh, here we go. He has no sense of certainty about anything. What about that claim itself? Is always the question. What about the claim of not having certainty? You're not certain about that, pushing him into an infinite regress.
That I don't have any sense of certainty about anything. I don't know if that certainly can't be a security blanket to allow myself to be uncertain and to admit I don't know and can't.
Well, I would disagree with that. I think uncertainty is a great security blanket, and I'll tell you in which domain. Ethics. This is why relativists unknowingly or knowingly love relativism, because when it comes down to it, there is no actual objective or inherent moral system. The relativist considers that human beings just decide in a social contract or in a community what right and wrong are. So there's comfort in that, in the fact that, well, you get to shape how you treat other people. There's no standard. There's nothing binding you or commanding you or requiring you to treat your fellow neighbor with love, even your enemy. That doesn't exist. So there's comfort in the uncertainty of a ethical system. Just making an argument against the claim that, certainty or uncertainty isn't comforting. I think in the domain of ethics, it can be.
Well, you can also use the uncertainty to stop him from fulfilling an answer to a question properly too. So it's just he's completely relying on it to have non-answers. That's what it seems like.
Well, who do you think is doing that? Do you think Ace is doing that?
Oh no, I was saying because Will Freeman was saying that he doesn't have certainty about anything, pretty much. So I was saying that he can use that as a way to not answer questions also.
Oh, it's more than that. When he answers questions, you're going to ask him and trace back how he has knowledge of these things, which will lead to uncertainty.
Yeah.
About anything. I don't know if that certainly can't be a security blanket to allow myself to be. I don't know if that certainly can't be a security blanket.
I mean, is it wordplay? It certainly can't be a security blanket. I mean, why is he's using the word certain? Certainly. It's just kind of interesting.
To allow myself to be uncertain and to admit I don't know and can't know.
Allow myself to be uncertain, right? That assumes a will. Earlier he was talking about he doesn't know he has a will, but he's talking and living and holding a position where he's always making decisions while saying, I don't know if I have a will. So what does he think is happening there? How could he even start to understand that and explain it? If he didn't have the will, he wouldn't be able to give knowledge claims. He would just be reciting what his program is reciting. So he's in some sort of illusion if he takes that route. He seems to act and talk like he has a will, though, doesn't he? And so does everybody, including Ace, right?
Well, I don't know how that's security.
Well,
But that's
maybe
a more clear answer. I don't know how that's security, right? He ends with, I don't know how.
Can't be a security blanket to allow myself to be uncertain and to admit I don't know and can't know. I don't know how that's security.
I don't know and can't know? How does he know that he can't know? What is this?
oh, maybe it's more of a comforting blanket than a.
So we're going to change security to comforting, right? This is the wordplay. Like the concept is, Tommy, that the blanket, the example of the security or comfort blanket, is something we hold faithfully to make us feel better. Okay, you can try to change that word. What are you really going to do? The concept is going to remain.
Security blanket. Maybe it's more of a comforting blanket than a security blanket.
Uncertainty is a comfort to who?
To the one who is, for instance, to the one who is harming others and wants to do certain things, take certain things, treat people a certain way that's being looked at as a negative thing by others. It's comfortable for the one perpetrating people to say, you guys really don't know. You're imposing a moral system on me that I don't agree with. Nobody knows. That's where the comfort is in the alleged freedom of pretending or imagining that you're the arbiter of what right and wrong are.
It's kind of like do as thou wilt.
Hello.
To one who has heard the law and shit himself.
So there's Tommy bringing in the law. That's what he does. Ace loves to talk about hell. Tommy loves to talk about the law. Every day they bring these things in this conversation. Most days, I should say.
Right, but I don't think that's the case here. Like I am certain. I can't be certain about.
What? Wait, what? You're certain of something now?
Like I am certain. I can't be certain about much in the Bible, but I'm certain that the idea of hell is insane and totally.
Oh, so he's not certain about anything, but now he's certain about the Bible. Oh, there it is, right? This is exactly
I like how
the
he
point.
said insane. It sounded
These
like
guys who
like
don't
a 90s commercial or something like that when he was talking about hell. Sorry, just silly comment. Anyway.
anything, but now he's certain about the Bible. Oh, there it is, right? This is exactly the point. These guys who don't have any knowledge or certainty want you to grant them into your position to say, well, I'm certain that's wrong. I'm certain that book is incorrect. All of a sudden, he has certainty. You see that step? It's an actual step into delusion based on his own claims from just within a few minutes. This is a great example of how people are thinking about these matters. They're making the proclamation, they have no certainty. And all of a sudden, when it comes to what you're believing and you're claiming to know, they have certainty in order to critique that. And Peter W. was pointing this out recently, right? Like that people have the credentials or whatever it is to go ahead and point out what's wrong with the Bible. Although when it comes to knowledge claims, could be anybody's guess. When it comes to ethics, could be anybody's guess. But when it comes to the book that you believe in, all of a sudden they have the imagined ability to critique it and be certain that it's wrong. And I mean, you just heard him say it.
Oh, and shit himself.
You stop it.
Right, but I don't think.
Yeah, that was really good, and it is really remarkable. It just shows you that there's a motivation there to deny God is really, really powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, that was nice how he laid that out for us. For sure. I think that's about where I ended this. Yeah, basically.
I don't know. Where do you feel that hatred comes from? I think some of it comes from people having traumatic childhoods from people that were maybe treated the Bible in like a horrible way or something like that. Do you know what
Yeah,
I mean?
I know that William had some bad church experiences. I think, he had some great disappointments, I think, with the church that even went into, young adulthood. But I don't want to psychoanalyze. But
No,
I
I'm
definitely
just
think
saying, like, as a source, as like a possible source for like having a negative view towards the Bible. I feel like it could have to do with like trauma from people that really are just trying to abuse the Bible for their own benefit.
Right. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, of course, I use the Bible in my perspective, but I don't see it as abusing it. I see it as just a different interpretation.
Well, speak for yourself.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I would think that you're abusing it, right? I mean,
Okay. Yeah, see, that's the weird thing about language.
well, yeah, maybe abuse, maybe it entails too much maliciousness.
Yeah, okay.
But
Is there anything that you guys want to look at, critique?
Yeah, well, I had a video, but I just got to find out how to send it. I'll probably like substitute like the dots or something.
Peter, seems like you come across stuff, but maybe you don't.
Yeah.
You can think of something, if not, it's cool. But
I wish I could find my appearance on that Christian King show. That was funny.
oh yeah, that'd be cool if you find that. Check it out.
Let me look.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay.
You guys still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm back.
Yeah, I found out I was looking in the wrong place, so I don't know if you guys found anything, but I gotta look. I was just looking on the wrong channel because it's got multiple channels.
Oh, he does. Okay.
I'm going to look again on this channel where it is.
Yeah, good habit. Anytime you're on a show, save it. Make your like own little playlist of your visits. You can put it on private if you want. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I need to add more things to my watch later in case I want to bring up stuff.
Yeah. As far as your thing, Web, it's not coming through. So the other thing you can do, are you on a laptop? You can share your screen.
It didn't send. No, when I didn't send with the dot, I just subbed out the dot for the link.
I know, but I can't. Well,
it's in private chat. Is it?
Let me see if I can do that. I might be able to do that.
That's the best way I could think of doing it. Sorry.
That just gave me YouTube. The second one.
This is more of a topic that I just thought would be curious for us, or it'd be like more of a curiosity for us to kind of debate and what we think about it, if how accurate it is, and what our thoughts are on it.
Yeah. You can share your screen. You can go to the video yourself and share it. Then you're going to be the one pausing it when we want to talk.
It's not that long of a video, but I can check. Hold on. Yeah, I guess I can. Hold on. I don't think I have anything weird up on my screen, so. Hold on,
When you share your screen, and yeah, it'll just be the one screen that shares.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't done this before.
Oh yeah, that's okay, man. I think you just go into.
Oh, here's share screen. I found it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, it's as easiest with 2 monitors. Well, I only have one, but we'll do it anyway. All right, let's see. Oh, here we go. I see. Yeah, this should be correct. All right, is it sharing?
Yeah. So guys sitting down.
Yes. So it's Dan A. Davidson explains the basis behind, I can't pronounce his name's findings on how certain insects really fly, levitate, linking to how a spinning vortex creates a magnetic field countering gravity. So it's kind of like this counter gravity kind of idea that this Russian guy did, but it's going to go into it. So
if you want, yeah, you just put it on full screen and closed captions. That'd be great.
Yeah, sure.
It's a man named Grebennikov from Russia.
Oh, sorry.
Grebennikov was kind of a.
There we go. That should work.
It's a man named Grebennikov from Russia. Grebennikov was kind of a non-conventional scientist. He was an entomologist. Did a lot of work with bugs, entomology.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have it on speed. I watch videos fast. I apologize. This is kind of why I didn't want to do it, but anyway.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I'm just putting it on slow so it's not confusing.
It's a man named Grebennikov from Russia. Grebennikov was kind of a non-conventional scientist. He was an entomologist, did a lot of work with bugs, entomology. And his favorite thing was to go out into the steppes of Russia and into the various outer hinterlands and camp out in the summers and study his favorite subject. And on one of these expeditions, he started seeing some weird effects. This is all explained in great detail on the AchilleNet site if you type in Grebennikov and his flying box or gravity platform. But anyhow, the result of this was to show that he found a certain bug that didn't fly, it levitated. And this was, he'd put this bug into a little vial or something, and he saw this vial jumping up off the lab table, jumping up and down. And of course, this is patently impossible based on any time of normal physics. So he got into this, and he found out that the bug wings themselves were creating an anti-gravity phenomena under certain conditions. And of course, what we have here, if you analyze, I think I found the bug, actually a beetle. And if you analyze this
Wait a
bug
second. What was
structure,
that imagery?
you see a hexagonal pyramid.
Wait a second. What was that imagery? That looked like some sun ray stuff.
Which one? Hold on.
There was an Egyptian symbol that just showed up.
Oh yeah, it was a scarab. I think that was the scarab beetle.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was trying to go back. Let me see. I'll get back to where we're at. Here we go.
I think I found the bug.
Yeah.
Actually a beetle. And if you analyze this bug structure, you see a hexagonal pyramid structure array throughout the entire bottom wing of this bug. Turns out that beetles have two wings. The top wing is called a wing cover. And what the beetle does is it lifts this wing cover up, and then it flips out its lower wings or inner wings. Now the bug cover protects the inner wings, but when it gets excited or something, it flips these other wings out, and it flaps these other wings, and the inner wings flap a little, and this beetle goes gyrating around. They can't fly very good, but they sure levitate great, I guess. And anyway, he took a whole bunch of these bug wings, and he glued them to like a Venetia blind structure, and he put it into a little platform he built. So they were all, these bug wings were all covered in here. And he used I theorize he used the wing covers as well as the inner wing itself. There's also a kind of a handlebar on this thing with some controls. You can see a thing a little better here in detail. The controls, I think, had to be manipulated continuously and probably vibrated to create the same action that the bug was doing. There was also down at the base some kind of a lever, which I suspect controlled the amount of lift he was getting out of this thing. Anyway, Grebennikov claimed that he could fly this thing or levitate it, and it would go around at almost 1,000 miles an hour. Now you ask, how can that happen? Well, he said that there was an energy field that built up around this thing due to this gravity field building up in the platform. And by this thing building up, it built out a force field that basically surrounded him and protected him from the local environment. So even though he was flying at 1,000 miles an hour, you could go, you could be wearing your Sunday best suit and not get it flutter a bit at 1,000 miles an hour. I'm not sure I'd want to stand on something going 1,000 miles an hour that's 2 feet square. But this picture here shows him sitting on the ground. And these pictures are much better if you get on the KeelyNet site. This is the platform with him on it about 3 to 6 feet above the ground, because here's the shadow here down below. Now you could say this is all faked, but if you get into the other things that he did with shape, they almost mirror the stuff that I discovered. And it proves, I guess, that there's either two crazy people in the world or there's two people that have found the same discoveries. So I think that this is a valid phenomenon, and I'll show you why. Next slide is a micrograph that I took of a beetle inner wing. This is at 100x. If you look closely at this thing, you can see rows of bumps all along the bottom of this wing. Each row is staggered from the next row next to it. And this is all over the surface of the bottom of the wing. Now, I don't know of any aerodynamic surface that has bumps all over the bottom to help it fly better. If you blow this up to 430x, you can start to see some of this microstructure of the cells that form where these bumps are. The next slide, at 970x, you start to see what these bumps that stick up are. They're hairs, look like hairs or fibers that grow out of the center of these hexagonal cells. And of course, this harkens back to my basic shape power discovery, is that each one of these, because of their shape going down to a point, is creating a magnetic field. And remember, a magnetic field is a rotating piece of vortex in the ether.
So that was just the one video. There's kind of like a secondary one that's done by like a skeptic that talks about hold on, let me get off of this screen sharing or change it. That talks about some other stuff, but
yeah, that was pretty interesting. But did they test if that could levitate in a vacuum, or does it need to be in open air?
oh, he did it in an open area. There's actually some videos supposedly of him doing it, like him like riding this craft or whatever. The clip I was going to show had a video of that, but it's this guy's channel that talks about like resets or whatever. Like he has like theories on like resets of like society and stuff like that. So he's going to add his own commentary in there, but it was still an interesting clip, and I think it's worth watching if you want me to play that short.
Okay. Hey, Peter, you still looking for that clip?
No, I couldn't find it, so I'll have to look tomorrow.
All right, I'll just share the short, and then we can do something else after that, maybe.
I think I may call it a night after that.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know why I couldn't find it, but I'll have to look tomorrow.
Now, I'm not agreeing with everything this guy says, but it is curious, so I like to watch stuff that I find interesting.
So I shared the research of the magic carpet on that day, and now I'll share it with you. I always forget his name. Viktor Grebennikov. Grebennikov. Great man. And it's not to say that he invented the magic carpet, only brought it back from the past. The idea is that you don't need a carpet. You just need the right three-dimensional pattern that would create a frequency or vibration reacting with the ether. Now, this great scientist, Victor, discovered this by studying insects, the bee, and more specifically
Can you pause it?
the beetle, what he observed.
What does he mean, interact with the ether?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I know about magnetic fields and in a metaphysical sense, but I don't entirely know what he means about the ether.
Well, don't you think that's pretty important?
Yeah, we kind of just threw that in there. Yeah,
you're right. Yeah, but in terms of magnetic fields, it makes sense to me.
What is ether magnetic field?
I would have to look into that.
Okay, go ahead.
That's fair. No, it's fair. It's a fair comment.
Is when it opened its wings, it created an electromagnetic field. It was not so much a flapping of the wings, but rather a pattern on the wings. And he took this pattern and altered it. He made it fourfold, as you can see here, now creating a lift in the center. So I shared.
All right, so that was just a little clip, but I thought it would add a little bit of additional context.
yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah. Well, Peter, how many days ago was that when you did that video?
I'm trying to remember.
Because you can go to YouTube and it'll split your days up. I thought you talked to me like 3 days ago and said it was like the day before that. So if you go to YouTube history, you should be able to.
Oh, is that long ago? Let me look.
I think you were there Monday. I'm thinking, or Sunday.
Okay, let me look.
This guy's got a lot of scrolling to do, huh, Peter? You're watching a lot of YouTube.
Oh no, how do I check that? I don't have a lot of that.
Well, the history should just be divided up into days. It should show you like today and yesterday.
History. Where do you go to see the history?
You should be able to scroll through it.
You mean the history on my computer?
No, on your channel.
Oh, on my channel.
The one that you're using to visit people, you're just using one.
Yeah, just one.
Yeah, so it should be there. YouTube history.
YouTube Studio.
Oh, he said something in there earlier I wanted to bring up.
Oh, view your channel. So I'm on my channel page.
Yeah.
And I don't see history. Show more.
It doesn't look like something like that on the left side there. History, playlist, watch later, all that.
On the left side there.
Yeah, like you have your subscriptions and you scroll down and it shows your history playlist. There was a comment about Romans and being immoral that Ace had posted. I was trying to find it because it's worth posting. Ace, what is that verse you had posted in Romans about the immoral? Can you repost that? I can't find it. I wanted to make a point about that to you, though.
Is Ace in the chat? Oh yeah, Ace is in the chat.
He's been there a while.
Sorry, I'm not paying attention to the chat. Sorry, chat.
Oh, I found it.
Oh, here we go.
One sec.
All right.
I was gonna say I would not be good at streaming on YouTube because I can never pay attention to the chat. I'm always paying attention to like a conversation or something else going on.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad about that when I get involved in the show. I tend to just focus on what's going on in the show. Yeah, well, there was the Christ died for the immoral. Ace wrote there. So this is interesting because, like, what does he think that immoral is? Ace is a moral relativist. So what is the goalpost of what Christ is calling immoral or who he's dying for? That becomes the question there, Ace.
Okay, I got the clip. I mean, I'm on it.
You just
I know the timestamp.
Share screen on StreamYard.
Can I paste it over there in the private chat?
No, you can't. I tried to.
Well, you just try anyway. It might.
I'm just gonna paste it over in our private chat. See if
You can try. it works. It has worked in the past, but it didn't work for WEP tonight.
Yeah, it didn't work for either the short or the other one.
There it is.
Mm.
Oh, wait a minute.
It did work.
Oh wow, it worked. That's weird. Maybe it's my browser. Huh. Maybe YouTube just doesn't like my videos.
The last time I showed you a clip, JT, of myself, it turned out to be a very embarrassing one.
Wait,
I know you were. It was more. I think you thought it was more embarrassing for me than I thought it was.
What are you talking about?
Well, mine could be considered embarrassing to a certain extent because it's like kind of this fringe technology that may or may not have existed.
Right.
I don't know which one you're talking about, though, Peter.
Yeah, we'll talk about it sometime.
All right, what's the timestamp on this?
150, I think.
To where they can accept
Peter, request
it.
up.
But
Come on, brother. Peter, request up. You said I misrepresented Calvinism. Ray, look at how we shoot this down like a cockroach spray. Peter, come up. Because, Gray, I hope you understand by now. If I'm not ready to cook, if I don't know what I'm talking about, then by all means, test me. This is very simple. If I'm lying, if I'm not being honest, then test me. So Peter, come up real quick, Peter, and you're gonna answer the famous question. What's the famous question, fellas? We went over this today. What's the famous Calvinist killer question?
Could I have done differently?
Could I have done differently? So Peter, you're gonna come up real
Stop
quick.
the tape.
Peter, join up.
Now, that's the definition of libertarian free will. So he's not even arguing against compatible free will. You see what I'm saying? That question,
Okay,
could you have
yeah.
done, that's a question that's defined as libertarian free will that you could have done otherwise. That's not even what we're arguing for compatible free will. You see what I'm saying? And he's
Yeah, he doesn't
setting
have
up a question for libertarian free will to try to debunk compatible free will.
Well, you set them straight then when you pop in, right?
Yeah, I do. But
okay. Yeah,
first of
that's
all, he challenges me like that, right? And then I come in and he makes me sit there for a long time and I just barely,
like a
Yeah.
court.
Yeah.
Like you come in and then you just sit there for hours.
So
I think the courts love doing that because you sit there for so long that you just give up sometimes.
Well, he wanted me out of it. He did not want me talking, that's for sure.
Yeah, he thought he did until you got in there, right?
Right.
Because you said I built a straw man. So Peter, come up.
So, JP, what do you think? They have low IQ or no logic?
I think that they're brainwashed.
No, it's not that. It's not.
I think honestly, I think a lot of Calvinist circles are cults. That's what I think. I think a lot of these guys are brainwashed, right?
Jay, you can
Because
forward until I get in there if you want.
Okay.
if I were gonna really better, this man, it says if you a Calvinist, you can't pray to saints. Go straight to yes. This says well, Catholics you do that. You debate technicalities. You're manifesting, by the way, Gray. You're manifesting. Brother Gray, you're manifesting, my brother. Try to get that fixed. Gray, can you hear me? Oh, he's manifesting. Gray's manifesting. All right. He'll be back. All right. But when you debate a Calvinist, you have to debate against reality itself. You're debating reality itself. They're playing word games. It says, if you do A, then B will not happen. If you do B, then A will not happen. If you do A, this will happen. If you do B, that will happen. The Calvinists will say, it's not really a choice. You're just doing what God decreed you to do, so the choice is only an illusion. And now you have a book of illusions. You have a book of fairy tales. Because within the book, there's a bunch of choices people have made all through the Bible. There we go. There we go. There we have Zanzi. How's it going, Zanzi?
Hey, how you doing?
How's it going? So, buddy, go ahead and explain compatibilism to us because you
Stop
said I
it,
was
Steve.
straw manning. So I will mute up for 2 minutes. You can explain it, and then I
No,
will
it's not
ask
that
you.
I'm a Actually,
I
JP,
will.
hold on.
I will.
I will tell you that all of us have to be determinist. I would actually make that case, and I did with Next Level. We went through an hour-long
Okay, well, I
conversation.
wasn't here. I wasn't here. So
Okay,
if you,
but
Can
just
you
to
pause,
be fair,
Jay?
Next Level.
You see how I came in and then he wouldn't talk to me at all, and then this other guy came in and he started talking to him.
Yeah, he seemed like there was an urgency in calling you in, and now you're just there.
I just want to be fair
and
about this. I made a
he'll now engage Zanzi for I don't know, like 10 minutes. So if you just scroll forward until instead of being a thing like that, they're all lined up on the bottom, kind of, and there's
Okay.
like yeah.
What do you make of this comment on the screen here?
I don't know. I don't know exactly what he means.
What's so-called responsibility?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, what does so-called mean in this?
That's the
clear
vagueness of how he answers things that he can't answer. It's either you're going to have responsibility or not. The so-called response. He's just saying it's an illusion, is what I think. He's saying it seems like you're responsible, but God is responsible. Can't know that. But okay, it's like that on the bottom there.
Yeah, I think so.
Neither is God the author of sin, and hear this out, nor is violence offered to the will of creatures, nor is liberty, this is your free will, or contingency. What is contingency? Optionality, right? Of second causes, which is creatures, taken away. Your liberty is not taken away, your contingency is not taken away, or is violence offered to the will, but rather established. This is
See, did I
our
drop out right
confessional
there?
belief. You cannot disagree with this.
What'd you say?
A couple times I was like kicked out and I came back in.
Well, you got a bad reputation, Peter. You know it.
Okay.
It's not in person. Sometimes in the comments. Maybe that was a long time ago, though.
Wow, that was a long stream. 7 hours and so minutes. Gosh.
Yeah.
Isn't my part?
So what this is saying is that God decreed all things, okay?
Yes.
And he did not decree sin, correct?
He's not the author of sin.
Okay. And so he caused all things, correct?
No, he doesn't. It depends on what you mean by cause. He's a primary cause of all things. Sin and evil, you are the secondary cause of. He doesn't cause you to sin.
So I'm the secondary agent of sin?
Yes, you are a free agent sinning away.
Okay, secondary, right?
Yes, secondary cause. He's
Who's
a
the
primary
primary
cause,
cause?
but not the secondary cause.
Who's the primary cause?
God is the primary cause of all things.
Of sin as well?
Everything that ever happens.
So if I sin, it's because God caused it.
Do you know what a primary cause is?
Yeah,
I'm asking.
Zons. I think this is what I'm talking about. You're going into that forensic lens with him, but he does not understand the relationship between the will and the nature of a being. I think you really need to define
Someone
that.
else wants to cook.
I'm asking the simple question. I'm asking the simple.
The guy asking the questions, what's his position?
Well, he's anti-Calvinist, and he believes free will, I guess. He's saying that we make God a monster with the whole compatible free will and determined thing. That's basically his position.
He's viewing it the same way Eric would point out Ace, that he's got an evil God.
Right, but I mean, there's nuance.
There's difference, but that's basically where he's trying to move.
Right.
God is doing evil. Yeah.
It's not a simple question. I'm sorry, but it's not.
Make it simplified, Zanzi.
I would agree with that comment. This isn't a simple discussion. This is one of the more complex.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Sure.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah.
Zanzi, you're telling me that I'm the second cause of sin, but then you're saying God is the primary cause.
Yeah. Well, okay, let me just ask you before you get offended. Do you know what primary cause means in this situation?
Yeah, I would say it's the main
Isn't a good example here, even though it's a worldly example, the primary cause, the parents creating the child and the child trying to hold the parents accountable and responsible for what they do?
Yeah, that seems like a good analogy.
Ultimate. Ultimate
main.
means the first mover in everything that ever happens is God.
Okay.
Correct.
Everything that ever happens in creation is God. Creation doesn't self-exist. God is
Even when creation does sin, right?
Well, okay, so like let's go to Adam, for example, right? God created creation, God put the tree there, God let the serpent be there, right? God created man, God gave him the ability to sin. Yes? We're agreement?
Based on that, when a human sins, it's based on the circumstance that God put him so he can't sin, correct?
No,
Yes,
no,
the
no,
primary
fine.
cause.
Pedro, can you
Go ahead.
chill? I'm trying to
Pedro,
have
if you want
a
no,
conversation.
let Pedro talk. I don't want to hog up the
Hold on,
conversation.
Zanzi. We're actually building up here. So hold on.
You're not.
So if I sin, it is because of the circumstance in which God put me to sin.
No, why do you hold on? You're trying to change it into God making you sin. And
No, I'm not trying to change it because you said
I think I have a way of explaining it.
Yeah,
that might
because
help.
you said Adam and Eve were put in the garden, the serpent was allowed. So it seems like what you're saying is that God allowed for Adam and Eve.
Yes. So the last time
Can we
me
pause it
and
for a
Next
second?
Level actually built up to this point, and maybe I could build it up with you too. God passively chose, not actively. And here's what I mean by that. God could have stopped Adam from sinning. You and I agree?
Yes.
God knew Adam was about to sin. You and I agree?
Yes.
So if God could have stopped him, you and I agree he allowed that to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you can stop something, but you're still allowing it to happen, you are making a passive choice for that to happen. Yes.
Okay.
Are you in agreement so far?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Go ahead.
Okay. So God passively chose that Adam would sin because he could have stopped Adam, and he didn't.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So are you saying that God put the scenario there so he would sin? Like
okay. Let me extrapolate.
Yeah, go ahead.
The situation with Adam is every other situation ever in creation.
Okay.
God could have stopped any sin from happening, but he passively chooses.
All right, but listen to what I'm asking directly. Now, Alton, I noticed that when I ask questions, you don't say he's not answering. Now, let me ask you directly. If I sin,
yes,
was it a scenario where God put the serpent and the tree of life so that I could sin?
So that you could sin? What do you mean you could sin? Did he want you to sin? Is that what you're asking?
No. Okay. Earlier, this is what you said. He put the tree of life. He put the serpent. He allowed that all to happen. So then my question to you is, just how that scenario was created for the fall to happen, right? Would you say that there are scenarios created so that I sin? Just how Adam and Eve, because you said that what happened with Adam and Eve is what happens to all of us for all of creation. So my question to you is, when I sin, is it due to the fact of the situations God put me in?
No, it's just due to the desires of your heart.
Okay.
I need to just clarify. When you say like God put you in, you're talking about like Adam. Yeah. Okay. When God put you in a sin, hold on, I'm getting to the point because you're trying to pin it down.
No, Zanzi, I'm using what you said, Zanzi. Remember what you said, Zanzi. You said Adam and Eve sinned because the tree was there, the snake was let in, and then you said that's for all of creation, right? So now I'm asking you, if when I sin, is it essentially the same thing in the sense that God put me in scenarios where I would sin?
Yeah. What kind of scenarios would you say?
That's just due to the desires of your heart.
Yeah. He doesn't cause you to sin, but God passively chooses to let you sin. I mean, of course.
Yeah, because I got a question for JP.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. So God actively, passively allows me to sin.
Passively, he allows every evil and sin. Yes, God,
Okay.
and this is in Acts 17, Romans 3. He passes over sins to bring about his plan. Yes, amen.
And the reason why you sin is because
Zanzi,
due to the desires of your heart.
Zanzi, we gotta go through those scriptures.
Okay.
Not
you
so
can ask
fast.
me. Go ahead, ask me. Yes, every
Yeah,
single
we'll go through
situation.
those. We'll go through the scriptures, but
Every
before,
single- go ahead.
but
Sorry.
Zanzi, before we go there, so you're saying God didn't cause me to do such things. So I wasn't caused to do such things. And therefore God didn't decree and preordain to sin. Correct?
Decree means decide. So yes, God did decide that you would sin. Yes.
Wait, God decided I would.
If you want to, you can go on listening. If not, you can go forward until it gets back to that other array with them at the bottom. Whichever you want.
Well, actually, it is pretty interesting.
Okay, go ahead.
Would do my particular.
Yeah, by not killing you, he decided to let that sin happen.
Okay.
Insofar as not actively changing the desires of your heart.
Hold on. So Zanzi, God decided that I would do such sin, correct?
Insofar as not changing the desires of your heart.
Yeah, in the same way you said desire, is that right, JP?
No, I said that.
Okay, sorry.
He's not taking into account any of the internals. He's only taking into account the externals.
Pedro, I will talk to you in a moment. Calm down, brother. Chill easy. Take it easy. Talk to Zanzi, and I will talk to you later. So Zanzi.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Zanzi. So you're saying that God didn't decree or decide for me to do that sin, or are you saying that he did decide for me to do that sin?
Let's actually build this up.
Very clear.
Take it easy. You on a panic mode. In God's decree, let's say God decrees for your salvation, right? And then God decrees that you're committing a sin, right? Just hear me out on this. Those are not identical actions of God.
No. Let's go with the word cause.
I will just. I'm giving you a confessional thing. Just let me. Okay. And then we'll go to scripture. Fine, but let me just tell you, God never causes any sin or evil in the world, ever. Okay. He only causes good, right? But when we say decree, God knows the future, and He decides to allow that sin to happen for His greater purposes. He uses every sin for His greater purposes. That's
so let me ask. Hold on. So before we go there, Alton, do you denounce John MacArthur for saying God decreed every besetting sin?
No.
All right.
I don't denounce him for that's correct.
Allow is a really
so
weird
he does
choice of
decree every
words.
besetting sin.
Yes, passively, not actively.
Could I try interjecting?
Here's the problem. Here's the problem that JP and people.
Yeah. So Zanzi, you would need to show me in the Bible where God decrees or decides for people to sin and then claim responsibility ultimately. I would need to see a verse. So you gave me a lot of philosophy. Now I want to open up the scriptures, right? Because you've given me
Acts 2:23. Let's go.
You've given me confessions, and you've given me philosophy, which I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. I'm not gonna say you're being dishonest, but I don't know if you're really answering my question. I know you're trying, so I'm not gonna say you're being dishonest.
This is absurd.
JP, I've been reformed for 17 years. I think I understand.
No, I understood. But now this is what we're gonna do now.
Okay, let's go to Acts 2:23.
Did you hear my comment,
we're gonna go to Acts
Terry?
2:23. Okay, I'm sharing my screen.
Did you hear my comment?
Yeah, that's absurd, or is something else?
No, that was it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because it is.
It is. Well, the whole conversation kind of is, but the fact that they're using allowed is kind of weird to me. Like it wasn't intentional. Like they're kind of taking away the intentionality of stuff in the Bible.
Well, I don't think it's taking away intentionality to say he allowed it.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like allowed's kind of a weird word. It's just
Well, let's let it play out, and then we'll see.
CK. Okay.
Make it a little bit bigger.
All right.
All right. Here's the perfect verse that I use to teach compatibilism to people. Jesus was delivered according to the definite.
I'm going to respond after this, by the way.
Go ahead. No, I'm just reading.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Just read it. We'll give you 2 minutes, and then I'll respond.
No, I'm just give me like 30 seconds, okay?
Okay, go ahead. No, I want you to have 2 minutes because I want
Okay. Jesus was delivered according to the
ESV is
definite plan and foreknowledge of God. This is immutable. Definite means immutable, right? Like there was no doubt that Jesus would be delivered, right? The second part of that, the second clause of that sentence says, "You crucified and killed by the hands of lawless men." Jesus was delivered according to the definite plan that was immutable, that wasn't going to be changed, and yet it was the creature, it was the man that caused that sin. It was a man that crucified him. That is compatibilism 101.
Now it's my turn. Okay. All right. So notice he says this is, and this is why I like the scriptures, because now we're in my territory. Okay. The text says this is Jesus delivered up according to the definite plan and foreknowledge of God. Okay. So there was a plan set for Jesus Christ to be crucified within the plan of foreknowledge. The Bible says that God was crucified, the Lamb, before the foundations of the world. You crucified and killed by the hands of lawless men. God raised them up, losing the pangs of death because it was etc. But whatever, right? The point of contention is verse 23. We don't deny that there was a plan via God's decree for the Son to get crucified. I don't understand how you're saying this proves compatibilism. The people that ultimately crucified Christ, Jesus preached to, and they had an opportunity not to do that. Jesus preached to them, told them the gospel, and there were people that ultimately opted in to do what they did, and people that opted in not to do what they did.
So they could have chosen otherwise?
Yeah, per this scripture, yes, they could have done otherwise. That is why God, that is why, listen to what I'm saying. They could have, Alton, you have to know what I'm arguing before you do it. They could have done otherwise, even though God knew they wouldn't. Again, they could have done otherwise, even though God knew they wouldn't. That is why God is judging them, because they could have done.
I didn't realize this, but he's just saying compatibilism.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think that's an argument technique of just repeating the same thing. I forget what it's called though.
But I mean, he's conceding compatibilism in the debate by what he's saying. The man chose, and God knew what he would choose.
God knew what he would choose, he's saying, and he could have chose otherwise, right?
Well, that's not what he was saying right now.
No, because he was saying that he knew that he wouldn't choose otherwise. So he was saying it was deterministic, but he was trying to make it seem like it wasn't.
Yeah, he was. I think he was just misspeaking, actually. I don't think, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Done otherwise, but they chose to do differently.
Can you show
me? If they could not have done otherwise, they could only do what God decreed them to do, and therefore God is judging people based on what he decreed them to do, and that's not justice.
We keep going back to decree. You keep making that
to cause.
It is just ridiculous.
Yeah, Zons, I think this is a problem. He does. It's not that they can do otherwise; it's that they don't desire to do otherwise.
I'm not saying that. Desire to do otherwise is because God didn't decree them to do otherwise.
Hold on.
Yeah, but you're basically saying that God couldn't stop them either. So
no, bro, that's exactly what I'm not saying.
Okay, but that's a logical conclusion that you got to come to, because you're saying that either.
No, brother.
It's either or, JP.
Alton, repeat my argument. Now. Nobody's saying that. Alton, repeat my argument with this verse.
That's good. Asking for the steel man.
No, but this is what I'm hearing you say, because as Zons is explaining it to you, you're still saying that, well, God. No, this is no. You're saying that if God. You're saying that if God. Go ahead, brother. I'm gonna let you finish.
What's my argument? Go ahead.
Could I jump in for a second?
Hold on, Peter.
No.
Alton's gonna explain.
Because respectfully, JP is not answering the question. He don't want to deal with this head on. But
He's not. I don't think he's trying to think about it.
I don't know how much more I can answer.
Either God decrees or he doesn't, and if he doesn't, then that means
no. So notice he's not paying attention because he didn't even repeat my objection. He didn't even repeat it.
No, but it seems like that you're just attacking one side and you're not allowing to be questioned.
Alton, if you don't know what I said, don't attack me when you don't even know what I said. Let me repeat.
I'm not attacking you. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the
argument. You're not attacking me. You're attacking the argument. I didn't say you're attacking me.
But JP, it seems like that you're arguing in circles. So that's why I'm trying to figure out.
Let me be very clear, Alton. Let me be very clear. I'm going to repeat it one more time. But because we have a good rapport and everything, maybe you didn't hear me. So let me be very, very clear. Verse 23 is saying there was a plan for God to get crucified. Okay? The Bible prophesied that the Lamb was crucified before the foundation of the world. We don't disagree, okay?
Wow.
That was the creed. There were participants that Jesus preached to that chose to participate in the crucifixion of Christ. Christ gave them the option to accept them or not accept them.
Okay, how about
some chose to accept them, some chose not to accept them.
Okay, JP, how about
now Zanzi, I have to really break this down for Alton.
Yeah, because I got a follow-up question.
No, Alton. This is the point of contention, Alton, okay? The point of contention is that I'm saying that the reason God is judging them is because when Christ preached to them, they could have done differently, even though God knew they wouldn't have. They could have done differently under the system of perfect foreknowledge.
Okay, hold
on. Alton, under your system, they could not have done differently because they were caused to do this.
Well, under our system, they're judged on the basis of the desires of their heart.
Yes, but the desires of their heart is because God did not decree them to be elect, and now that gets into a whole bunch of crap.
Respectfully, JP.
But the problem there,
Pedro, that's going to go into Pedro. I promise.
But the problem there is that you would be saying that God has the inability to do what He wants with His grace.
I will talk to you, Pedro. I promise. I'm a man of my word, Pedro. It's 11:36. I promise.
Pedro, give me 5 minutes. I'll hop off. I promise. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
JP, with all due respect, you are literally not allowing for compatibilism. We're saying
it's false.
We're saying compatibilism is men make choices, right? But God determines things and they're compatible with one another. This verse literally shows you Jesus was delivered according to the plan and then you crucified him. Those are compatible. That's what the verse is literally teaching. Those are two compatible things.
The event was the creed. We agreed. The event was the creed. The people that participated could have chose to participate or not participate, and God will hold them accountable because they did participate when they didn't have
Why are you talking about chose to as if that's a real thing? They did participate. So why does that even matter?
I think it matters because what he's trying to point out is he wants the centurion guards, the Jews, and Pilate to be able to say in that moment, all right, we don't actually find you guilty. We're not going to slaughter you right now. That's what JP wants to say.
Let's start at a very basic level, JP. When God says Jesus was delivered according to the definite plan, right? Was the crucifixion at that point going to happen?
The crucifixion was going to happen. The crucifixion
was regardless of freedom or not, it was going to happen.
It was going to happen because there were going to be people that were going to. Yo, Pedro, come on, man. He said 5 minutes.
The question is actually, could they have chosen not to crucify Christ in that given moment under your system?
Thank you. That's a good question.
Correct.
That's a good question. Yes, they could have. Some of them could have chose not to crucify Christ
and that's
hence,
and
let me
JP.
finish. Hence,
Well, that's
let me
okay. We don't need all
finish.
this.
Let
We don't
me
need all
finish.
this.
Pedro,
Let
No,
me
no,
finish.
no, no. I'm just trying to point to Zons.
Pedro,
Zons.
let me
This is the
finish.
difference in between our systems. The crucifixion could not have happened under his model.
Yeah,
No,
that
that's
would
not
be
what I
that would
said.
make
That's
God
not what I
open
said.
theist.
That's not what I said.
Ah.
That's what I said. That's not what I said. Listen to what I said. Under my system, the participants could have chose to not do that. Ultimately, there
Thank
would
you.
have been still people that would have done it. But
What if those other
That actually speaks to me, what he just said. That tends to be the way I think about it. Like God's plan will come to fruition one way or the other. But it doesn't have to be the exact, like, in other words, I tend to think of it like if one of the disciples was going to betray Christ, it didn't necessarily have to be Judas, but it was. That's how I tend to think about it. But anyway, I just let it play.
others also chose not
You're
to?
not
Hold
letting
on,
me
hold on,
finish.
Pedro. Let him finish.
You're not letting me finish. So the people that did do it, they're being held accountable because they had the option not to.
Yeah, but what if everybody kept choosing not to? Does the crucifixion
Pedro,
ever happen?
Pedro,
If everybody chose,
I think
that's a good hypothetical.
There's a
If
point of contradiction.
everybody chose not to do the crucifixion still would have happened, but it probably would have happened by another means, and God would have wrote that in the scripture.
Okay.
What if the people? What if the people a part of that other situation also make sense?
Pedro, we're going down rabbit holes now.
Yeah, because
No, we're good. We're on point. No, this ain't a rabbit hole.
because God,
We're on point.
hold on. God foreknew that this was going to happen. He foreknew. That's why.
Yeah, but it could not have happened, right?
No. That's why he wrote no. If he foreknew it, it's because he knew it did happen down the timeline. But the reason that he's holding these people accountable, and this is what you guys are
Who
not
made the
addressing,
timeline?
the people that are not holding this thing, brother Pedro, I'm not playing your games. I'm answering a question, then you ask 3 other questions, and you cut me off.
Yeah, I just don't want the. You
So
can make a YouTube video, or you can interact with the questions.
Let me answer my question, the question that I asked, because now you're cutting me off. You're being very rude. Let's not do that, brother. The reason that although this is going to happen is because God has perfect foreknowledge, and he knew it was going to happen, and therefore he wrote it in the scriptures because he knew it would happen. The reason that these people will be held accountable is because although Christ knew it would happen, they freely chose to participate.
What informed them? What informed them to? Wait, hold up, just hold up.
You're not allowed to talk, Zanzi.
What informed them to make? What informed him to make God know that would happen?
Zanzi, anything you had to say, brother? You were cut off.
If Pedro wants to cook with you, I can stay for a few more. That's fine. Go ahead. I mean, okay. I'm trying to drive at something, JP, because I think okay. If we say God is sovereign, man is responsible, which is what you seem like you're saying at this point. God is sovereign, and man is responsible. But let me drive at you something. When you say God's knowledge is perfect, that also includes it's immutable. You know what immutable means, right? Unchangeable.
Yes.
Right? So if God's knowledge is unchangeable, meaning he declared a prophecy saying this is going to take place, right? Whether you think there's a choice or not, that is going to take place. Okay? What that verse teaches, though, is that the men were held responsible. That's what I was trying to drive at, which you're agreeing with. Okay?
Yeah, but they're responsible. Remember, but they're responsible. But this is where we disagree. They were responsible, but within God's foreknowledge, he's going to judge them for what they did because they could have chose not to do what they did. Ultimately, there was still going to be people that wanted Christ to get crucified, right? Because it's true. Some people are going to accept, some people are going to reject. But they ultimately chose to do that. And God knew they could have chose not to do that. Hence why there will be judgment.
Okay, final. Wait. Zon, just hold right there. Hold right there.
I'm about to dip out, Pedro. Let me just.
No. We need this. We need an answer to this.
Get to talk. Zons is a piece of
yeah, whatever. Could the human race have chose not to crucify Christ under your model?
Could the human race, so per God's perfect foreknowledge, the human race was going to do that?
No, could they have not?
Logically speaking, I would say that regardless, there was going to be people that did crucify Christ and people that didn't, people that rejected, people that accepted. That's just what it is. Some people
No.
accept.
Could the human race have not chosen to crucify Christ under your model?
Not under his perfect foreknowledge, no.
What informs his perfect foreknowledge that they could possibly have not crucified Christ?
It's not that you're not understanding. Within his perfect foreknowledge, Christ knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, what informed him of that?
He just knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, how does he know?
He's God.
He's omnipotent.
He's sovereign. He's
okay. I understand that, but under our model, we're saying it's via his decree he has this knowledge. What under your model is saying he has this knowledge?
You're saying he needs a decree in order for him to know?
Yes, that's what we're saying. We're saying his decree is the determination of all that makes him omniscient. What is yours?
But that's what he did in the first 6 days.
No. Anton, just wait. Just wait. Make it because they're just saying because God. We're asking for an answer. What's informing it?
Hold on. Let me respond to that and say I disagree. God knows all even before he decrees.
Yeah, how?
Good morning.
Because he has perfect foreknowledge of all things. It's in his nature. He knows.
Yeah,
all.
we know you're saying that you're using those words. What I'm asking is, how does foreknowledge work? How does foreknowledge give him that omnipotent, that all-knowing? We're saying we over here in our system is saying the decree. What are you saying?
Yeah, so I'll tell you how. The Bible says God knows all. So because the Bible says God is all powerful and God knows all things, by default, that is how. So I don't care what you, Pedro. Pedro, I don't care what you say. I care what the
I know
Bible
you don't
says.
care.
Since the Bible says God is all powerful, since the Bible says God knows all things, that's all I need to lean on. I don't need to say
now Zons, you can take back over.
Bible
Now
also
go
says God
pivot off of
declares all
that.
things. Bible also says God declares all things.
Yes, God declares all things, and he declared creatures to have free will. Thank you.
Free will.
No, he added the free will to the scripture right there, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
But does the scripture say that? I mean, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say it that way.
Which verse was it?
Listen.
You can take back over.
Bible
Now
also
go
says God
pivot off of
declares
that.
all things. Bible also says God declares all things.
Yes, God declares all things, and he declared creatures to have free will. Thank you.
No,
Where does that
no, that's just his commentary. He's not from the Bible.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Free will.
Zanzi, are you saying that if God declares all things, it is impossible for him to declare free creatures to have free choices and be fully responsible
Your
for those
freedom
choices?
cannot violate God's immutable knowledge.
It doesn't. Again, you're not understanding. See, this is what I'm saying. It seems like you guys are twisting my words. I'm being very, very clear and precise with my words.
Us too.
So I'll repeat myself an 8th time. Let's stick.
Like if you're not hearing me, it's not because of me. I'm being clear. I just want to let you know that, right? But he said, "Oh shoot, never mind."
To the scripture with the crucifixion.
Did you have something?
I'm just hoping this couldn't be past the point where I talked. I hope. I don't think that's possible, right?
Well, you said 150, but you didn't.
That's when he called me up. I knew that much, and then I knew there was a lot of him keeping me out of the conversation.
Well, we're at 238 now, so he had you waiting that long?
I don't think it was that long.
Oh no. Well, how long did you stay after you spoke?
Oh, it could have been about an hour. It could have been about an hour, I guess. Go forward until it goes down again, to the bottom ones.
Normally, I would say that isn't important, but it's a 7-hour video, so.
Yeah, go down.
You know you were speaking.
Yeah, there we are.
You mean, right?
Huh?
Determinist, and I'm trying to say, no, we believe there's a free will, and God ordains all things. We just believe that whatever God has
Yeah, I'm not
ordained
in there.
will come to pass.
Oh, am I?
It is
Okay.
mutable. That's
No,
all
no,
we're saying.
no,
Okay?
understood. But do you believe that those?
Yeah. Okay.
How did we miss it then? When I first skipped,
I might be about to speak now.
where are you though? Oh, you are there.
People that crucified Christ had the option not to?
In eternity past, that might have been a thing, but in the real world, they decided what God immutably knows they did.
No. But I'm basing it not off of. I'm basing it off of this. Did they have? Although God knew, and Alton, I know you had some questions, brother, so I will get to you. But
No, go ahead.
did they have the option to do differently? Not that they would. I never said they would, because God's perfect foreknowledge already knew what was going to happen. So my question is, from our realm, could they have chosen not to do that, or were they forced to do that?
They were
Because
not
under
forced
my
to do anything.
Zanzi, and I finish, under my system, Zanzi, the reason God is holding them accountable is because they chose to do this when they could have
Uppercut
chose
the like
not to do
button,
that.
leave a comment, and share with
And
your
Zons,
friends.
this is the problem.
Unless you
Zons,
pray to
really
Mama
quick, let me interact with
Mary.
Zons really quick. Zons, this is the problem here.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand the relationship between nature and will like we do. So that's why he just said force to you. I heard you say we don't force God in our system doesn't force God to do anybody to do anything. Of course. But JP is right here because of what I said about 15 minutes ago. I told you need to define how the relationship between the nature and the will in our
Zanzi, what were you
system,
saying,
not
brother?
his works.
Zanzi, what were you saying, brother? Sorry, you were cut off, Zanzi.
Yeah. I think JP, you think, if I'm being completely honest, I'm going to try to steal now what you think we believe is that God is making you sin every single time.
No,
That's
no,
what I
no,
think you think.
no,
We
brother.
believe.
So we've moved past that.
Okay, but
No, we have not.
I'll be honest.
We didn't move past that at all.
Zanzi, can you explain? Because I think I've made it very clear. We have similarities, but there's a difference. What is that difference between you and I, Zanzi? Explain it.
Compatible free will versus libertarian free will.
Yeah, you have libertarian. Exactly. Peter said it.
Thank you.
Libertarian versus
Peter, you didn't
compatible
have
with free
to.
will.
Peter, you didn't have to help the guy out. You know. What
Yes,
I'm saying?
he did. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful summary.
Yeah. I think it comes down to that. You're saying we have libertarian free will. I
You know,
said we have
Peter agrees
compatible
with
free will.
me.
Okay, hold on. The second thing is.
No, I don't.
What, you don't?
No.
Why are you trying to? Why are you trying to? Why are you trying to engage Zanzi? Why are you trying to engage?
I'm trying to say, Jay, can you back that up? Because I was listening to the other video to try and find it, so I didn't even hear that.
Yeah, that was a pretty good entry on your part.
We didn't move past that at all.
Zanzi, can you explain? Because I think I've made it very clear. We have similarities, but there's a difference. What is that difference between you and I, Zanzi? Explain it.
Compatible free will versus libertarian free will.
Yeah, you have libertarian. Exactly. Peter said it.
Thank you.
Libertarian versus
Peter, you
compatible
didn't have
with free
to.
will.
Peter, you didn't have to help the guy out. You know. What I'm
Yes,
saying?
he did. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful summary.
Yeah. I think it comes down to that. You're saying we have libertarian free will. I
You know,
said we have
Peter agrees
compatible
with
free will.
me.
Okay, hold on. The second thing is.
No, I don't.
What, you don't?
No. I'm
Why are you trying to? Wait, why are you trying to? Why are you trying to engage Zanzi? Why are you trying to engage?
I'm trying to say that the problem here is that you're arguing for libertarian free will, that the only way God can be just is if we have libertarian free will.
Yeah, but Zanzi knows that.
And we're trying to argue that no, God can be just with compatible free will.
Hey man, let Pete drive.
And compatible free will aligns better with what the Bible tells us about God.
No, yeah, we'll go through that. All right, so go ahead. So 4 Calvinist heretics.
Can I try?
Hold
can
on,
I try
JP.
something
I'm
different?
about to drop. I'm about to drop, so you can have 3
Yeah.
Calvinists on the panel.
All right, fair
Okay.
enough.
God bless, brother.
Can I
Wait,
try
wait,
something?
Zanzi, get your last word in. Get your last word in, Zanzi.
No. I think we're good. Look, all I want you to say.
Okay,
not
but
saying is
Zanzi,
the
you
Calvinist
understand.
God.
You understand.
Okay,
You
I
understand
really
the
want-
difference, right?
I really want you to stop saying things like the Calvinist God. If the difference is
Well, Zanzi, I
compatible
will
versus
stop when
libertarian free will.
when I hear other
Hold on,
Calvinists.
JP, let him finish, bro.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
the reason I get a little bit hot is because you come and say the Calvinist God and they do this. look at the nuance, right? The thing we're discussing is so nuanced between libertarian, compatible, free will, and you're talking about God's perfect knowledge and immutable choices and all that. Now you're in this tone, but then before you're like, oh, under their God does these things.
Yeah,
I
well,
want you to
because
stop saying
again,
stuff like that, brother.
Zanzi, there are Calvinists that say our sins are decreed. Every sin that I do is decreed.
Yeah, but there's nuance to that. There's nuance to what they're saying. We can't just trust what you're saying about them. They're not here. They're not here.
You have to speak plainly. You can't.
Yeah, but they're not
things,
here.
Hold on. You can't say things.
Calm down, Pedro.
Yeah, Pedro's out of control, bro. This guy has no self-control. You can't say things and then say, hey, there's 50 nuances. Say what you mean outright. When I speak, I don't have to nuance every word because I speak outright.
But you're using decree to mean cause. And then you say decree sin.
Okay.
Let's go, Pete. Let's go.
Decree sin or not.
Yeah, so
But
I'm
you're meaning
saying
cause.
Okay, so Peter, what I am saying, Peter, is that under compatibilism, could I have chose differently than the sin that I did?
That is libertarian free will.
Okay, I understand.
Pete for president. Let's go.
Okay. Why are you talking about libertarian free will?
Peter. I understand what it is. Okay?
I don't think
my
you do.
question here is my question.
Really, you don't.
Peter, you're being a smart behind, brother. Take it easy and relax.
All right. Okay.
Okay, because I could be smart too, and then we're gonna get nowhere. You want me to get smart?
Well, you do get
Peter,
smart.
do
You
you
have
want me to
been
get Peter, you're being a smart behind, brother. Take it easy and relax.
All right. Okay.
Okay, because I could be smart too, and then we're gonna get nowhere. You want me to get smart?
Well, you do get
Peter,
smart.
do you want me to get smart, or we get nowhere?
That's pretty funny. He has been getting smart.
Or do you want to have a
You
productive
have been getting smart. Don't
No,
deny
I
it.
have not. I had
You
a good,
have.
productive conversation with Zanzi, even though Pedro was interrupting every 30 seconds. Now, if you want this to be productive, calm your attitude, or I'll get smart and we go nowhere. You understand how this works?
Well,
All
if
right,
you can
thank
calm
you.
down.
Okay, so thank you. Take it easy, and we will have a conversation. So, Zanzi, the nuance that we have, we agree and we part ways, in which
Good
I
stuff.
tell you that foreknowledge.
We never engages again after that.
Really? He
You
just
go
wanted,
on, listen if you want.
he was excited that he thought you were on his team, and then when he found out he didn't know what he was talking about, I guess he was kind of mad at you.
I guess, but you remember he called me up there, so he must have forgotten in between.
Yeah, that's like 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, I
And
mean, I
then-
don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't know the guy, but it comes across as very social media influencer kind of stream. So he might just want to kind of perpetuate his image as best he can.
Yeah, I see that. He, how many subscribers does that guy have?
Christian King, I don't know. I mean, he was pretty small. I don't know, maybe 5,000, maybe, or 2,000, something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got some good little software there, I guess. Little editing software, not editing software, but just emojis and all this stuff going on here. Why is that stuff popping up? Do you have any idea?
Emoji stuff popping up where? On his screen?
They float all over the screen during the whole conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why.
There might be, I forget what it is, but I think there's something that some like program that you can do after the fact that adds all that stuff from the chat into your stream.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But to me, it kind of comes across as like low attention span kind of distraction stuff. But not
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like I'm going to put in like 60, smiley emojis just to clutter up the screen type of thing. Like, okay.
What's the title of that stream there? Does it say?
Exposing unorthodox false teachings.
You see that now? For the past few weeks, he does these every now and then, right? So I'd go in there and I'd toss in my insults and stuff. And then in the last week or so, he said, exposing Calvinism, their false teaching. And of course, my attitude changed quite a bit.
Oh, so he knows. Yeah, he knows who you are from previous comments on previous days as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he's just like, get in here. But yeah,
that's not Christian King. That's not his channel. That's JP Uncut. That's not his channel.
Oh.
It's the guy in the lower right corner there. See, that's his channel.
This guy? Yeah. Well, you got in at 150. At 150, it's just under 250 there. You barely got to say anything. But you made some great points. I mean, a lot of people on the panel were like, thank you. Thank you. Went through 45 minutes of this.
It's frustrating to listen to conversations where it's just confusion. It's not really building a straw man. It's just we're not understanding each other.
Well, this is why you call for the steel man, right? Say, he was doing that earlier. I give him props for that. He's saying, no, before you answer me, tell me what my argument was. That's key.
Right. Yeah, maybe that would help.
I was going to ask you guys, regardless of hosts, what do you think about like large panels for streams? Do you think it really works, or do you think it's up to the host? Or
I don't think it works.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, maybe
chaotic.
3 or 4 people seems like, maybe 5, but seems like 3 or 4 people is a reasonable amount.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. The one-on-one, I think, is superior if you get 2 people that are serious and committed to their worldview, ideally. But yeah, more than 5 to me gets nonsensical. But it depends on who those people are. I mean, the atheists, they depend on hanging out in gangs because they don't like to get narrowed down into assumptions, presuppositions, a priori questions. So they have people jump in when you're getting there, starting to move in the right direction. They tend to hang out in gangs, definitely.
When you have such large panels, you can't get back into prior conversation very easily because the conversation just keeps moving without any kind of stop or pause or anything.
Yeah, if you're the channel operator, you might make notes to yourself in the
that's true,
in the chat and star them, and then try to come back to them. Like that's one way you might be able to do that.
If you're limited on time, though, I mean that's got to be really difficult.
Yeah, but so you're right. So much gets lost in large conversations. Like you want to get back to a point, and it gets lost. Something new comes along, and you can't really go back there. Sometimes it's frustrating. I mean, that seemed pretty frustrating for Peter. He's there for
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like a big part of my theology hinges on compatible free will. So it's very frustrating for me to see it straw man in particularly, but it's not even that. It's more the lack of understanding and not being able to convince people, or at least so that they think it's tolerable, at least.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. I think. I guess you really just have to ask them, did you hear what I said? Can you steel man it back to me? Because if I think about all the experiences I had with Ace, like if I just stopped them and said, okay, just steel man back to me what you're saying, what I'm saying to you. And he'd come back with something else. I'd be like, no, that's not it. And then I'd repeat it. And then he'd try again. And if he just kept getting it wrong, I'd be like, you're not receiving anything. And then you can leave, pointing out that he's not even receiving what you're saying, which doesn't have to be frustrating for you. You could just say, you go in there knowing that you're going to not be heard, but you still make the point that your interlocutor is not able to hear you or not willing to hear you. So you can take that angle because that's happening every time, like at Aces. Practically, and they actually enjoy the frustration if you pay close attention. Like that's what people who distract move to do, is incite emotion and marginalize you. Like Tommy, for instance, like not never, but he rarely seems to focus and follow on the content in a long form conversation. He just wants to pop in with like little psychological points and poetry. Mm-hmm. And when you get into atheism, like what do they actually have for an argument? Right? They don't have an argument against God. So what are they going to be doing in a conversation?
Nitpicking at your worldview.
Yeah, playing games, trying to get in the Bible. When you start to say, well, what do you, how do you make the evaluation of what is true and what is false in reality? Well, those are the questions they don't want. But it's just about how you do it, Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say Halsey wasn't an atheist. They're, I guess, agnostic is what they were saying on your stream.
She's trying to be, but you can make a case that she doesn't live that way. If someone says they're agnostic, you start to ask them questions about like, okay, well, when's the last time you prayed to God? What's the last thing you did that involved the God in your decision making? You start to ask questions like that. They come up with empty answers and say, okay, you're saying you're agnostic, but you're living like an atheist. You're denying the true God.
Well, basically, they were trying to say that they were like neutral. They were kind of trying to pose themselves as being neutral.
Right.
And that's the reason why I brought up carbon 12, because that kind of forces them to explain their perspective and why that would be. So I'm deneutralizing their perspective. If that makes sense.
With carbon 12?
Well, yeah, because I was mentioning how carbon 12 is 666. So I'm saying that your whole perspective of like science being the authority on things is having reference back to the Bible.
What authority does science have, though?
Well, a lot of times, like materialists that are neutralists. Well, I assume that she was somewhat of a materialist.
Yeah.
They rely on scientific theories and the understanding of science.
How far is that going to get them in a philosophical discussion? They're going to have to rely on philosophy to make a case for science. Science itself relies on philosophy's uniformity in nature, identity over time, induction. The conversation is going to be philosophical. You can try to utilize the sciences within the conversation, but ultimately it will be philosophical.
Sorry, I wasn't following.
How's he trying to, or the materialist trying to utilize science as a position of authority, right?
Mm-hmm.
Science relies on philosophies that it can't explain itself.
Right. Yes.
It's the philosophy of science. So whenever you're getting into a discussion trying to utilize science in that fashion, it's still a philosophical discussion. With the utility of
science and etc.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them haven't even crossed that road yet, where they don't even realize they're in the domain of philosophy. The universalists do that. They seem to reject philosophy, even though they hold a philosophy. It's a strange thing. It's basically inescapable. Like having a worldview. Like if you're going to argue that you don't have a worldview, if you're going to try to be neutral, you're going to fail with the right interlocutor, because there is no actual neutral position. Once you take a step in any direction, then you're out of the neutral zone. Basically, once you speak.
Yeah, you can tell. Look at Tommy. Look at the efforts he goes through.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's just constant effort to stay on the fence and not make a knowledge claim. And what happens is he just continually makes knowledge claims while denying them.
And assigns them to other characters.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, that's true in the comments. I wonder if he's doing that playfully, or that's where his line of thinking leads him. Like, oh, I can get away with making these claims if Uncle Earl said it.
Right, exactly. He's not the one exhorting people. Uncle Ed is.
You can still argue that you're carrying a responsibility to use someone's claim in an argument. That's why I try to get them to say who's responsible for your claims. Because you can bring in somebody else's claims. I mean, you could try to have a conversation about like other philosophies and other philosophers and say, okay, let's have a neutral conversation. But even so, I think with a well-versed presuppositionalist, they're going to say, and they'd be able to point out all throughout the conversation that they're stepping outside of a neutral territory, that they're implementing their own worldview while they're discussing these philosophers. It's actually not hard to do.
So, Web,
Yes.
Do you believe, what kind of will do you think men have?
That's what I was saying earlier, is that our will is Adam's will, and that I'm an extension of Adam. My ego is an extension
Oh,
of
yeah.
Adam.
Oh, yeah. Well, so, yeah, so that's a toughie, huh? So you don't have an individual will.
I do, in the sense that I'm an extension of Adam. So I'm an extension of his expression.
Like a sunbeam from the sun.
I guess you can go there if you want to.
Well, think about the analogy, though, right? Like Adam is the center point, the sun, and then all the extensions are all the people. They would be the sun rays. It's still part of the sun, essentially. There's a distinction.
Well, actually, the people would be the fragmented rainbow, because the.
Oh, I forgot about the fragmented rainbow. Yes.
Yeah.
What about morality?
Uh-oh.
Where do we get our morality from?
Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this. Was it like last night or a few nights ago?
Oh, was I talking about it?
No, I don't think so.
And I was drilling them down on it. You know, it's yeah. What are you going to do? Matt?
So basically, what I'm saying is that the knowledge of good and evil created a good and evil, and that good and evil are an illusion. So it's two sides of the same coin.
There it is. There it is. The coin. Yeah, like there's no good, there's no evil. Just but that's when I was getting into asking you questions about young children, and you're like, no, that's a trap, and I'm like, no, it's not a trap. It's relevant.
No, it was just the way you're framing it, but I understand why you asked it. It has more to do with the knowledge of good and evil corrupting people, and it's just an illusion that's corrupting them. So they're really just doing it to themselves.
Corruption is also an illusion, is the problem.
Yeah, the corruption is the illusion.
But see, and on and on and on. Like whatever you follow up with is also an illusion. You got a regressive illusion that you can't get out of.
Well, no, I'm saying Adam's mind, which is the primordial flame, is not an illusion. It is destruction and creation, the primordial destruction and creation. I actually have some epistemology to back up my claims that we all.
Oh, he found an epistemology.
I did.
He went shopping today. Nice. Did I tell you, Peter, that Howdy did that like back maybe a year ago? He was kind of sure with epistemology, and he went shopping for one. He came back with one.
No, that's not someone else, but you were telling me about them in the stream.
Yeah, I was saying Peter knows who Howdy is.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
He had done that. He came back with an epistemology after it's pointed out that he had no epistemic justification. So what do you got?
Okay, so my
phenomenal
conservatism. So I have epistemology. I have epistemology for some two large claims that I'm making. The claim that we're all one, and also the claim that we come from that the material comes from the mind. So I'll go into it in just a second. Okay, so my claim is that the observer effect denotes parental dominance over the observed system by the observer disturbing the observed system. Further, an observer sits upon the utmost portion of an observable hierarchy. So what I'm saying is that since we can observe our material, that it comes from the mind, because the mind is the observer in that case. And because we can observe each other, we belong to each other and therefore are one.
Well, at the very start, you said the material comes from the mind.
Yes, I'm saying it's the parental dominating force that it comes from.
Can you give an example of how that would work?
So because I can observe the mind, because I can observe the material, I can disturb its environment, which creates it as a domineering force, which is belonging to the mind.
No, I don't follow.
Okay, so you're familiar with the observer effect and how when something is observed, it changes the outcome.
The observer, when I think of an observer, I say, what are your assumptions? What is your ultimate presupposition? That's what I say to the observer, because it's not a neutral observation. There's things that are prior to the observation, right? Do you recognize that?
No, I think if you're observing something, then
Wow,
it's
you really don't recognize that. You think there's that neutral observation.
what would be prior to the observation?
Well, when you and I look out at the world based on our assumptions, presuppositions, experience, we have a different view. And we can locate things that are similar that we can discuss, so we can talk about the objectivity of them, but we do have a separate purview, which goes against, the whole we are one. But then you try to say the observation's an illusion, but then you're observing and telling me these things in this conversation, which puts you in the illusion and the explanation as an illusion. But then you go into this fire and smoke in the mind, and I don't know how to answer it, and I don't know how it's relevant to what I'm saying.
Well, what I'm saying is I'm backing up the epistemology to two of the large claims I'm making, which is that matter comes from the mind and that we are one. And the way that I was backing up that we are one is saying that because I observe you, that denotes ownership for me on you, and then vice versa. So we own each other, basically, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so a blind man is not part of this?
Well, a blind man can hear through their senses, so they
Okay,
can
so a blind and
observe
deaf
through their
man is not part of this?
Blind and deaf man?
Yeah.
I feel like we're getting into like really fringe territory where it doesn't
There's
really
a point to go in there, dude, because you're saying the reliability of observation is your epistemology. So I'm saying,
like they can still observe things by touching things. It's we have, if you're going to say that like a brain in a bottle, kind of, you feel like you're getting to like a brain in like a jar kind of territory.
I feel like I'm talking to a guy who thinks he might be a brain in a jar. I feel like I'm talking to a solipsist who with a different flavor of religion. That's why I'm asking.
The mind is a metaphysical concept, though. So I don't
right,
really...
it is. Now, how you put together that the mind creates matter? Well, whatever's created by man must be in the mind first. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the mind observing something is the domineering force, which means that it can disturb its environment. So it has domineering force over its environment. So that denotes that is the parental force in its environment.
Okay, but that's not getting you to knowledge. That's just giving an explanation of a particular pathway of observation interacting with matter and nature. It's not getting you to how you know things.
Yes, I was saying that's how I know that the matter is belonging to the mind.
The belonging to, I'm not familiar with.
It was begot by the mind, I should say.
Okay, so you observe me, and then you say, "Oh, I've observed you, therefore you belong to me, and we're one."
Exactly, and vice versa. So, yeah.
So I'm outside. I'm in an illusory state.
We belong to each other, is basically what I'm saying.
It's like a brave new world. Pass each other around in the community. We all own each other.
I don't understand the mind matter thing. You said matter comes from the mind?
I don't think, honestly, Wep, I don't think you understand it either. I think you're just pitching it to see how we react.
Yeah, it seems kind of like
no, I do understand it, because I'm saying
you do understand. You just found this epistemology yesterday. What you're calling epistemology yesterday, bro. Like your whole worldview, like you've had this worldview for I don't know how long, and your epistemology.
I'm further backing it up because you wanted more epistemology, so I'm further backing it up.
I don't think I got any, and I don't think I'm still getting any.
So the observer effect isn't something you can learn from?
I mean, I'm listening to you, but how?
Well,
go ahead.
I wasn't listening that careful. Run your epistemology by me. How do you know?
Okay. The observer effect denotes parental dominance over the observed system by the observer effect disturbing the observed system. Further, an observer sits upon the upmost portion of an observable hierarchy.
Who's the observer?
In this case, the mind is observing the matter.
Your mind?
Yes.
Not my mind.
Also your mind, if you can observe matter.
So there's two separate minds?
And we can observe each other, which creates one mind because we're shared.
Yeah, he's asking you,
have you jettisoned your all one theory?
Have I jettisoned it?
Yeah, he did inadvertently. Yes.
You're talking about particulars now, and you were talking about everything being one before.
Yeah, that's where you can't make it work, and you just want to make it work.
Well, I'm talking about the particulars of how everything is one.
The particulars are illusory in this view, though.
Right. I'm saying, but you wanted more epistemology.
Why when you say right? Why do you when you say right to that? Do you just have more to say? It's if you're gonna say that the particular is an illusion, you're dancing in the particulars right now, trying to point out that you know better than the illusion that you're professing and that you're in.
I'm saying the mind isn't an illusion, though. So I'm just explaining how we perceive ourselves as different, but we're one.
And then when we ask you about your epistemology, you start describing us as not one.
No, I'm saying that because I can observe you and you can observe me, that means we're one.
That's not one, dude.
That's not one. By definition, you're setting it up as two.
And you try to satisfy it by saying, in the illusion. It's not working, dude.
It's not a domineering force. So because I perceive you, that means you belong to my mind. And because you perceive me, that means I belong to your mind. It means that
we went over this. We went over this yesterday, I think. It ultimately broke down to your ultimate authority is what you're calling your own mind.
Well, I'm using the observer effect to add some more epistemology to what I'm saying.
No, but it's all about this philosophy called is all about you. It's solipsistic.
And this observer effect is just a phrase you made up.
No, it's not. You look it up.
You looked it up. You found it.
I've known it for a long time.
I'll tell you what. I'll look at the observer effect. I'll actually look it up and for next time. But I think I'm gonna call it a night tonight.
All right,
thanks, Peter.
Thanks for coming on and sharing that. That was cool, man.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Good night.
Night. I know I annoy the shit out of Peter sometimes. I know I annoy the shit out of you too, but you know.
Well, he's pretty cool. I think he's just used to getting BS'd.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, seriously, like when you come back with a new epistemology, I mean, I understand like philosophy is going to be a venture, and that you.
I took it more. I took it more as a challenge, so I was like, yeah, I'll come back with something else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like because I know that I'm not so adamant on entertaining it. I mean, but I don't think that's getting you to knowledge. But whatever.
Are you familiar with the observer effect, JG?
No, I don't think I've come across it.
Okay,
it just sounds like because you observe. I mean, what I was thinking when you were talking about is a
it's
double
used
slit.
It's used in physics. It's you should look it up.
I was thinking about the double slit experiment. When you observe the electron, you get a different interference pattern.
I think that's part of it. You can also use light as an example. When you you have to illuminate something so that you're able to see it. Is like another example of the observer effect.
But when you say you know things, what I would say is that not all things that you know are observable. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Well, I was saying that that we belong to the mind and that we're one is observable from the epistemology that I'm using.
But if there are things that are not observable that you know, there's no things that you know that are not observable.
Okay, so I mean, I've internally observable things in my perspective, like I'm talking about with Adam being the fire and stuff like that. But and I've kind of tried to add some epistemology to it by showcasing the stuff I have in my videos and whatnot. But
well, I mean, when you say adding epistemology, it sounds funny to me because the epistemology is going to be ever present. It's always going to be on the table. Metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics are going to be in all of the philosophy and demonstratable or pointed out in all the claims.
For me, it's about creating a translation layer to duality so that you can understand it through your perspective.
My perspective is going to reject that idea up front and challenge it. And thus far, I don't think you're making sense.
Which I kind of appreciated you challenging it because it allows me to think about things a little differently and be able to restructure some of my arguments and stuff, or my perspective.
Yeah, I gather that from you. It's fine. It just depends on what I'm doing that day. Sometimes I might be into it, sometimes not. I'm just not making sense of it at this point.
That's fine. I mean, you can look into the observer effect. It's like a well-documented thing.
As an epistemology that an empiricist would use?
I don't know that.
Well, empiricism is sense data, so it sounds like it's based on sense data. You got into tactile, visionary, and auditory observation, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be an empirical view. The problem with empiricism is that not all things known and not all reality is empirical. In fact, the most fundamental constituents, let's say logical laws and mathematics, are utilized and discovered, but they're not found in time and space.
Right, and I was talking about symbology and other stuff in my perspective, but you weren't as big a fan of me having my mental critique on the external. So,
well, I'm trying to get you to a place where it's more than just your feelings on the matter, your experience, your personal experience. I want to know what's real in your view objectively, and how you know that epistemology. And then ultimately, and this is where there's going to be a fail as well, is ethics.
I've gone into that with the observer effect, talking about the mind. The mind is
how does that get you to right or wrong?
Well, you're trying to put me into right or wrong, and I've already stated that that's not really part of my perspective. And so
traditional philosophy entails ethics. For you to say it's not part of your philosophy is just saying that you're rejecting ethics, and that's your own ethic. That you discard that. Like, it's a choice that you're making about the behavior of how you're seeing the world. You can't escape the ethical component. It just tasks me to point out how you're trying to escape it, as I was just attempting to do.
It was the knowledge of good and evil which corrupted man. So I don't view good and evil as being a thing. I think they're illusory.
Yeah, woe to those who call evil good and good evil.
They're just they're further into an illusion.
The Bible is now inaccurate, as Isaiah 5:20.
Right, but I'm saying those people that call good evil and evil good.
That's what you're doing, dude.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that those concepts don't exist in the first place. The good and
That's
evil.
That's the same thing, though, from my perspective, because there are good and evil that exist. So someone who dismisses them is essentially calling good and evil good. The dismissal itself fits that category.
I'm saying that I've rejected the idea of good and evil in the first place.
Right. So whenever you argue a point or try to make sense of reality, you don't know what to do with it because you have no moral compass, so to speak. It just is. That's what your worldview becomes.
I don't know what you mean that I don't know what to do with it. I operate okay.
You can choose what to do with it and say it's your preference, but when questioned at length, you just say, well, I like that, or I want to do that. As we were pointing out the other day, you're just coming up with things like, well, I like that, I prefer that. And then I would say, well, what if you prefer the opposite? Or what if I prefer that your head not be on your body? You say, well, that's your preference. I can't say it's wrong. And that's where we move into absurdity, where ultimately you can be dismissed because you dismiss yourself.
I didn't say what you can and can't say, so
but what I'm saying is, when you said that you're not telling me what to say, you're still adhering to some sort of system that guides you to say that you're not telling me what to say, and that's the correct way for you to be. And if you try to move around that, it just becomes a game of like move the shell, we were saying. That's why I was talking about moving the goalposts the other night. Remember that? I was trying to find the ethic in your system because you are acting as though it's there, but we can't locate it. And that's because you're not operating with a sound theory.
If I decide to go further into the illusion, that's my choice. But my choice currently is to bring us out of the illusion, is what I'm saying.
Either way, though, you can't make a determination of what the right way is. That's the problem.
It's Adam's will. It's not right or wrong.
Listen to me. You can't make a determination of what you ought to do in your worldview as of now.
Yeah, I've already said that I've made a determination to spread the truth because it benefits me.
And I pointed out that if you make a determination to spread lies tomorrow, there's no conundrum.
But I don't have a reason to do that.
If you don't have a reason to do it and you do it anyway, what's the problem?
Yeah, sure. But people can do all kinds of horrible stuff.
When you say horrible, it's a figure of speech in your purview.
I mean, like harmful to yourself, because I view it
When you
as
say harmful to yourself, harmful to others, any derogatory statement, it's a preference. It's reducible to a figure of speech in your worldview. You don't have an identifiable objective ethic.
Well, I'm saying ultimately it doesn't really matter because it's harmful.
For you to say what does and doesn't matter, you have to make a determination through knowing something and then a judgment call through what the right way to handle that information is. You do not have that in your worldview. You see what you're doing, you just keep trying different things, and I just keep saying the same thing in a slightly different manner to you. Just go back and listen to it. Point out where it's wrong. We can, if you want to, even find something, we can critique you and I talking in the past and say, oh, I watched this again and I caught this and I wanted to ask you about this, Because
So would I be evil for poking myself with a needle, or would I just be stupid? Because that's what it feels
why
like.
do you think that those things are mutually exclusive? Why don't you think you can be stupid and evil?
Because I don't see the concept of good and evil as being real. I see it as an illusion.
Is what you see the determination of what is objectively real, or is it just a personal?
Would I observe from the mind?
Just get into things that are objectively true. That's a good starting point. That can't really.
Yeah, which I've tried to do by putting the pieces back together from my perspective.
No, I'm saying when you're talking to me, like it makes sense that we start to make an agreement on what objective reality is, because I don't even think that.
I don't see how we can make an agreement because we have like fundamentally different perspectives.
Right. So, well, yes and no, because we can. I mean, I can ask you if you think numbers exist. I can ask you if 2 and 2 equals 4.
I'm saying fundamentally, though.
Does 2 plus 2 equal 4, Webb? So you failed math.
No, I'm just like thinking like that would, I guess it would.
Does 2 plus 2 equal 4, Webb? It's a simple question.
I know it's simple in a way, but it's very complicated in another way.
Well, you can answer it, and then I can kind of take a walk with you, or you really want to think it if you want to answer it or not. How are you going to come up with a different answer?
Well, it's just the way that math is taught can be seen as like a structure within itself that doesn't necessarily gel with some of the things I.
So in other words, you think math is invariant. It's not immutable. It's shapeable.
Yeah.
Okay. And you think logic is the same way?
No, I think logic comes from the mind, so it is truth.
Is the logic in your mind the same as the logic in my mind?
In a sense, yes, but from my perspective, no.
What sense?
In the sense that I'm an extension of Adam, and that you're Adam also, and from my perspective.
No. The logic. Okay. The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction. Those are constructs in your mind.
Yes, the ego belongs to the mind.
Why was it necessary to bring in the ego belonging to the mind to answer that question?
Oh, I thought you mentioned the ego.
The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, those are constructs existing in your mind.
What is the law of identity? I'd have to look it up.
The thing is the thing. The thing is not both of the thing and not the thing at the same time. A equals A. A does not equal not A. It's quite simple.
Correct. That would be correct, I guess.
So that law exists in your mind. That's where it's stationed. Its ontology is in your mind.
I'm trying to follow what you're asking, and it's a little difficult for me.
The laws of logic, where do they exist?
That they help explain the truth.
Okay, but you said they exist in your mind. Now you're talking about what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where do they exist?
They exist as a thought in your mind.
So they're subjective, variant, changeable, because what exists in your mind certainly isn't the same as what exists in my mind. It's not the same material.
Yeah, I would say that they're variable based on perception.
So the law of non-contradiction is changeable and shapeable.
Yes, just as
Do
a
you
dream.
you have an example?
Just as a dream is changeable and shapeable.
Do you have an example of where the law of non-contradiction doesn't persist, doesn't exist, or is changeable?
I would have to look it up. Hold on, just to make sure I'm getting my facts correct.
If you can say the law of non-contradiction is a subjective idea that's shapeable and changeable, then you're really going to collapse your entire worldview. Because
I mean, that's your perspective, but I would have to really break it down to see if that would be the case or not.
I'm saying you already did break it down with that claim, because if you abandon basic laws of thought, then all your claims become subjective in nature, and all you have is a subjective projection of reality, aka an illusion. But you also are professing that you're an illusion. So, I guess you talking about it is helping me, perhaps helping me put it together for you. But you're not making sense with a worldview that you can move forward.
I think I'm swapping between seeing things from my fragmented perspective and my non-fragmented perspective. So I'm trying to understand what you mean.
It sounds like schizophrenia or a schism, as the Bible would put it. Like you got a dual reality going on and you're trying to choose the right one, but you don't have an ethical position to know what the right one actually is. And you're also saying there is no right one. And you're making distinctions and separations of your mind and my mind and other minds, and then saying it's all one mind. So it's just a mess.
I see like mental illness and that kind of stuff as being determined by what society finds acceptable.
Illness assumes a correct path. How are you going to
by societal standard in terms of mental illness is what
so
I'm
there's
saying.
there's no illness in your view?
No, it's illusory.
So illness and wellness are illusory. Right and wrong are illusory. But you can't be right about that. You see what I mean?
Why?
By your own standard, lack of standard, you can't be right about the claim.
Which conflicting thing did I mention?
Anything you mention, I start to say, how do you know that? And you're going to say, well, I'm whatever you said. I'm an observer who is in a hierarchy that imposes authority on the matter. Which is strange, but okay. I mean, I'm not agreeing with that, but I would probably put that aside and go after the ethic. Like, okay, so even if that information was correct, you don't know how to behave, which is ethics, within that framework. You're like, well, that information seems to be right. However, I can accept it today and reject it tomorrow, and it matters not. You have no. You have no.
What exactly do you take issue with that in?
Because you have no.
Wouldn't it-
Yeah.
No, I was just saying, wouldn't it make sense from like a professed non-dualist to have that perspective?
The professed non-dualist continues to separate himself and make distinctions from the one.
In which way?
When you say I and talk about your experience.
Yeah, I'm saying that I'm an extension of Adam. I'm a piece of Adam. I'm an extension of him.
I know you're saying that.
Operating inside of my corporeal form is operating inside of an illusion.
I'm saying from my worldview, someone telling me that we're an illusion, they're in an illusion, gives me the idea to not take that person seriously. So I would move to the question: ought I take? Hold on, though. Ought I take you seriously?
But again, I feel like I'm going back to the conversation we had last night. That would be up to you.
I know it's going to continue to go back to that because these things are not satisfied. And I told you that. I know it's up to me. But when I ask you if I ought to follow your worldview, it's implied when you give your worldview, the way I see it. Like
I would like it. I would like it if you adopted my perspective, but that's not really here nor there.
Well, I'm not asking you what you would like.
And I just said it was
I'm asking if I should. Is there anything that you ought to do more than based on a preference or a whim?
I think I ought to act in my best interest regarding my desires.
That's just complete selfishness.
Yeah.
So how did you get to a worldview where you decided that complete selfishness is the way?
Because I see us as being narcissists and we fragmented here, and I think everyone is selfish in their own ways, and that it's just kind of an illusion that people like to put up that they're not selfish.
Well, just because people are selfish and narcissistic, what gives you the guiding step to say that's how you ought to be?
No, I'd like to come out of that is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring us back.
But now you're going back to what you like. You have no way of knowing what you ought to do. You're just saying what you like. You're just expressing your feelings. You're not giving me any sort of concrete reality here. I mean, in fact, you're giving me a reality that's a pseudo reality that's easy to dismiss. And I'm asking you, ought I take you seriously outright at this point, and you don't even know?
Well, I just feel like that's up to you, and I don't know why I would have to interfere with that.
Well, because I'll give you an example from the Christian worldview. I say Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, and you ask me, ought I believe that? I would say yes. You ought to.
Yeah, but that's created on a concept of like good and evil. So
yes, and
I'm saying that my perspective is not reliant on good and evil, in so much as that we are the mind, which is not corrupted by the fruit of good and evil, the knowledge of good and evil. It's just an illusion. The knowledge of good and evil is an illusion.
And you're saying that is true. That's objectively true for all people, correct? You're not saying that now?
Yeah.
Okay, you're saying that. So when I go to your epistemology, you're going into observation. You don't know that through observation.
I don't know that.
You don't know what you said was the truth. What was the previous truth claim? I'm sorry. Sometimes I have trouble following the details of what you're calling truth because it's so far fetched to me that I didn't hang on to it. I'm trying to move.
That's fair.
I'm trying to move into a particular line of questioning. You made a truth claim earlier about reality. I said, "Is that true for all people?" And you said, "Yes." Right?
Yeah, that we come from the mind.
Yeah. So when I ask you how you know that epistemology, this is not observable. You're going outside of your own epistemology.
No,
That's
I'm
why-
not, because I'm saying because of the observer effect. If we can observe ourselves, then we belong to the mind.
Okay. You don't have observational knowledge that that's the case for all people. It's not observational knowledge that you have.
I've observed that others observe their material bodies.
You haven't observed all others. You've observed others, not
I've
all.
observed others in my localized environment, I guess I should say.
You're making a leap into a truth claim about all people, though. You can't put this together, is what I'm pointing out. The epistemology.
I haven't seen evidence to the contrary necessarily.
We haven't seen evidence to the contrary of a lot of things we can say. That's not helping. My point is that you tried it, a new epistemology. Props to that for doing some research. When you take an empirical epistemology, it's limited to observation. So you have to challenge your truth claims, which are not based on observation in many cases.
I don't see a situation where my claim is invalidated, because if it's based on the observation of the hierarchy itself. So I don't really see
Where is that observation? Where is that? Where did you observe this?
Comes from the mind. The
Okay,
observation.
so you observed something in what you're calling your mind. Then you're applying it to all reality as truth. And when I ask how you know that, you say because your mind told you so.
I guess what you're trying to say is that, like, there might be situations where people exist where they don't observe things, or others exist which they don't observe things.
Well, I was trying to make a point with a blind and deaf person to try to narrow it down.
Well, yeah, but they still observe things with their touch or their hearing, or whatever the case.
I heard you. I heard you, and I moved forward from that. I said, I realized that you're just using a different flavor of empiricism, sense data, to claim knowledge. And what I'm saying to you is your truth claim about all people and all minds is not observable. It goes outside of your alleged epistemology. Does that make sense?
No, because I can observe you, and I can observe that you have thoughts.
I'm not saying you can't do that, Webb. I'm saying your truth claim about all people is not something you have observed, but you hold it as truth. It goes.
What is all people in your definition?
You made a claim about all humanity. You did not observe all humanity. Your epistemology will not work for that claim. So this epistemology that you want to make fit, and I know you're just shopping. Hopefully you can get a refund for that one. It's not going to work.
No. I think what you're saying basically is that 2 + 2 doesn't always equal 4. And
I'm not saying that. I think you're saying that. You were the one who hesitated to answer that.
Yeah, because I was trying to think about the ramifications of what answering that would be.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm not saying 2 + 2 does not always equal 4, though. I think you are saying that.
Okay, but you're like kind of steel manning then, because you're coming at me with this claim that there's instances where it's possible for humans to not observe things, or mankind to not observe things, where you haven't actually seen any evidence of that.
No, I'm making the point that you don't have the observation point to claim any truth about all people. It's not an observation that you experience when you get into a universal.
Yeah, it's an observation that I can observe about anyone that I've seen, anyone that is.
It gets into the part. It gets into like maybe the parts whole fallacy, where you're observing a large group and then applying it to the rest of the world. You still can't make that work philosophically. You might want to make that work, but it's not a coherent philosophy.
Well, my localized experience is what I'm dealing with. So anything outside of that is irrelevant.
2 + 2 = 4 is outside of your local experience. That's why I brought it up.
No, because I'm saying that my experience comes from the mind and what I can perceive with the senses. So I don't.
If you think 2 + 2 = 4 and works in reality to build bridges, skyscrapers, jet engines, because your mind knows that 2 + 2 = 4, you got to snap. You got to snap out of it.
I can observe those things that you're saying with my mind. That was what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is those things exist prior to your mind existing. They're established, they're discovered, they're not mind dependent, but the
Yeah,
mind,
because if they're not, if it does a tree fall in the forest if no one hears it?
yeah, that's the kind of ideas that come to mind, right? Like I'm trying to get to an observer.
You're saying that it exists whether or not it's observed or not, and I'm saying that how can it exist if it's not observed?
Where did you observe 2 + 2 = 4?
I observed it from you saying it on here. I can observe it through
It's
my
not an
mind.
observation. It's not saying
Yes,
something is
that's
saying something doesn't make 2 + 2 = 4.
I can observe that you said it and that it came from your mind.
That doesn't mean that you have a hold of an objective reality. 2 + 2 = 4. You're subjectivizing it. 2 + 2 = 4 is not something that you hold in your mind and make true in all reality because you hold that in your mind, right? You really think 2 + 2
I don't
= 4?
I don't think it has any value if it can't be observed.
Well, right. 2 + 2 is not observed. It's demonstrated. It's used.
No,
Symbols are
I'm
used.
saying that is observed. The symbols that are used and how it functions.
Without the symbols, look, did 2 + 2 = 4? Think of the mind and the matter, how mind comes before matter, how you think about that, right? And apply it to this. Did 2 + 2 = 4 before someone discovered it? Or did someone...
I don't know what before someone discovered it means. I don't think things can exist without an observer is what I'm trying to get at.
So who created 2 + 2 = 4 then?
Adam.
And that's an objective reality for all people, whether they recognize it, acknowledge it, or observe it.
From my objective perspective.
Your objective perspective? You mean your subjective perspective?
I perceive it as objective.
Which part?
That I'm Adam, ultimately.
We're both Adam, ultimately, having a dispute.
But you don't realize that you're Adam is what I'm getting at.
So if I say 2 + 2 = 5, you say 2 + 2 = 4, that's both Adams with a different answer. What happens now?
I don't know what you mean what happens now.
Who's right? I'm asking you who's right.
Oh, you're asking me who's right?
Well, I mean, at least in the math test, you know who's right, but philosophically speaking, who's right? 2 atoms.
It's not
One
really.
says 2 + 2. 2 atoms, you and I. I'm saying 2 + 2 = 5, just as an experiment.
I feel like you're trying to get me in like a psychological trap here, and I'm just trying to understand what you're saying here.
I know it feels like a trap because your worldview is a trap, is one way to put it. And I'm pointing that out.
I mean, that's your perspective on it. I would disagree with that.
I know that's when I'm pitching it back to you in a certain way, it feels like a trap because it is a trap. It's not a trap that I'm making.
I mean, it's not a trap that really matters in a sense, but I'm just saying that I'm trying to logically come at this in the best way I can, and I don't know if you're trying to pin me down into like a certain perspective that I wouldn't agree with necessarily.
I know we don't agree, so I'm going to objective things, the most objective things I can think of, logic and mathematics. You could just go through the thought experiment. I mean, I don't have it planned out. I have.
So numbers are a dual construct, and they're based on odd and even numbers. So that's why I'm having struggling with talking about this, because it's really based on like a dual concept. So I'm struggling like interpreting it into my perspective in the case that you're trying to promote here.
Yeah, but you've got numbers and you've got logic subjectivized to your mind. You said that logic is variant, changeable. So whatever you bring forth logically is changeable. So whatever claims you make about reality is reshapeable. It's not consistent. It's not true. It's merely an observation at that time that you're professing. You have no way of acknowledging or locating.
Well, you're saying my mind, but I'm saying the ego is illusory, and then I'm just an extension of Adam. But
Okay,
the extension
so
is
that's back to two atoms, me and you. 2 + 2 = 5, says one. 2 + 2 = 4, says the other. What's happening there in your worldview? They're not both right, are they?
But they're both based on duality. Is what I'm trying to get at.
Are they both right?
That doesn't matter. Like I said,
How do you know it doesn't matter?
Because duality is based on good and evil and right and wrong, and I'm saying that neither of those things matter because it's just us. It's just one.
When I say I lent you $2 Friday, I lent you $2 Saturday, and you owe me $5, you're saying, no, that's not right. Does that speak to you better? We talk about money. Do I need to increase the amount?
I don't really give a shit about money, but okay, we can talk.
No, then that can't. You can still understand though. Like all of a sudden, when it comes to money that I owe you, math becomes very important all of a sudden and very real. Like you're not going to let me dispute that the $2 I lent you Friday, the $2 I lent you Saturday is now $5 that you owe me. Without,
I probably wouldn't really care that much, but
now what? You got to at least refrain from your personal preferences in certain examples. Right?
Okay, it's just you keep bringing up math, and I'm just saying that math is based on odd and even numbers, so it's like a duality construct.
And where does that get us, though? To say that it sounds like you're concluding something. I'm just not sure what you're concluding.
I'm saying that you're trying to get me to agree with the math question when I'm saying math is illusory.
Yeah, so 2 + 2 = 4 and 2 + 2 = 5 is irrelevant, I suppose.
Yes.
Okay. And wow. You're not an engineer. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the material world, which is based on duality. So I guess
we're not though. I'm not. When I talk about numbers and logic, I'm not.
No. I'm just saying in terms of engineers. So, sorry.
Oh yeah. No, I wanted to go into logic and math because that's something that's not material. It's something that I think is objectively true.
Fair enough.
If you're gonna subjectivize logic, and we'll just stay with logic, what do you think that's going to lead you? Like when you're in a contradiction that you perceive and you go, well, it sounds like a contradiction, but my will to want this worldview to work is stronger than my perception of this law of non-contradiction. So I don't even need to adhere to it. I just ignore it. That's the part I don't understand. What do you think you're doing there with rejecting laws that seem to be unchanging and true for all people?
They don't service me. That's what I'm trying to get at.
They don't service. You're using them right now. You're using the identity in your speech. What are you talking about?
I guess service is the wrong way to put it. I'm saying that they don't serve my larger mental state, I guess, that I'm in.
Right, but you rely on them fundamentally. It's like saying like, oh, I don't really, I mean, I'm trying to think of an example off the cuff here. Like you'd say like, oh, well, I really like this car. I really like driving around, and someone's telling you need to put gas in it. And you're like, well, I don't really care about that right now. I just really like this car. That might not be the best example. What I'm trying to say is like the foundation, the things you're assuming and presupposing.
Well, the car itself isn't really real. If I had the ability to, I could essentially think up the car and just have the gas be put in the car by me thinking about it. If you want to get into that.
So the only thing real is your mind.
Well, it would be our mind.
Yeah, I guess that's a break away from solipsism, is because of that particular claim. But our minds one of them saying 2 + 2 = 4, one saying 2 + 2 = 5. That seems to me to be an issue. But for you, you're just like, no, that's.
Well, your head's stuck inside of duality is what I'm trying to claim.
Yeah, and
Anyway.
how does one get out of being stuck in a duality, for instance? Have you done that?
Yeah, you have to restructure the way you're thinking as non-dual.
And how does that work? Abandoned number theory.
You just see an end as a beginning and a evil is good and etc.
So I should now see rape as good, and that will break me out of the duality.
You should see it as being influenced by the duality of good and evil, which is illusory.
So if I start to see grape as neither good and evil, I will be advancing in your worldview.
Sure.
Well, think about what I just asked you. If I consider grape neither good or bad, I'll be advancing in your worldview.
If I guess I would apply to other people. If you're seeing like other people doing it as good and evil, then yeah, that would be fine. But if you're talking about for yourself, because if you're talking about for yourself, then that would be due to a dual idea that you're doing that, because rape is seen as evil. So then you have the knowledge of evil that's influencing you to do rape.
So it would make more sense for a grapist to take on your worldview. Seems
sorry for saying it. I don't want to get your channel in hot water. Apologize.
Yeah, I think you're saying that it would be more efficient, say, for like a grapist to take on your worldview, because.
No. See, what I'm saying is that the idea of that comes from the dual idea of good and evil, because grape is seen as evil typically, and
okay,
I'm saying that the idea of doing that to someone else is an evil idea, which is illusory because you're just doing it to yourself.
So, what happens when somebody who's done that to one of your loved ones gives you your theory back to you that you're experiencing illusion and being discontent with what
I just know that they're going to be recycled again, and they're going to have their chance to come out of it. And I'm
okay. So there's consequence, at least.
Yeah.
Okay. So where are these consequences? Because. Or these moral guidelines, because if there is consequence, that means you have some sort of objective ethic in place.
Well, again, I said it's based on my desires, because I'm desiring to come out of duality, because I view it as
no. I'm not asking about your desires here. I'm asking about this consequence. This seems to be for all people. The recycling.
Anyone that's inside of duality.
So being inside of duality is somehow, it seems, some sort of wrong action that lands you back here as a consequence. You don't want to call it wrong.
You're vilifying being here. If you enjoy being here, then you enjoy being here.
Yeah, you're saying it's not about labeling whether being here is good or bad, or coming back here is good or bad, but it's just that there is consequence.
Yeah.
And that consequence is not based on anything objectively true.
So it's my desire to come out of duality, but it was Adam's will to put us into this duality in the first place so we could have a story.
Hmm. Again, you didn't learn that through observation. You don't know that from observation. You got to get a different epistemology if you want to try this.
Well, I think you should look up what I was talking about, the observer effect.
Yeah. Did you observe the claim about Adam?
Again, the statements that I was claiming through that were the statement that that the material comes from the mind and that we're one. So those were the two claims I was backing up with that epistemology right there. I wasn't necessarily backing up Adam, but I have backed up Adam with my videos in terms of bringing the different pieces together from different things, showcasing who Adam is.
Where did you observe that? Welcome,
Oh
JiL.
gosh. Hey there. Is his name? Is your name JiL? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's JiL.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, man. You been listening in?
No, I just popped in.
Oh gosh.
So continue on. I'll catch up.
There's not really much more.
There's not really going to be a lot of catching up.
No, I'd be glad for you to talk to Webb. I think that I've exhausted.
Hey.
You know what I have for him. There's no.
Okay. So you pre-supped him to death already?
Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, he's coming from a worldview where we're all sunbeams and we're all one. I mean,
we're all what?
We're all sun rays and we're all one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
The proper response, I think.
We're all sun rays.
Sunlight is how I put it, but JG likes to put his little spin on it. So.
Okay. So what does that mean? We're all sun rays.
So my perspective is that Adam created duality, which was the beginning and the end, and God and the devil, and that Adam is also Atum Ra from Egyptian mythology, and that his mind is the sun, which is his crown.
Okay. His mind is the sun.
Yes, the crown chakra is known as the sun, and the crown chakra represents the mind, or the crown chakra, I should say, represents the mind, and Adam's crown is the sun because I view Adam as being Atum Ra from Egyptian mythology.
Okay. Does that have anything to do with the pituitary gland or
pineal gland? Wait, hold on. What do you mean?
Pineal gland, right?
Okay. Well, the eye of Horus is the pineal gland, and you can actually look at the brain being opened, and there's the pineal gland, which is the eye of Horus. You can see the eye of Horus in the brain is the pineal gland.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard of this religion, JG. I've heard of this before. But I'm not really, as you can tell, I'm not really well versed in it. It's sort of like a new age type of understanding of the world, and
I'm curious who else has this perspective, because I would like to know
your perspective, your worldview.
Well,
yeah, because no, it's saying that JiL knows other people. JiL knows others
Right.
than my perspective, apparently.
Yeah, I was asking you if there's anyone else the other night that you knew of.
Yeah, which I said that I didn't really know that many non-dualists that have like a deep esoteric knowledge that I feel like I have to an extent.
JiL, he's trying to pick up an empirical epistemology where he gains knowledge through observation. I'm trying to point out that the knowledge claims he's making are not from his observation. He's just, Webb's not having it. He paid good money for his new epistemology, and he's going to get some use out of it.
Okay, I didn't pay anything for it. I was like pondering it in my head for a little while. So
yeah, I know.
So would you consider yourself a pantheist?
Pantheist. I got to look it up. Sorry, I'm not always the best with
Similar.
terms.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar, like we're all part of the one, but he keeps making distinctions, and that's And he says they're illusions. I mean, you said 2 + 2 = 4 is an illusion.
No, I'm saying what I was saying that is that since we're in the fragmented reality, that I'm an extension of Adam, but I'm just like an individualized extension of Adam because of the duality, the illusion of duality. Is basically what I was saying.
Yeah, but that includes 2 + 2 = 4 is an illusion.
Yes, because math is based on odd and even, which is duality.
So on the math test, you just write your name at the top and say this is an illusion. That's it.
Well, the subject and the object are a single phenomenon, so it doesn't really matter. Nothing matters in your world.
That's what it is breaking down to. Nothing matters. So I'm trying to ask him, like, what ought I do?
What matters to me, or what it's important to me, is bringing us back together as one, because I want us to create a different story.
Personal preference. That's all that is. It's not getting us to the truth of the matter. It's just I'm saying that I have a motive to spread the truth because of me wanting to get us back to the whole. That's what I'm trying to say. That I want us to realize us as being one. So, but if you wanted to start like a harem of underage women tomorrow, and that was your prerogative, well,
yeah, but I don't have a reason to do that. Is what I'm
if you did.
Trying to tell you.
By the way, people do, and when they ask you what your problem is with that, well, there's no problem that you can identify.
Well, no, I would that's getting into duality concepts again, because the whole idea of underage is like a duality concept, like above age and underage is like a duality concept. So if I was prioritizing underage women in a harem, then that would be a problem, because I would be doing that from a duality, the knowledge of good and evil. That's basically what I'm saying. It would be influenced from the knowledge of good and evil if I was doing that.
Right. So you have a worldview that says that can't be evil.
No, I'm saying that I wouldn't prioritize underage, because those are two categories which are a dual concept. So I'm saying that I wouldn't prioritize.
Yeah, I'm saying you have a worldview that when presented with a case of underage rape, you can't make a determination.
I already told.
Other than your preference and personal feelings, you have no objective point to rely on, to fall back on, to say, yes, that is wrong, and here's why. In reality, you just say it's my personal preference.
I've already said why it would be antithetical to what I'm trying to do that for myself.
Your personal preference. This is all about you. Like what you're calling reality falls back on you and your mind and your preference. The only difference from solipsism is the monism that you say it's all one. Other than that, it sounds like solipsism.
Again, you keep trying to lump me in monism. I view the language itself as being a dual construct, so I use non-duality
Monism is all as one.
I'm saying that I use non-duality to point out the hypocrisy of nature, and that the nature language, and that it's describing two things because it's dual. Sorry, my lips are kind of dry. Hold on, I'm going to mute for a second. Okay. Do you have any topic you want to resume on?
Well, we all have one mind, but when we disagree, it's an illusion.
I mean, it's not. It's yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I just like hard for me to say that, because like you're under the influence of the illusion. So, but you're doing yeah.
Yeah, I'm under the influence of the illusion. You're part of the illusion as well, but you have a mind that exists outside of the illusion. But the mind is also part of the one, which includes the illusion.
Yes, as a secondary dream.
Secondary dream. And then the fragmented rainbow comes in.
Come on, Jay, did you really?
Oh, did you bring up a fragmented rainbow earlier?
I did, but you're just
trying
to crazy make me. I don't appreciate it.
Well, what did I say wrong? because the fragmented rainbow would be a part of it.
I'm saying the context in which you brought it up made it so you're seeming to crazy make me.
Well, I did say it in a funny way, but it's still there. It's still available. The reason there's an illusion is the fragmented rainbow. Adam's fall. I guess I don't understand where the rainbow comes in. It's not that it's really going to help, but
the Saturn.
I have a question for what do we
Wet. Thank you. I
All right,
appreciate it.
so I have a question for you. The moral, kind of a question dealing with morality and right versus wrong. So a gardener, I know a gardener plants poisonous crops purposely. Who do we blame, the garden or the gardener?
The gardener, because they did it through the knowledge of evil.
Okay. So you do make a distinction between the two.
Matter is an illusion. It comes from the mind. It would be from the.
That's what you keep doing when it's out that you're making distinctions, is you just keep going into this non-answer. That's
No, it isn't. No, it is an answer because he's asking what the difference between the mind and the matter is, and I'm saying that matter is an illusion. It comes from the mind.
He's pointing out a distinction, though.
Yes, I know, but it's the distinction between matter and mind. So I'm clarifying.
Is the distinction an illusion?
Yes.
So why are you talking about illusions?
Because I'm clarifying that matter comes from mind.
Are you?
Yes.
Is that what you think is happening?
Well, he asked if it was the gardener or the material, and I've said it was the gardener because the matter comes from mind.
Which means you made a distinction.
No,
between the garden and the gardener.
No, I'm saying duality is an illusion, is what I'm saying. And
so he's making a distinction, then he's falling back on there is no distinction. This is just back and forth all night. Well,
has this been going on for 6 hours?
No, but I mean, we've had a couple conversations in the last few days.
Yeah, we have. I have annoyed the shit out of JG.
No, you're all right, but I'm interested in why you think you're making sense sometimes, dude.
It's logically sound from my perspective.
But you also say that logic is part of the illusion, and it's also dude, just check it out though. Like, logically sound as an answer in your worldview doesn't help you. You've subjectivized logic, and you've also said that logic is part of the illusion. So why are you relying on it to make a point? Why are you relying on an illusion to making a point about illusions?
Well, logic is based on Adam's dream is based on logic, is what I'm trying to say. The dream itself comes from the mind, but the original dream is based on logic, because everything operates in accordance to how it should. It's not chaos, which is the serpent, which is
So if you're going to say how things should operate, being a human being, that's going to pull in ethics. If things should operate a certain way, you being part of the operation, a human being with choices.
My desire is to go back to Adam's original dream, is what
your moral system is your desire, subjective system based on your feelings. That's when I ask you, ought I take you seriously? Ought I follow your worldview? You say, I don't know.
I said that's up to you.
Which means you don't know how to answer that.
No, it means either way. It's
yeah, either way destroys your line of argumentation when you make a point and bring it to the table. And someone asks you, "Oh, okay, so you've got it all laid out here. You got this worldview laid out, and you're adhering to it, and I should adhere to it." You know, I don't know. I don't know what you should.
No, I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying you should adhere to it. I would prefer if you.
I understand that, Webb. I've gotten there with you.
Okay.
I'm saying in traditional philosophy, you're divorcing ethics from your worldview, which is one of the problems. Epistemology is another problem. You've adopted an empirical epistemology since yesterday, and you're making truth claims that are not observable. Meaning you know things that are outside of this new epistemology that you're trying to bring in. So that's where we are, Joe. That's about all I can say on the matter. I'll let you guys talk.
So you don't think non-dualistic morality exists?
What is that?
That letting evil and good doers do their thing is and not weighing into it. That's not a moral stance from your perspective.
Well, like when someone's doing evil to your daughter, you're getting
personal equations involved. I'm just asking as like.
Of course I am, because I don't think you live out what you're professing. There's a reason
Okay,
for that.
so that's different because you're saying that my actions are antithetical to what I'm speaking, which is a different statement.
Why is it different? It's still ethics. It's still behavior. You're behaving not in accordance with your claims. Is where I was trying to move.
Yeah, but you don't have any evidence of that, do you?
Well, I'm trying to get into a hypothetical. You say it's an illusion. It's neither wrong. That evil and good are the same coin, different sides of the same coin. They're illusory. But all of a sudden, when it comes to someone in your family or loved one and being perpetrated in such a way, you decide to take part in this illusion. And
no, I didn't say that.
Okay, so you let people that you love get raped and tell them that it's just an illusion, I guess. If you want to be consistent.
I mean, I'd prefer others to see things from my perspective. But if they
are rape victims, are they in an illusion that they've been violated, other than just their feelings? There's nothing actually that went wrong, other than how they feel about
it. From my perspective, they're a victim of karma, which is the duality.
Oh, so you got the Bible, you got Egyptian mythology, and karma. All lumped together.
Karma is the serpent, is duality.
Yeah. So you say the whole Bible's true, but you can't have your Jesus Christ and your Krishna and your karma and your Horus too. I don't know why you think you can. They're diametrically opposed.
So I'm saying that Adam, that the Bible is the true depiction of the downfall of man, and that Adam is true, is the mind, and that after he became fallen, that created duality.
Again, your epistemology doesn't allow for that. You did not observe that.
I observed that we're the mind, which Adam is the mind, as I've backed
up.
Wait,
hold on. You observed that we are the mind.
Yes.
When did you do that, Webb? When did you do that? But when did you do that, Webb?
Because I'm observing you and you're observing me.
When did you observe all minds?
I'm saying based on my localized environment. Again, we're going into
when
the conversation.
Did you observe all minds to make the claim?
No. Because we're going to the argument of, does it exist if it's not observable? And I can't. And I'm saying it doesn't exist if it's not observable.
That's where you go solipsistic. The people that you haven't talked to, you're not sure if they exist.
Well, if they do talk to me, then they exist.
Yeah, right. Until they talk to you, they don't exist. But you have knowledge.
It'd be the same for you from my perspective.
Sure. But we're the same from your perspective, so there is no me.
Well, you're like a different facet of Adam.
I'm a different facet of Adam, but I'm not. We're all one at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. You take him, Jill.
Well, I mean, that's all I could do is pray for you.
Hey, don't pity me, because pity and pride are the same sea of emotion, as I just decoded in a song recently.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously the Christian worldview teaches real moral evil. I don't know what you hold to. You seem to be eclectic in combining everything: Taoism, Buddhism, Spinoza.
Yeah, because I view us as having been fragmented since Adam became fallen from the garden.
Right. So the creator then decided to condescend and show you the way. In that,
I'm saying from my perspective, the creator came from Adam, because Adam created duality. Adam is the ultimate. Adam's mind is the ultimate creation and destruction, and is the lake of fire.
Adam created the lake of fire.
Adam's mind is the lake of fire, and you're taught to fear that from Christianity.
Adam's mind is the lake of fire.
Yes, which is the sun.
Okay, where is this? Where are these ideas coming from?
Taoism.
Like,
well,
is there
I'm saying that there's repeatable patterns. We can see it replicated in our environment. We have the movie The Silver Lake, which is regarding the moon and all the
no. Hold on. You didn't get to Adam's mind being a lake of fire from observing that in the natural world. Come on.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about
where is the teaching coming?
Oh no, I'm not talking about JiL. Sorry, I'm talking about JG. I'm wondering where he's coming from with his comment.
You did not observe that Adam is the lake of fire. You're claiming your epistemology is observation.
Yeah, I've observed that the sun is the lake of fire.
You said Adam was the lake of fire. Which one is it?
Or the idea originates from
Adam's crown, which is his mind, is the sun.
Well, I can't work with you if you keep changing your answers.
All right. So is it that Adam, the idea, these concepts come from humans, or they originate in the mind of human beings? Is that what you're arguing?
Well, if you look into the etymology of human means of or belonging to man, so it's not really a great word to use in terms of Adam. I would say mankind probably is a better word to use.
Okay, that's like the Buddhist type of understanding of moral evil, as opposed to the Christian idea, which is rebellion. We're in rebellion. Your understanding, from what I read, is that moral evil arises from basically ignorance.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where evil comes from, mankind.
The temptation of the serpent, which is on the depiction of Adam from the Baphomet, because the Baphomet is also a depiction of Adam, because the fire represents his crown, which is the sun. It's the same thing as Adam, and the same thing as Adam Ra, which is the crown is the sun. The fire is the mind, is basically what I'm getting at. And on the picture of the Baphomet, we can see the serpent in his crotchal region. Once Adam lusted after his reflection, Eve, the serpent consumed his mind. It causes us to become fallen and stuck inside of duality.
All right. So who is the first mover in all of this, in this story? Who's the one that sets the ball in motion, if you will?
Adam.
Who created Adam?
Adam was created by, so basically Adam was created by the serpent, which is chaos in the lens of duality, because the time and end and beginning is a dual construct. So Adam created God, but God ended up creating Adam, is basically what I'm saying.
And Satan created. So Satan is the creator. He's the first mover.
No, Adam is. Adam, because
okay, who created Adam?
Adam became before time. So unless we're saying that in terms of like, so what I'm saying is that Adam came before the concept of time even existed. So Adam would be the first in a sense.
Okay, who created Adam?
That's what I'm saying. The serpent created Adam. The
serpent created Adam. Okay, so
when he was fragmented in duality, it created end and beginning, is what I'm trying to get at.
So what's the origin of the serpent?
Adam. It's his crotchal region.
Okay, so this isn't a linear type of model.
It's linear in the sense that it came from Adam. And that duality is an illusion.
Okay, so before anything existed, do you have anything physical? The physical realm. Do you believe the physical realm is
the physical realm is the reflection of the mind. It is the smoke coming from the fire.
right? But there has to be a first mind. There has to be a first mover.
Yeah, I'm saying that's
to
Adam.
create this illusion.
Adam's dream is the illusion, but we were fragmented inside of a secondary illusion, which is the serpent.
Okay, so in the beginning there was Adam.
Yes. Well, the beginning and end are a dual concept, but I'm saying that Adam came first.
And he was created by Satan, who is,
or before, I guess it's better. Anyway.
And who created Satan? Where did Satan come from?
Adam, because it is his crotchal region, like I mentioned.
No, you're going in a circle there, dude.
Okay, so what's the question though? Because the serpent is Satan from my perspective. It's Saturn.
He's asking you who created Adam. You're saying Satan, and he's asking you vice versa.
Yeah, because under the lens of duality, I'm saying the duality itself is an illusion, and Adam created himself, but the illusion came after. That's what I'm saying. The illusion came afterwards.
Yeah.
Sorry, are you not following, JiL?
No, I'm not really understanding what you seem to have. You seem to be sort of talking like
so.
Hold on.
Can I go into a different analogy?
Yeah.
So okay, so we have Adam's crown, which is the sun, and then we have Thoth, which is Satan, and his crown is the moon. So Adam looked into his reflection, and the moon stole some of his light, and that's what caused us to become fragmented inside of Saturn's dream, basically, because we're inside of Saturn's crown. The light shining from Adam's sun went to Saturn's crown. So if we picture the crown as the mind and the sun is the crown, then our light shining into the moon would be our light shining into Saturn or Satan, which is the serpent on the crotchal region in the depictions of Adam. So it's the serpent consuming Adam's mind.
Okay, well, what is evil?
The knowledge of good and evil is duality.
The knowledge of evil. So you don't believe evil is a substance?
It's an illusion. It's created by duality. It was on the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which is duality, the fruit.
So it's not an actual substance, it's an illusion.
Yes.
Okay.
JiL, this is why it's important to get into epistemology here, right? Like, he's making all these claims that I've never heard of. I don't know if you have, but how is this observed?
It's observed through Adam's mind.
It can't be observed.
That's his epistemology, is observation.
Well, I'm saying that my mind is outside of duality, and I'm observing non-dual concepts.
And you observed that too. You observed your mind outside of duality.
Yes.
When? Are you just trying to think of something clever to say? I mean, seriously?
No, I'm just like wondering if I stumbled on my words and I said something I didn't.
Yeah, when did you discover that? Observe that? Your mind was outside of duality?
Because I don't base my mind around dual concepts.
It's not a because answer.
No, I know, but you're saying when, and when is a time question. I'm saying in the present. I guess I could put it that way. In the present, my mind is not in duality.
You observed that?
I'm observing that my thoughts are non-dual, which indicates that my mind is outside of the duality construct.
Yeah, but Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What's the point of observation that you're claiming?
Well, what we're trying to get at is what is the ultimate level? If
Adam's
you're
mind,
saying
which
all of
is
these, if you're saying all of these categories collapse, then give us the ultimate level so that we can understand or worship this level of.
And then, no, it's not about
reality.
worship, because that'll be worshiping yourself, which is the
Well,
serpent.
okay, I'm speaking.
Okay.
You know, being a little bit facetious, but tell us what the ultimate level is.
Okay, so the ultimate level is the fire, which is Adam's crown, and Adam's crown is premortal destruction and creation. It's fundamental destruction and creation.
Those are all symbolic.
Yes.
Give us something that we can actually.
So what I've been doing.
You're just giving us a bunch of symbolic. That I can pour any meaning into those symbols. Like you have.
Well, you don't understand what I'm saying.
You can't really pour any meaning into them because they're structured in such a way that it indicates their actual meaning.
You don't understand what I'm saying, that you didn't observe this. Like when you try to impart this onto somebody, they're like, how do I learn this? How do I gain this knowledge? You're like, just observe it. It's right there. I'm telling you.
No, well, I mean, I've made videos defragmenting the duality around us and stuff like that, and I've also
yeah, but you've done that. Okay, you've dissolved all of the categories. There is no such thing as anything but the human experience. So, but is that the ultimate level? This your experience?
Adam's dream is the original dream, which is what I'm trying to get back to.
When did you observe Adam's dream?
From observing the Baphomet and seeing how it's.
I gotta get this big red X that goes.
That's another symbol. That's another.
Yes, which I've observed and defragmented myself based on showing how all these different symbols and characters come together as one. I'm saying that Adam is Adam.
Couldn't someone else see the same?
Bible.
Couldn't someone else observe the same symbol and come away with a totally different framework? Using the same symbols that you've adopted as part of your structure or framework.
The symbols are created to speak for themselves. So I think that unless you're imposing too much you're imposing too much on the symbols, then they only have really one meaning.
Well, they at the ultimate level, they should, is what I'm getting at. There should be, sure, when you trickle down to different groups of people in different realms or different parts of the world and cultures, you could get those distinctions. But ultimately, if they should be grounded in some sort of reality. Don't you think?
Well, I'm saying that my method of defragmenting us is cross-referencing different places which show the same exact stories and scenarios, and I'm going through those and showcasing how they're actually just one scenario, but we've become fragmented.
Right, but you're saying we've been defragmented, and there's a lack of awareness.
No, we haven't. I've defragmented my mind, but the most people are under the illusion of duality. Like they operate under duality.
How are you able to defragment your mind? Can you show us how?
By thinking in non-dual ways, and I've expressed the truth of how we came to be, so that you can defragment yourself.
Brother, you're in denial. You haven't defragmented anything.
Well, I've defragmented my mind.
Right, but now you're just in a sort of framework that doesn't have any, that sort of denies ethics, or at least softens.
Right. No. My perspective is they'll get their comeuppance, so I don't have to interfere.
Okay, so if you saw someone being assaulted,
I think even in the Bible it tells you that it's not your job to judge the righteous and the wicked, because there are times for every work.
Even in that type of attestation. There's an ethic, dude.
No, I'm not saying judge them onto hell or heaven. I'm saying.
Well, I'm saying that karma would judge them is what I'm saying. I'm saying that the duality itself would judge them. So there's no reason for me to interfere.
Where's karma in the Bible, Web?
Karma is Satan, which is Saturn.
Where is karma in the Bible, though?
Satan's in the Bible, is he not?
Karma is a different religion than the Christian religion.
Karma is the wheel, which is the Ouroboros, is what I'm trying to get into. But
so Hinduism, you got Hinduism.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Though, is I'm trying to show that they're all one and the same. That they're not, that we're fragmenting them, but they're all one and the same.
Jesus is the same as Satan.
Jesus is the same as Horus.
Is he the same as Satan? He's not the same as Satan, though?
No.
So there's a distinction.
Inside of duality, there's a distinction.
So Jesus being distinct from Satan is an illusion, and Jesus and Satan are part of the one.
I don't think you said anything I necessarily disagree with. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's kind of leading into like I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think you're making sense.
That's fair. I mean, I've presented my perspective, and I might not be presenting it the best way possible, but I'm trying to present it. So
2 + 2 = 4 is an illusion.
It's based on odd and even, which is duality.
Is it an illusion?
Yes, because it's based on odd and even, which is duality. Math is based on duality.
The law of non-contradiction,
which is why you have chaos math.
In this conversation, they're all illusions.
What?
You're explaining that we're in an illusion while you're in an illusory state using language.
No. See,
assuming meaning, value, purpose.
Like I've mentioned before, my corporeal form is in an illusory state, but my actual mind itself, which has dominance over my corporeal form, is not in an illusory state. It's outside of duality.
You didn't observe this. Like you keep getting knocked down, and you just keep going anyway.
I can observe my non-dual thoughts to indicate that my mind is outside of duality.
Yeah, sure you can.
So consciousness. Where does consciousness come from? Does it emerge from neurons? Where does consciousness?
It's the fire. It's the premortal destruction and creation. It's the creation of one. Sorry.
Is that synapses firing in the brain? What do you mean by fire?
Okay, so the creation of one thought is the destruction of another, etc. It's both fire and it's both destruction and creation.
Where does consciousness emerge from? Where does it come from?
Adam's crown, the sun.
There you go with the symbols again. What are those?
Adam's mind.
What is the sun? Okay, the mind. That's where consciousness emerges from.
Adam's mind.
His brain.
His mind, not a brain, because brain is a physical phenomenon.
Okay, so the brain is not the mind.
No, and you
not
can actually
identical
see.
To the mind.
You can see that if you look up the chakra energy points, because it shows that the mind is above the mind. The mind is above the third eye, which is where the brain would be.
Okay, so we do.
It's hierarchical.
Okay, and groups are on the earth, groups of people, and only certain people, individuals have this ability, this consciousness, or does everyone?
If I can push you outside of duality, then you can also have that framework, or if you can find a different way of doing it to yourself.
Okay, so you have to sort of. How do you go about this? How does this one go about? They just have to believe, or
No, I'm presenting evidence which is dissuading the illusion from my perspective, and I've made videos and stuff. I'm trying to promote non-dual ideas.
All right. So then the group of people come together. They combine their minds, their consciousness.
Sorry, JG.
And then morality emerges from this sort of social life. Is that what?
You said morality, or
right? Where does right and wrong come from? Does it come from the
so if we
mind or
if we refragmented ourselves under the idea of a different story, we could have the idea of right and wrong, I guess, in a sense. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to defragment us so we can actually create a different story, whether or not we decide to live inside of a duality concept or not, ultimately.
What do you mean by defragment?
So Adam became fragmented into different pieces throughout his lineage, and he became split off when he created duality.
Different cultures and systems.
Yeah. I'm saying that Adam is like the center point and everything became split off of Adam.
Yeah, well, from a Christian perspective, that type of morality that that sort of emerges from the brain or the mind, it just explains the behavior.
I'm saying that exists. No, I was just saying that exists too, but it's under the pretext of duality, which is an illusion. So I'm saying that people that are within the illusion that it does exist for, but it's only illusory.
Yeah, but there's from that perspective, from our perspective, there is no obligation still. It may explain the behavior or why people do why they act the way they act, but it doesn't do anything to.
Are you saying there would be no obligation on your behalf to sway someone in a certain direction or not?
There'd be no obligation for me to do anything.
Well,
there is no art. There is no right and wrong.
It'd be based on what you desire to do from your knowledge of being one.
Well, for example, the judge would say, in your world view, a court case would involve not any punishment at the end, but an explanation as to why he did it. Well, he did it because his parents, understandably, treated him that way. So that would be the end of it.
But you're getting back into like punishment and reward concepts, which are again another duality concept in general.
Right. I'm telling you the Christian perspective is that this type of emergent morality only explains the behavior, but it doesn't put any obligation on the actor or the agent. It just explains why people act morally, and that's the end. And a society that is run on that type of system will fall apart from within.
Well, what I'm saying is that time goes in a circle and that karma is a factor. So what I'm saying is that they'll get their comeuppance from doing good and evil acts because they both lead to one another because they're one and the same.
Well, I understand that eventually when we all turn to dust and come back as pixies, I don't know, but eventually they'll get their due. But in the real world, I hate to say it this way, but in the real world, we have to deal with right versus wrong, and we have to.
But Jesus said to come out of the world, and so even in the biblical sense, I feel like you're.
In the biblical sense, Jesus will return and restore all things to new and destroy evil, and the last enemy he will destroy is death itself.
But he said my people come out of the world, correct? Or just hold on, I have to look it up again, but
I'm sorry, say that again.
He tells you to come out of worldly things. He's telling you not to identify with worldly things, correct?
That's correct, including systems that don't align with scripture, like this one.
So what I'm saying is that you're identifying with the material, which is duality, too much. You're identifying with the external, which is the separation of which is the illusion of separation between mind and matter. And I'm saying that it's an illusion, and you shouldn't identify with the external world, which was also backed up in the Bible from a Christian perspective too.
Well, philosophers like Kant and I would say Paul in Romans 2 is that morality is grounded in God or some sort of objective order, not this system where we can only explain why people act a certain way, and we try to look for some.
Well, God does exist inside of duality, but it's an illusion. Is what I'm trying to get at. So so inside of the secondary dream, which is Saturn's dream, God does exist.
Saturn. Who is Saturn?
Satan.
Where does he come from?
He comes from Adam's original dream, which is the serpent disc on Adam's original dream.
Are you familiar with the Bible? Do you believe the Bible is authentic or?
I view the Bible as the true depiction of the fall of man.
Okay.
But I also incorporate other of the same stories into it, which I feel like paints a larger picture. Which I think paints a larger picture, I should say.
Well, Paul starts before. He argues basically in Romans 1 that moral knowledge precedes culture. Basically, he says that we can know about God, or what can be known about God is plainly shown. So moral awareness is not learned from society or.
Well, I'm saying, what caused us to fall was the tree of good and evil, the duality on the tree of good and evil, knowledge of good and evil. That's where you get your morality from.
Okay. So was moral knowledge present in the garden? Did Adam did he know it was wrong to eat of the tree, or?
Adam did know because it was his will to create this story.
Adam didn't know because it was his will to create the story.
It was his desire to create the story in the first place.
Well, the story says that there was a moral lawgiver, and that entity said, do not eat of this tree, or you may eat of all of the trees of the garden except this one.
Which is the serpent. And as I said before, when Adam lusted after his reflection, it caused the serpent to consume his mind.
Well, there's another character besides the serpent. He's depicted as the creator of Adam.
Yeah, I'm saying that Adam became fragmented in the garden by viewing Eve as separate from him.
Okay, before we get to the fragmentation and the fall, there's already a moral presence. There's already a moral lawgiver, even before, the human beings and societies, or if you want to consider Satan and Adam and Eve a society, even before that, God created Adam and he gave Adam instruction.
What I'm saying is that God only created Adam in the lens of duality, because Adam actually lusted after his own reflection, and that's what created Eve, and that created end and beginning, which was God and the devil, etc.
Well, what I'm showing you is that morality has already it's already top down, right? It's coming from a moral lawgiver before society can even create its own social type of system, right?
You're going into like societal stuff. So sorry, I'm like in theology right now. So
right, and I'm trying to understand where does morality emerge from? If you're
the tree of good and evil, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay,
which
who
the forbidden
created the
fruit on
tree?
was duality.
Who created the tree and put it in the garden?
God did after Adam became fragmented from Eve.
No, the tree was already present before Eve was created.
That's what I'm saying. End and beginning are a dual concept. Whatever came before and after is irrelevant. Adam is the center point from my perspective.
But Adam had a creator, and he had a lawgiver, a moral lawgiver that he was to submit to.
After he became fragmented from Eve.
No, the very early on in the text.
You're thinking about things in a linear time frame, and I'm saying that time actually came from Adam itself, because time is a dual concept.
Well, time is linear.
Yeah, and I'm saying that came from Adam when he became fragmented. It didn't exist before he became fragmented. It's an illusion. That's what I'm getting at. Time goes in a circle. It's a clock. It's the Ouroboros.
All right. Well, the command to not eat of every tree. You say this comes before or after the fragmentation?
Which part comes before or after?
The command, you may not eat of any tree, do not eat from this tree. That's in the second chapter of Genesis.
I'm saying that anything before or after Adam became fragmented from Eve is illusory. I mean that after
after Adam, this was an illusion.
So end and beginning are a dual concept. So anything that came before or after is illusory. That Adam is like the center point, and once the Bible depicts Adam, how the fall of man and how Adam became fragmented.
You must not eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat of, you will certainly die. You must not.
Yeah, but I'm saying that God didn't exist before Adam fragmented himself.
All right, so Adam created this entity in his mind that told him not to eat of the tree, and then proceeded
No. So you're looking at it through the storybook version. What I'm saying is that Adam lusted after his own reflection, which caused the serpent to climb his body and consume his mind.
Okay, so you're right. I'm looking at it from as the story is written here. So that's my baseline.
I'm saying that the story is a dual concept. You can get the same answer from the story, but you have to look at it in a non-dual way. But you're kind of still looking at it in like a dual end and beginning way. I'm saying that Adam is this is the center point of the story.
Well, in the story, God is the center point.
No, God is the beginning. In the beginning was the
God
Word.
is the beginning.
God created.
Okay. So.
And it's also the end too, because end in the beginning. But yeah, there you go.
All right. So, at what point does Adam fragment his mind and create all of these illusions?
When he lusts after his reflection, his material reflection, which he's projecting as his dream. And he lusts after his reflection so much that he sees it as separate from him, which causes the serpent, which represents that the sins represent serpent ends, and they consume his chakras.
Does he look at himself in the mirror? How does he look?
The reflection is the material. The material is the reflection. It's the illusion created by the mind. So Adam views himself as one in his original dream, but he can still see the illusion, but he sees himself as one and not separated into different categories.
Okay, so Adam
sorry.
Did Adam make these illusions? Did he also create in his mind the sun, the moon, the stars?
Yes.
So where did he exist? In a vacuum? Actually, in actuality, where did he
It's the shadow from the flame, and the flame, as I mentioned, is primordial destruction and creation, is the most fundamental form of destruction and creation.
Yeah, buddy, you need some prayer.
Hey,
I'm gonna pray for you.
I would prefer if you didn't, but that's okay.
You prefer I didn't?
Yeah, because it doesn't. I think you could probably find some other things to do that might occupy yourself better.
Like what? It's all illusionary.
That might be. Well, I guess that would be in line with your desires. So I guess if it makes you happy, if it goes with your desires, sure.
Yeah, there's no. I'm just another visionary, I guess.
a different extension of Adam, as I would put it, but that's okay.
I'm just the third. I'm the third wave of sun rays, right?
Well, from my perspective, you're consumed by the serpent, which is duality right now, but that's okay. At least your mind is. But you still exist inside of Adam, but you're inside the secondary dream is what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, I just haven't realized all of my visionary abilities yet.
It's like the quote from Edgar Allan Poe, all we see or seem is but a dream within a dream.
Where did you learn all of this stuff?
From studying doctrine and symbology, and there's some people that I've watched that are really great at decoding the world around us. So
symbology, you call it. Okay, so yeah, I know you. I noticed you love to embrace the symbols, but the problem I have is that it's open to interpretation because symbols are they're good, but only if you're defining what they are in direct.
Right, which I'm trying to bring all the pieces together, which is what I was kind of mentioning earlier with my videos. I'm trying to bring all the pieces together to get a clearer, larger picture of the whole puzzle.
Okay, but what I see happening in these circles is that they're sort of picking and choosing.
I'm gonna try not to deny certain information. If you want to present something, I can try to come at it from my perspective if you want to.
What do you mean present something like?
Well, you're saying picking and choosing information. I'm saying if there's something that you think I'm trying to push under the rug, I can try to address it.
Okay. John 14:6. Jesus claims to be the principle. He claims to be the way, the truth, and the life.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that? Is that true or
I
false?
think inside of the pretext of duality it exists, but only inside the pretext of duality.
He's claiming you're saying this is only true inside the context of a duality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Explain what do you mean by that?
Because I mentioned, as I mentioned before, God and the devil and the end and the beginning and everything came from Adam. That we exist in the present. The end and beginning. I'm sorry, not end and beginning. Future and past were separated from the present, and everything is created in the present. Created and destroyed in the present, I should say.
Okay. Say that again. I'm sorry. Explain that again.
The past and the future were separated from the present, and everything past and future is created in the present.
All right. So when Jesus says this, this is not something that's occurring in the past. I'm sorry.
You're projecting a story of the future with the character Jesus, because Jesus is God, which is based on like time and duality. So you're projecting a story, and basically what I'm saying is that the story is an illusion. It just comes from Adam.
Well, this isn't philosophy Jesus is giving. This is not abstract philosophy. This is exclusive. It's real. It's not truth is not realized. It's not discovered within. He says, I am the truth. Do you see the distinction there?
Yeah, but he's under the concept of duality, which means that there is not true. And I'm saying that the truth is the only thing that exists, and that a lie is really just obscuring the truth, but it is still the truth behind it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
A lie obscures the truth, but it has to contain the truth within it to actually have a lie. So to have any kind of lie, you have to have the truth within it. And at the end of the day, the truth is the only thing that exists. So Jesus is a character which exists in a world of goods and evils. And I'm saying that world is based on duality, which is illusory. Jesus is the same character as Horus and Zeus from my perspective.
Well, if all of these distinctions are illusory or illusions, then there can be no way. There can be no through. The only way is through, or exceptions. Like there's many ways. So John 14 depends on the real distinctions. And you're saying that this is only true after things were fragmented. Like what you're saying, Jesus is telling the truth, but this is only true in.
Well, it's not truth because it's based on an illusion, but it's based on the illusion of true and deceit. So you have the idea of deception and truth, but really, I'm just saying that truth is the only thing that exists. There's just
so Jesus was fooling himself, basically, into thinking this or saying this.
No, he's saying it because he's dependent on the serpent and to keep you fragmented instead of duality.
Jesus was fooled by the serpent into thinking something that is not the case, not true. Basically, that's what you're saying, right?
So, I mean, I know you don't view these as. I mean, I know you don't really necessarily view these as the same, but Thoth is Saturn, which is Satan, and then we have the character Horus, which is Jesus, and in the Egyptian myth we have the story of Cain and Abel, basically, which is Cain destroys his brother, which in this case is Osiris, and then God and then Isis creates Horus with Osiris when she puts back together his pieces, and then Horus marks Cain or Set in this case, and he marks him with the mark of the beast, and then he kind of becomes God in that perspective. But it's a fragmented reality. I'm not sure if I did the best job explaining.
Okay, so in this fragmented reality, Jesus is the exclusive way. Now that the realities have been, or reality has been fragmented, now it's true that Jesus is the only way back. I guess would you at least argue that?
No, I actually view Jesus.
No.
I view Jesus as being the same character as Lucifer, and that he's the false light.
So Jesus is the false teacher, is what I was asking you.
Yeah, and you can see this. You can see this in Egyptian stuff because that's.
The Egyptians say so.
Well, no, hold on. I'm gonna get into it, but Horus ended up getting worshipped instead of Ra, so Horus ends up replacing Ra, which is Adam, for being worshipped. So that's just showcasing that he's the false light from my perspective, but also Lucifer and Jesus are both known as the Star of Morning, the morning star. So we have that in the Bible too.
That's not exactly true, but yeah, you would have to find another way to reconcile. That your theology, you call it, but because that can't be an argument. Jesus is called the bright and morning star.
Okay. But he's still the morning star, correct? The morning star, I think the morning star was translated from, at least I've heard that the morning star was translated from Hebrew, and that is actually what Lucifer's original name was.
Okay, but like I said, these are symbols and meanings. Just like today and those times, morning star isn't a personal name. It's a metaphor that's drawn from astronomy.
Well, it's a label, and it's an important label.
It's a label that you can pour into it any meaning the author decides. It's the author's prerogative. So if I want to talk about someone,
yeah, well, I'm saying from my perspective, Adam created the Bible.
Okay, but isn't morning star from astronomy, Venus, right? Isn't it mean the bright star that appears
you're identifying
before?
Yeah, I mean, but you're saying that the Bible only exists in the material capacity with saying that, because the Bible is known to be true beyond the material, and you're using the material to justify the Bible, to justify certain passages in the Bible, which I'm just saying doesn't really make sense to me.
No, what I'm saying is that it can be used in different ways depending on the context. So I can take something like a sun, and I can make it represent, a child. I call my brother son because he shines like one, or a human being. He shines like the sun, so I can metaphorically or using simile describe something that is real. Using that type of metaphor or literary device. So that's all the authors are doing in the Bible when they say Jesus is the morning star.
No, because that's denying God's intentionality with creating the Bible.
No, it's not.
From
It's
a
showing
duality
that.
perspective.
No, it's showing that the authors can use symbols, just like you use symbols. But the same symbol, you're pouring a different meaning into your symbol. It's the same symbol, but you're pouring a different meaning in than the biblical authors did.
Well, I'm saying in the Bible, Jesus told his disciples to come out of the world because the Bible is not depicting worldly things. It's depicting it's a theosophic book. It's not based on the world. It's based on God.
It uses worldly things. Good teachers like myself use real life context, use experience to teach. So you start with prior knowledge, it's called. And that's all Jesus did. He took the sun, he took the farming, and he taught about things that are not in the physical realm by using things that are in the physical realm. So that's where symbols come from. Symbolic, the things can be symbolic of, or not in a one-to-one correspondence, but things that are not physical, like heaven or the kingdom, right? The kingdom is like, Jesus would often say, like this tree or like this this garden, etc.
But the whole thing is that the Bible tries to get you to disassociate with like the flesh and like material things. I'm confused by the fact that you're using the material to justify the Bible.
No, the Bible uses the material to teach about things that are not seen.
But you're saying that's material and not, instead of belonging to the Bible. I'm saying that is inherently belonging to the Bible and is not belonging to the material.
You're saying that it belongs to first of all, the Bible is a compilation of history.
In the beginning was the Word, as we know from the Bible. In the beginning was the Word.
Okay, so you said that Jesus is called the morning star, and so is Satan.
So is Lucifer.
Okay. Oh, Lucifer. So couldn't I call one person? I can call two people the same symbolic. I can use the same symbol for the same people, but mean two different things by that symbol, right?
Well,
just because I.
No, I was going to say that. I was going to say that there is a duality to language, but as I've mentioned, duality is an illusion, and they're really two sides of the same coin. So even if you were going to go that route, from my perspective, it doesn't make sense. But even if I grant you that there's a frequency based on the names that are spoken, and that frequency is an energy, so you have that same energy with that name that you're speaking.
Mm. Okay, well, back to Jesus and the morning star. Like I said, he calls himself the bright morning star, and then you're suggesting that because Satan is called
Lucifer, I just prefer using Lucifer because it makes it less confusing.
Right, Lucifer is called the morning star. That they are one and the same. What I'm trying to show you is that I can call two different entities or people the same. I could use the same symbol or the same term to describe them, but I can pour in a meaning, a different meaning. When I call you an idiot, I'm not saying you personally, but if I called someone an idiot and then I call another person an idiot, I'm using the same word, but I may not be suggesting that they're the same type of ignorance or the same level of ignorance. But even though
that's a frequency that you're projecting out there, and from my perspective, the frequency itself generates reality. If you actually look into chaos magic, you can see how gematria is used, the language is used to generate reality.
Okay. So,
because it's a frequency that you're putting out there.
Right. Well, the frequency, I'm not putting a frequency out there.
So when you're calling me sorry.
No, I'm not calling you an idiot. I didn't mean to say you were an idiot, but
well, I was gonna use an example. So when you're calling me an idiot, there's a list of different outcomes that can happen from that, because it's a form of chaos magic, which leads to different outcomes from this language itself.
I'm not referring to the outcome, but the use of the term itself. You can't determine, outside of the context in which I'm using the word, you're an idiot, because you can't determine what idiot means. Just because I'm calling both of you an idiot doesn't mean I mean the same thing when I use
I'm saying that regardless of what you mean, it's a frequency that you're putting out there, and it has a
Oh
belonging.
yeah, I'm sure that. Yeah, all of these words are designed to put out frequencies. When Jesus says that I am the way, the truth, and the life, that's a frequency no group hasn't been able to deal with, especially the New Age. They can't stand that verse because it just destroys their non-dualistic understanding.
I don't mind you doing it. I just feel it as being from duality from my perspective. So if you want to do it, that's fine.
It is from the actual creator of the universe, who says that there's distinctions between good and evil, and I'm the only way. So Jesus is claiming the title of Morning Star, not in the same sense that Satan is called the Morning Star. So Satan is
Lucifer,
the light. Yeah, Lucifer. He's the light that announces the dawn. That's what Venus does, by the way, in our cosmology. Jesus is the morning star. I'm sorry, Venus supposedly fades before the sun, right? But Jesus is the sun, by the way. Jesus is the sun in Malachi 4:2, right?
Well, again, from my perspective, he's the false light.
The morning star is the fades before the sun arrives. So the morning star is the false light. That's the analogy here. So
I'm saying that
22,
from my perspective, Horus is Jesus, and Horus replaced.
Horus is Jesus. So, yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, I saw Zeitgeist when I was a kid too. Okay, and I didn't buy.
I actually didn't watch it, and you know what? I had someone tell me that they wanted me to watch it, and I never ended up watching it. But that's funny that you mentioned that.
I didn't believe it then, and I still don't. So the analogy here is that
wasn't that just like the sun? No, sorry. I was just gonna say, wasn't like Zeitgeist just like blaming the Rothschilds for everything or something? I didn't watch it, but
Charia S, and but it's not really the Rothschilds, but
okay,
they were supposedly, that whole theosophical society was huge back then. So
okay, sorry, I didn't mean
Blavatsky and they bought into a lot of and liberal scholarship too, what we call critical scholarship. They all combined, like Voltron, to take Christianity down, and it just was an epic failure.
Yeah, I'm not really. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this has been going on for thousands of years, which is why I cling to Christianity, because it stood the test of time and all these attacks. And now we have Muslims teaming up with white liberals. I mean, it's not unprecedented, because I believe that Jesus Christ is the way and the only way, and that puts Christianity in a different, if you will, genre of religion, if you want to call it a religion. And that's why Christianity is so hated across the world, because of its exclusive nature. Excuse me.
I mean, I appreciate parts of Christianity in the sense that they bring people out of a materialist mindset typically, which I appreciate.
Well, you can only appreciate part of it because of its exclusive nature. You have to reject John 14. You just have to.
Well, I'm saying that the swath of it is illusory.
Yeah, well, you keep saying that, but
it's the true
there's no
depiction. It's the true depiction of the fall of man, but the swath of it is illusory.
Right, you keep making that claim, but there can be no demonstration. It's just there's nothing. We can't falsify. If you're saying, "Oh, that's elusive," that's an illusion, or that's an illusion. How are we able to determine that's the case and that it's not real?
Well, again, that's what I've done is trying to showcase non-duality so that
right, but it's a claim. But how do we,
if they decide they want to?
Right, I could showcase, the new Elantra, but how am I able to? How can we demonstrate that the car actually operates? Right.
Yeah, I mean,
you're just showing me an illusion. You're just saying it's an illusion, but there's no demonstration that what Jesus is saying isn't real.
A demonstration of what exactly, though?
I don't know. I don't know where you would begin to show me, to prove to me that this is not what Jesus said is an illusion, or based on an illusion.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about if I have any specific examples of stuff that he said is an illusion in my videos. I might do some on that, but I don't know. I got to decide.
Okay. Well, just to give you another example of symbols, or the same symbol being used to describe two different people, and the context has to therefore bear out what the author is intending to say. Jesus and Satan are also called lions.
Yeah.
Right. So we know we don't mean the same thing when we call Satan a lion. He's a lion looking to devour, as opposed to, Jesus being called a Lion of Judah.
Yeah, I mean, it gets confusing with the Bible because you have like different language. You have like devil, and then you have Satan, and then you have like a bunch of different language. But in essence, I get what you mean.
Right. So the meaning comes from context, not the shared imagery or the shared image. Right. So Satan is a false light. Although he is a light, he's the false light. He's the actual cosmos light of Venus, which fades away when the real sun comes. When the real light comes out, right?
I mean, Satan isn't a light in at all.
Really. Lucifer, I'm sorry. Lucifer, son of the morning.
Yeah, I mean, he's just stealing light from Adam, from my perspective, but yeah.
Oh, Adam is the true light.
Yes. Again, I mentioned it's the sun. It's the sunlight going through Saturn's crown, which is the moon.
Yeah, in the cosmos, sure.
Well, no, I'm talking about like the yes, in some regard, but more so talking about the Egyptian symbology.
Okay, yeah, perhaps I'm not really familiar with Egyptian cosmology.
I'm sorry, I should try to focus more on the Bible, but I'm just trying to give you a fuller picture to kind of dissuade the illusion or either push you further into it. So,
well, which what is it called? The chart. Which astrological? What's it called? The astrology. Which astrology do you hold to? Chinese or Egyptian? Which one do you think is accurate? The most accurate.
I mean, I try not to focus on like time concepts and stuff like that because I view it as being illusory. So I don't know. I mean, no, I'm serious, but
But which chart do you think is the most accurate? I personally think the Chinese astrology, or maybe modern astrology, is probably the most accurate, right?
Well, I think a lot of the chessboard players are using the Roman calendar, but not say too much on that, or for right now at least.
All right, so it'd have to be before, maybe Babylon.
All roads lead to Rome.
So so we know that morning star is a symbol. It's not an identity.
It's a label. It's a frequency, is what I'm saying. I'm saying you're saying the same label.
Right. It's not the same frequency, though, right?
What are you differentiating?
Because there's an association. It's all negative with Satan. The morning star.
No, I'm talking about the labels themselves, though.
Well, the labels themselves are void of any meaning or nothing. To me, they're just numbers or letters on a page.
No, you don't even believe that because you said how like the words have frequencies and that matters.
They do, but they only have frequency when they have association with something that is either positive or negative or neutral. Which I don't think neutral really exists, but
so you don't think frequencies are positive or negative on their own?
Well, no, not words. Words are not positive and negative on their own. They are symbols. They take on.
So that's kind of a non-duality.
They're equivocal. They take on the meaning of the context in which they're used.
Yeah, so that's kind of a non-duality perspective if you think about it.
Not necessarily, because within that
you're saying it's not bad or good, positive or negative. You're saying that it's just an energy.
No. I'm saying apart from any. If I just put the word dog on the screen, we can ascertain what the meaning of the word is, but not exhaustively, because the word has a meaning based on the context.
We're talking about like the frequency of the spoken word, though.
I don't know what frequency. Okay, I see the word dog. I don't know what frequency to have, other than this word could mean a lot of different things. That's the frequency I'm getting.
But it's not inherently bad or good, correct?
Apart from context, no. They're just words. They're just letters arranged on a page. They have no.
Yeah, but God created the word. So what I'm saying is it's very intentional. At the same time, you can recognize that the words are neutral because it's showing the dominance of non-duality. It's showing that everything really is non-dual. And then we add this good and evil to it through the knowledge of good and evil.
Well, the word is coined to describe a concept that's already in existence, right? Dog. The dog already existed before we gave it that title. And then if you want to use dog in a different sense,
I was talking about more so the energy behind the word than the word itself, because the words themselves are dual concepts, which can mean multiple things, but the energy behind the word is the same.
Well, it's the same, but it can be different. The energy behind the word dog if I put it in the context of he's a dog because he's sleeping
But then
around,
you're involving
then that's
different then you're involving different tones and frequencies. It's like an orchestra. You're orchestrating a different sound by putting these together. I'm just saying
But
on
what I'm
their
saying is that the word on page DOG, what energy is associated with that at that point before you put it in a context? What is the energy that you would receive from reading that word on the screen?
Well, I could look it up in geomatrix, it would lead to a lot of different words.
Yeah, you would have to say the only energy you could get is this thing. This thing on the screen, these 3 letters can mean several different things, depending on the context in which it's placed.
Yeah, I guess you're focusing on the words, which are a dual concept, and I'm focusing on the energy behind the words, because when you're speaking, you're creating a frequency.
Right, but when you're speaking and you're using the word in context of what it is you're trying to communicate. So that's where the energy comes from. It doesn't just come from the word itself. It comes from its associations.
Well, you're adding different frequencies into it.
I'm pouring the frequency into the word itself. I'm pouring the meaning into the word based on how I'm using it. So that's where the energy is
again, and
coming
then it's more of like a dual concept again, because we can add these additive things onto these different sounds, which either make them good or evil from the perspective of duality. So I'm just saying it's the language itself is illusory.
I'm sorry. What is illusion? What is an illusion again?
Language is a dual concept.
Language. Okay.
It's the ink on the paper. It's a dual concept. So words can mean multiple different things, but it's like you have the good and the evil side of the word. It's like the backwards and forwards. Dog is, you have dog and then you have God. It's like double meaning.
So dog and God can mean the same thing, or they always are the same?
The servant is the master. The master is the servant.
So, but the master. So the master is the servant, and the servant is the master.
I'm saying there's no separation between them, but you view things through a lens of duality, which is causing you to separate the two.
Oh, are you speaking ontologically? They're the same, or God and humans are the same ontologically, or what do you mean? The servant is the master, and the master is the servant.
I'm saying that you were separated from God in the perception of duality.
Right, through creation, God cannot duplicate himself. So by way of creation, that would actualized creatures that are subject to failure. God is perfect. He cannot fail. Do you believe that?
I don't see duality as being perfect, so
I mean, actually, duality is perfect. God cannot fail. The Bible teaches that God cannot fail.
Under the lens of duality, maybe, but not so under the guise of duality, that could be the case. But I'm saying that outside of duality, that's not really the case.
Before this reality existed, where you can fragment morality or whatever, or reality, God cannot fail. God exists.
I'm saying that the concept of God did not exist before Adam became fragmented.
All right, so Adam just appears.
Adam created himself by lusting.
He created himself.
He created himself by lusting after his own reflection, which created duality, beginning and end.
All right, brother. I think it's time for you to go to bed.
It's time for me to go to bed. I think it's time for you to go to bed. Come on, don't do that. It was nice talking. It's nice. It's been nice talking to you. If that's
Oh yeah, yeah,
way to go out.
yeah. Good, nice chatting with you. But you're starting to give me a headache.
That's fair.
And I would definitely like to hear more about this worldview.
I appreciate that. It's means a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. And all right. So good night. I'm getting ready to head to bed.
All right. Night. It's been nice talking.
All right, JG. I don't know if you're still here, if you're listening, but God bless you all. And I'll see you guys next time.